Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome to the Let's Play Scrabble stream brought to you from Lake George, New York. Matt Canick in here, as well as my co-host, Jason Adolski. Jason, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am awesome. Missed a little bit of the action last night. I had a long day at work and just got out here late in the evening, but I am so stoked to be here. It's been a bucket list agenda for me for a long time to make it to this beautiful Lake George tournament. I've heard such good things about it for literally 2 decades, as you see the backdrop fill in. It is right in the middle of fall, maybe the back end of fall. The trees are as advertised, yellow, orange, red, little bit of green still out there. I'm so excited to get out there and watch some Scrabble and then get out in these mountains and do a little hiking this afternoon. It's going to be so much fun. Thanks to all of you for joining us this morning and to those of you who are going to join in later on today or watching the stream after the fact. It's going to be awesome. 3 games of Scrabble have already happened so far. Jason, you want to tell us a little bit about how the results are looking after one day of play?
Yeah, very interesting. Interesting little quirk in the standings after 3 games, where the two highest spreads are not any of the three and O's. You've got Tim Weiss 3-0 plus 163, followed by the two Matthews, who we saw play a best of seven yesterday morning. I was able to commentate that with Josh Sokol, that great series. To nobody's surprise, they have both started the main event 3-0, but none with overwhelming spreads. The two big spreads are Jason Keller at plus 277 and Josh Sokol at plus 191, but they're each 2-1. It looks like we'll see Keller and Tunnicliffe to start the morning, but I like the little backdrop there. Is that the standard host hotel room in Lake George there?
That's pretty much how everything out here seems to look. Just these big rolling hills and mountains. Now, this picture doesn't have the giant, beautiful lake in it, but don't worry. I'll take some photos of the giant, beautiful lake. We'll report back later this afternoon. It is such a vibe out here. This Lake George tournament has been running for decades, always one of the flagship events of the year. We book out one of the hotels here just before the entire area closes for the winter season. So it's nice and quiet, and cozy, still warm enough to get outside, but pretty chilly overnight. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. This Lake George tournament, just one of many huge events brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team. This one features about 100 players across 15 games of play. We're going to bring you rounds 4 and on starting today. As Jason said, 3 players at 3-0: Tim Weiss, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Matthew O'Connor. But there are so many strong players in this field. We're bound to find good matchups every round, regardless of the standings. Ben Schoenbrunn off to an 0-2 start, but I watched him defeat Josh Sokol in the last game yesterday. Don't count him out. Don't count out Neil Gann. Don't count out Laurie Cohen. There are so many strong players out here. Getting word from our production team that the players are seated. Announcements are wrapping up, and as much as you enjoy looking at my pretty face and Jason's pretty face, I think y'all at home would rather watch a little Scrabble. So, Jason, what do you say? Should we cut over to the board?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Let's play Scrabble, bringing the hype, bringing the energy here from Lake George. On your left, Matthew Tunnicliffe. On your right, Jason Keller. If you have not had enough of Matthew Tunnicliffe yet, coming off his 4-2 victory over Matthew O'Connor yesterday, you will get plenty more. And while Matthew is not a player who needs any introduction, I'll introduce him anyway. He's one of my very favorite players to watch in CSW land. He can be very creative, clever, not afraid to think out of the box, and he's got some great word knowledge too. EFNOPTU, the opening rack for Matthew. I think he's going to be forced to choose between playing a 4 or a 5 on this turn. Poof, Pouf, Fount, Fount. The two candidate options. Poof is just 18. Fount is 24. Jason, you taking points here?
I am not. In situations like this, I tend to prioritize leave over the extra points. And to me, the ENT leave the dynamicness of that is worth the sacrifice. But as Josh Sokol was saying with in commentary yesterday in the Scrabble showdown between Tunnicliffe and O'Connor, Tunnicliffe does tend to in situations like this, he's kind of the opposite of me. He tends to take the points and hopes that the lead fixes itself later, which it usually does when you have the incredible word knowledge and strategical talent that he does. So I would play Poof, but I would expect to see Fount here.
We would not see Fount's anagram futon. You're not going to slot that vowel next to a double letter square if you can avoid it. So it's going to be Fount. It's going to be Poof. One of those two. I do wonder which one Matthew's going to play. I think it's going to be the five. I think taking these 6 extra points probably worth it here, but these situations you often go with your gut, and you don't want to get caught up spending too much time. As we see Matthew now nearly hitting the 2 minute mark on this first turn.
I definitely ran into time trouble a little bit yesterday. Those were 20-minute clocks though, and playing against Matthew O'Connor, it probably felt more like a 15-minute clock, as fast as he plays. So our instincts are correct, and he will open with Fount.
Fount indeed. Fount simmed about 2 points ahead of POUF, so taking his time, thinking it through, Matthew finding the engine's approved play on turn one. Jason Keller on EEGIMPR. This rack looked promising. I felt like he was going to threaten a bingo with certain floaters, but no possible eights for Jason out of this rack, and no sevens either. He does have one clear standout option on this turn. Now Jason's going to be put to the test. Can he find it early in the morning here in Lake George?
Yesterday we had O'Connor, not to keep bringing up yesterday, but we had O'Connor phony with Pirohi, and then the very next game, bingo with one of the valid spellings of pierogies, and now I just can't escape that word this weekend. Maybe that's a sign that I should get some for dinner tonight. But yes, his star play is the non-bingo double pierogi spelled Progie through that O in Fount.
Yeah, and it is absolutely huge for Jason that he finds this play because otherwise, this is a pretty sad turn. I think he's going to be forced to play just GEM or MEG above Fount for 17 points if he does not spot the double double. So if you're on Team Keller, you are really rooting for him to notice the double double possibility here. He's got Meg lined up on the rack, though. We'll see. A big turn.
Yeah, Gem, Meg, Peg, all best in the non-pierogi category. But like you said, a big difference between the two plays. Not a very easy find too. Kind of tough to kind of see that non-bingo double there.
Yeah, it's tricky. You don't think about leaving the M on your rack and playing through some of these other tiles. Pierogi's not a very natural play at all, and it's one that I think a lot of people would miss. But here at Let's Play Scrabble, we're all about finding the very best play, optimizing every move if we can. We'll see if Jason's able to do it here, if he leaves some points on the table. Shifting back over now. Looks like he's thinking about merge. This would play beautifully beneath Fount. 4 overlaps. Does set up the big front E hook, but merge would be 25. The leave PI leaves quite a bit to be desired, and Jason, I think, wisely backing out of that. It's a neat fit, a good score, but the leave is just not worth it.
Yeah, and with Tunnicliffe having pleaded, I'm trying to see if there's a bingo that plays on the board as presently constituted, and then if that is going to fit after Meg. So he chooses Meg, deciding to leave Ripe instead of Pier. But
All right.
a bit of a slight miss with not seeing Pierogi there.
Yeah. You never know when Scrabble's going to give you the opportunities. That's one left on the table for Jason. But if you're not going to make the best play, got to settle for second best, and Meg appears to be that. Matthew Tunnicliffe does threaten just one bingo on this turn after the play of Meg. I'm sure he's already seen it, but this bingo, this 8 letter word, is one that is tricky to spot. He's up for the. Oh? I'm sorry. This plays as well. Whoa, I am just like
You
tripping.
only saw end plate? Yeah, yeah. Or wait.
I only saw end plate. Wow, yeah. All
Okay.
right. I only saw end plate. Pedaled plays with Tef. Yeah. Okay. Matt, wake up.
You
Drink some
might
coffee.
that's all right. You still got it on the WOW dictionary from last night. Is that why that didn't show up?
No, I put that he played Peg instead of Meg. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, there we go. That's I've done that.
Gotta caffeinate your commentator, get him in the mode. All right, so
That's all
pedaled
right.
clearly the top bingo there for Matthew. Jason can't feel good about this. Oh God, I got 17. I missed when I was trying to get a bingo after that last move, and this is already looking very dire. 106 for Tunnicliffe, 17 for Keller. Keller cannot bingo on this turn. Another rack that looks like it should yield something, but the D and pedaled will at least allow Jason to score here. The question is, which word will he choose?
I got good options with stuff like primed off of that D in pedaled seems to be best, and it looks like he's got it set up and looks like he's gonna play it.
Yeah, this easily his highest scoring option down to the D, and the NT leave is good and solid. Not much reason to think any longer there. So Jason gotta wisely play this one quickly. That'll bring him a little closer, 59 to 106. Matthew's post bingo draw, the dreaded CG combination, couple of I's and a Y to go with it. CGIINTY is going to give us a kind of weird turn now for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Different lines of approach, but obviously you want to unclutter this rack as much as possible. You're looking to play off at least the G, maybe the Y, and hopefully one of the I's. What kind of options are you looking at here, Jason?
Yeah, see, this is one where I kind of tend to okay, what do I want to leave? Like it would be really cool to leave TING, and then seeing that the other three letters are icy, and then oh, I can play icy off of the T and fount for 13, which is not bad. Although it looks like just kind of blowing it up a little bit, playing tying underneath the fount, making UTNY and TI is an option as well as Minji from the M and primed. So what are you seeing here? Does anything stand out to you?
Yeah, this is a big philosophical decision. As you said, Icy is a good option, especially because it sets up the TIG hook that's unlikely to go away, and that ING combination will synergize pretty well with the PR and I available at the top of the board here. But in this situation, I think I'd be looking to take points. ING is often a trap. You bingo or you're sad. TYING is 27 points. I think I'd take the points here, but simulation has icy and tying neck and neck. Matthew gets to make a tough philosophical decision here: points or leave. Scrabble 101.
Yeah, and like I said yesterday, learned that Tunnicliffe will almost always take the points in this situation. So I would expect to see tying here. Surprised that IC is simming so well, but like you said, ING is can kind of be a fool's gold leave. But on this board, again, you've got everything opened up top. I think if you were going to roll the dice with drawing into ING, you're gonna if you play IC, like you said, you're going to set up the TIG hook that is very unlikely to be taken in the short term. So maybe this is the time where you try it. But I would still expect Tunnicliffe to play tying here.
The game state suggests you don't really want to get caught up fishing. You've already got about a 50-point lead, and if I can make that an 80-point lead, like, look, even if Jason bingos from that P, I'm in good shape in this game. So having the lead like this kind of pushes me towards taking points now as opposed to leaving them on the board and trying to get another bingo. If you're looking to score 600 against Jason, I think Icy might be the move, but tying, I think, wins the game just a little bit more often. And Matthew, right on cue, once again, making what I think is the best decision for him here. And as Jason, you said, taking the points once again, a common theme here for Matthew Tunnicliffe, it seems. Tunnicliffe pulls ahead 133 to 59. Jason with the rough pull, HNOORTV. He will have some decent plays this turn. Oh, he's got a lot of good plays this turn. I wonder what we're going to see from Jason on this move.
And really good point with kind of wanting to take the points more when you're ahead. Recently lost a game where as Mike Tyson would say, fished myself into Bolivia, or fished myself into oblivion, as some people would say. So yeah, just keep the scoring pressure on. Do what you can um, to keep that lead, like you said, even if he does have some sort of bingo. So yeah, clunky wreck, but not awful. He can play Hone off of primed there to the left, making Hiom and Ne. And I just learned that Hone takes an O front hook, so he could play that as well.
Ohone, Ohone, I think is going to be the best option here. It scores 29. RTV is a leave that can go north or south for you. It's relatively bingo prone, but if you pick up consonants, that can be very, very tough next turn. Uh, the engine also likes scoring just 20 on this turn, playing to the M and prime. Vroom, VROOM. HNT, a little bit stronger than RTV. 9 points of difference between the play, but this does keep the board more alive for Jason long term. So Jason now making the engine's top play of Vroom. Jason scoring 20 more points. It is 133 to 79. And look at Matthew's poll. IIUW. That is rough. What are you seeing here on this turn for Matthew, Jason?
Yeah, just also I one of the reasons I like Vroom is if he does get a little consonant heavy, like you see that W, like that's going to play really nice on top of Vroom there with something like Wit or something like that. So he's got Win next turn and he's already kind of setting it up. As far as Tunnicliffe goes, certainly IIUW not exactly what you want to see. It looks like his star play is to kind of take that spot that I was just pointing out himself by dumping the IW to make Iwi.
Ooh, yeah, just IWI to the I and primed 21 points. CUISH, the leave. That can bingo, that can score, but I could also see that getting ugly with like another I or another U pull into it. Another option is the five-letter Chiru, CHIRU. That's 18, holds ISW, which is not super hot. I don't know, Iwi, Chiru, or perhaps we'll see something a little more non-standard from Matthew here if he wants to try to grab control of the board to shut things down. This is
And
a
this is a
tough
really
turn.
interesting turn. I feel like the O'Connors of the world would play Chiru or something like that and just make the board really ugly. You're kind of killing the P and the R, whereas Iwi leaves the P wide open and you can still bingo from the R. But I don't know. I feel like I said like Matthew is a Tunnicliffe is a bit more of an offensive player, and so it looks like he's got the WI in hand ready to put Iwi down.
I think there are some players who would actually consider WHIG here, down to the G in tying, and just kind of shut down the bottom and the right side of this board. But Iwi feels very solid, very standard. Just avoid the nightmare draw if you're Matthew, and you're in good shape. You also take out the great scoring spot, as Jason brought up earlier. So good decision here, but the IO takes the front G, and that's going to allow Jason to play the five-letter word he's set up on his rack just above it. Wang and GIO is 40, easily the best play for Jason. He's going to play it in under 30 seconds.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't need to bingo to work your way back into a game. After this, he'll only be down by 35.
Yeah, only down 35, but Matthew has found the huge Z tile, and since this tournament is on American soil, we'll be calling it Z this weekend. CHILSUZ. I don't know if Matthew's going to play it right now. He can cash in just the three-letter RIZ from the R and primed, 32 points. CHLSU is a leave that's actually pretty strong right now, from my perspective. Would you play Riz here, or would you be looking to avoid Riz, Jason?
I mean, if there was a, I'm just trying to think if it's. I mean, it's not worth it to fish for something like G's, but it's so tempting to booze or something like that, just score like 100 with the Z. But I think that spot's going to get taken a lot. Kind of frustrating that that no vowels that go on top of the W there. So yeah, I think I think I would probably just take the points with Riz here, only because I'm not seeing much else. Do you like playing Chi on top of Wang and just kind of killing the spot, or are you playing Riz here?
Oh, man, that spot can yield some serious points if my opponent has good stuff. And after Jason's just played 5 tiles, his rec is a lot more random than it would be after other incidences. So taking away the spot feels like a good idea. LSUZ, like I'm trying to figure out what I could do with that next turn, and I'm not seeing a lot of options. But given that this board is pretty tough to play on already, I don't really mind holding letters that don't mix well. Nobody's going to be able to score well without great tiles. Although Matthew can't know this, Jason has found not one but both blanks on his 5 tile draw. Matthew's going to play Riz. That's going to knock out the highest scoring bingos available to Jason. Bingos from that P on the triple word. Jason's still threatening like infinity bingos on this turn, but I actually wonder if he's going to play one. He can score 28, take away the spot above Wang at the top of the board by playing Teen, Teen, holds O blank blank. His highest scoring bingo on this turn is going to be just 73. So this is a turn we're going to see Jason slow down, try to find some sort of miracle underlap beneath tying. We know that he doesn't have one. I wonder if he's going to bingo at all here. This is fun.
This is going to be an interesting turn, and that was a really good point you made earlier. And it's definitely something that I think intermediate players. Okay, so we're not going to see. Thought
Oh,
I had time
no.
here.
This is not. Tying does not take a back S. So this is not a valid play. He's found Boneset, Boneset, but this is likely to get challenged.
Yeah, so it is Boneset. I'm sure that Tunnicliffe will challenge, but like you said, when your opponent has played off 5, 6, 7 tiles, I think you should be more concerned about a very huge scoring play like with a power tile like the K or the H or stuff like that, kind of the clunky stuff, versus being more concerned about your opponent bingoing when they've just played off 2 or 3. So meanwhile, they'll walk to the challenge computer. Many thanks to Artmore's WordJudge.me. We'll see that Tyings is no good, and now Tunnicliffe, knowing what he's up against, knowing that Keller has both blanks, um, and what is he going to do with that information?
Yeah, well, I think you just have to seed the bingo. Matthew could either spend 7 minutes on this turn trying to figure out, like, is there a way I can block literally everything? But with Jason having just such a good rack, both blanks on it, maybe he says, forget it, let him bingo at the bottom. I have so many points at the top of this board that I'm just going to do something there. He's already set up Cash. This plays 3 overlaps above Wang. Cash somehow scores 58 points. So, you know what? Jason, play both of your blanks on the bottom of this board, score 70. I'm going to score almost the same up top right now and pull really far ahead. That makes a ton of sense here for Matthew Tunnicliffe. He's got other good plays at the top, too. You see now he's setting up HAUD. This is 45, 13-point delta, but holds way better. CLS versus DLU. Jason, I think the right move is to play up top, but I can't tell you which one's better to play up top. Do you have a preference between Cash or Hod?
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, he's gonna take Hod. I know I just said that I normally go, you know, when given the choice, I'll take the play with the better leave. But in this one, I think I would have taken the extra 13 points. Maybe just for the psychological, okay, I'm going to score 58. I'm only going to lose 15 out of this exchange, and then both blanks are going to be gone. So maybe just the psychological aspect, which is maybe faulty logic. But Hod, Cash, Dash, I think are all fine. I don't know if you have a preference between them.
Yeah, I could go either way. I would maybe be inclined to take the extra 13 points because S's are so weak. but it's hard to know which bingo Jason's going to play when so many are available to him. Is he going to play one that strengthens an S or weakens an S, or gives no more value? It's tough to know. So hard the decision from Matthew. He's got 231 now to Jason's 119, and Jason does have a bingo lined up, but he'll still be trailing after he gets this down. Wonder which one he's going to play. Jason looks like he's got acetone. This would play back hooking RIZ, making RIZA 72 points, and opens up the right side of this board that has been so walled off. The only higher scoring bingo than acetone plays triple overlap or triple underlap beneath tying. That is outseen for just one more point. But I think I like this in Jason's situation. Open up the board just a little bit more.
Yes, I do like this a lot more than I've seen, even though it's 1 point fewer. Not sure what the engine is saying, but I like this to kind of dynamize the board a little bit more. And maybe that's why you kind of keep the C instead of the D. If he's gonna, play that one slat vowels, maybe the C is a little bit better tile to have there.
ISC could be good for closing things in the future for Matthew Tunnicliffe. That's a consideration as well. All right, acetone comes down for Jason. 191. Jason scored to Matthew's 231. Matthew on ABC LOSU has another interesting turn, and we've seen several interesting turns. It is too early in the morning for turns this hard, this often. Matthew's going to be given a kind of a classic Scrabble decision, though. Do I play a lot of my tiles right now, or do I try to hold some back? The very boring pedestrian, just BO, plays next to acetone, BO, BO, and ON for 22. ACLSU is a leave that should bingo a lot for Matt next turn, but this is not a bingo friendly board, so I don't know that you want to get caught up in that. The other option the engine suggested plays 5 tiles, closes this board off. Lobus, Lobus, is a 5 overlap to the right side of acetone, and that really slams the door shut on the right side of the board Jason just tried to open. But it takes a lot of guts to play 5 tiles and break up a pretty strong rack. Jason, what do you think? Play short, play long, do something different?
I really like playing long in this spot. Like you said, the board configuration after Lobus is going to be very interesting and very good for you, taking a 70-point lead. You still have the potential bingos underneath tying, but those aren't going to score much. It's going to be very hard to fit something there. I think I really like Lobus here.
Lobus is very hard to spot. 5 overlaps. You're not really looking to play off your S unless you're going to, take some hook out of the board. But that play does a lot of the right things to hold on to your advantage if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe. We might also see the 4-letter Balu, Balu, playing to the left side of acetone. It does leave that huge bingo line available where you're able to play behind the E in acetone and go down. But with Jason drawing 7 fresh tiles, it's pretty unlikely he's got a bingo. I don't know if it's too neurotic to start shutting things down if you're Matthew. Tough, tough turn. He's already eaten nearly 3 minutes on it, and there's not a clear right answer here.
Yeah, like you said, not a clear right answer, and you're right. Lobus is going to be very difficult to spot under these circumstances. You don't. It'll be very hard to see. So it certainly seems like all of his best options are along that J column there. And he does go with Bo, which is always tough to do, especially on a stream. It feels bad, it feels wrong. But in this case, it seems to be if not the best play, at least close.
Yeah, you could even see it on Matthew's face. He kind of pursed his lips like, I hate this. I don't want to play BO for 22, but I don't really see much else to do. And he's found the X, which will make his next turn very interesting. Matthew Tunnicliffe now up 253 to 191. Jason with the JK combination for Jason Keller, threatening points on this turn. I wonder if he'll play the J, the K, or neither. He's got plays scoring a 35 or higher using the J, using the K, or using just the letters Tined. Tough turn. I think the standard play, though, Jason, is probably to grab Egypt from the E in acetone, reach out to the triple word. Would you play Egypt, or do you think you might actually play Timed, 5 overlaps, and hold the JK back together?
Oh boy, I mean, that's very tempting when you said he might play neither. I was like, why is, in what universe is he playing neither? But yeah, timed alongside Acetone there, um, does score 35 and it leaves the clunky stuff. But again, you're really kind of constricting the board, and do you want to be doing that, when you're behind?
Yeah, I don't think you can. Like holding JK, you're not super optimistic about getting a bingo down in the next turn or two. The J and the K don't seem to do anything on this board specifically. I'm not even able to find like plays that you could draw after timed that feel good using those. You'd have to draw like an E and an O, and then you can play joke for like 20. That just feels so weak. Jason is looking at Dyke right now. This plays for 38 with a 4 overlap to the right side of acetone, making EDTIBOK and 1. So this feels like a strong option too, but this has a similar wart to Timed in that A, it shuts down a lot of the board, and B, it holds the J, which doesn't do anything for you on this board. So I think Jason is backing into Egypt here. This is probably what I'd play as well. Get some tiles out on the right side of this board and see where the bag takes you. Egypt for 39 brings Jason within 23 points. 230 to 253. And now Matthew on turn again with that X. I think this is going to be a pretty quick turn for him.
We were definitely set up for, I mean, if he'd played Timed or Dykes, so a very fascinating kind of board configuration, and like you've referenced, one that you probably shouldn't be dealing with this early in the morning. But um, you know, Tunnicliffe would have had really no great spot for his X. The board would have been basically dead for bingos. I mean, dead for any decent scoring play. But can totally understand, especially behind Keller deciding to open things up with Egypt. I do think that that is the correct play here. Um, Meanwhile, what are you seeing with Tunnicliffe and his ex?
Kind of two paths forward here for Matthew. The standard one is grab as many points as I can with that X. Lax and Box alongside Acetone is 38 points. Holds CESU, which is a pretty strong leave. That feels good, nice, and standard. You don't have options that obstruct the JIT out in space, and that's what you'd like to do here, but nothing scores well enough to justify that. There are players I think out there who would play XU either above Egypt for defensive purposes or beneath tying, making ticks and NU. Those would score either 20 or 21 points, but keep the extremely powerful ACELS combination together. I think I would take the extra 38 points. But one thing that's holding me back from playing lax quickly on this turn, if I'm Matthew, is the unseen tile distribution. 18 vowels, 20 consonants. If I hold ECSU and draw 2 or 3 vowels, I'm not feeling very good about my prospects anymore. A 3 vowel draw would be absolutely terrible, especially if I'm hit with a Jason bingo through the I or the T in Egypt. So this could go south, but I think it just scores too much. If you play XU for 21 and then Jason scores well, all of a sudden we're at a nearly tie game. So I think you've got to keep the scoring pressure on. I like this for Matthew.
Yeah, or even worse, bingos when you don't have a bingo coming back. So, boy, that was quite the pull to draw into scales potentially, but you do have the five A's, um, which is also a little well, he's found secures and recuses, so it certainly seems to have worked out for him to duck all those A's. And draw ERS is a good draw anytime, but especially in this pool and with that leave. Uh, Meanwhile, Keller does not have any bingos here, correct?
Correct. Yeah. No ankleted. That's not a thing, though. I probably would have played it for 0 and lost a game on this turn. Jason now with a kind of tricky one here. The K is going to allow him to play behind the EL that Matthew just put out there, making elk Elk and Lake looks to be a strong option. He can also play on the bottom of this board. Deek plays making UTE, NYE, and Tick for 29. I don't know. I do want to get some tiles down on the bottom of this board if I can. Deke does that. But with that TIK out in space, I'm going to be pretty reliant on hitting a bingo that backhooks it appropriately. I need a bingo starting with AEI for Tika, Tyke, or Tiki, or I need to draw one of those S's after I play Deke. Neither of those seems incredibly likely. This is a really hard turn for Jason. What would you do, Jason?
So what you said you want to put tiles on the bottom of the board just to kind of open things up there, or
Right, right. This board's just so constricted otherwise.
well, you do have the stuff on the right, so you're just kind of trying to so a play like Deke, maybe you draw like an E or an I and something like this is a really bingo heavy pool when you look at it, a lot of A's, E's, I's, N's, R's and S's. So, probably, worth it to maybe kind of blow this rack up here, and create another spot for yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if he's going to play Jeaned, Jeaned, down from the J. That keeps the T up in space, but creates a lot of new lines at the bottom of this board. Just in terms of keeping the board alive, that might actually be the move. I don't feel great about keeping the K back. Like it's getting pretty urgent for Jason. He needs to get a bingo down pretty quickly. But I don't know, Jeaned, go digging in this bag. As you said, it's pretty bingo friendly. All four S's still out there. Maybe that's the right path forward, but he's going to try ankleted, I think. Yep. All right, I spoke this into existence.
Yep, this is your fault, 100% your fault.
Well, as I said, this is the play I would have made in this situation, and I would have lost a turn. Matthew did not insta-challenge this one the way that he insta-challenged tyings earlier in this game, but it does appear to be on hold. Oh no, there's a scoring discrepancy first. All right. And Matthew has let it go
Wow,
because he's got his own bingo. Interesting.
that is a
Okay.
very high prob phony to let go here.
Okay, that is not what I had on my bingo card. I said I would have played ankleted too, to be honest, but I didn't expect to get away with it. Oh my goodness. All right. And Matthew's still in good shape after that, but he's going to be kicking himself after this one. Ankleted also did block Matthew's highest scoring bingo of Securist down to the T. But I guess Matthew decides I feel good enough about my chances, and barring Jason drawing another bingo after getting ankleted down, I'm probably going to coast to a victory here. Jason did not draw that bingo, AADIINV. Matthew has drawn that clunky Q, but he's found the key U to go with it. I think Matthew's in good shape in this one, but it is not done yet. Jason has the opportunity to throw this board open one last time. Plays alongside the D in ankleted, either Avian or Avidin create a ton of opportunity on the board. I think Jason has one last stand here. Open it up, draw great, and maybe there's a path to victory for him.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the difference between, experts like Keller and Tunnicliffe and us, because you said you would play ankleted, scored zero, and lose the game. Keller played ankleted, scored a bingo score, and is still in this game. So even after Tunnicliffe's bingo back. So yeah, seeing Avidin, that was my first thought. Avidin off of the D in ankleted, it kind of throws everything open. Again, pool not looking quite as bingo friendly as before, but really, not seeing much else that's going to give you a shot to win this game. Now, obviously, with Matthew drawing the QU immediately after the bingo, I don't think anything is going to win the game in the universe where where Matthew draws that well. But it certainly seems like Avidin is kind of your best hope, unless you disagree and you would play Avian or something else that I'm not considering.
Avidin feels all right. Avian does take an S, so maybe you want to just get very optimistic here if you're Jason when you're in these situations where you're probably 5, 10, 15% to win, you've got to hope the goodies are in the bag. So maybe you play Avian, hope you draw the S, but like there's almost no universe where Matthew doesn't try to block the back hook of Avian. So that just feels a little bit desperate. Ajiva might be what he's thinking about here, playing through the J and creating space at the bottom of the board. Ajiva scores just 17, so even in your best case scenario, if you're Jason, you play Ajiva, you draw an S and a bingo, and you hit it next turn, you might still lose. You just haven't scored enough. This is a tough situation here for Jason. You got to score enough now and create opportunity for next turn. I'm not seeing plays that really do that. Matthew's going to block whatever you open because this board is so tight. But we'll see.
I still can't get over the fact that Anklet is still on this board. I mean, I think your logic for leaving it on is sound. In a double challenge game, when I'm in Tunnicliff's position, I'm 100% letting that go. But I mean, was the 5 points really that much of a deterrent? I mean, you boot Ankleted, you play Securist, which is a higher scoring bingo to that T, and you really pile on spread. I'm just very surprised that it doesn't seem that play was even held.
Yeah, I continue to be shocked by how many invalid words stay on boards in 5 point challenge over in CSW land, but like I need to behave myself and not talk too much about that. I guess Matthew just thought it was a word in the same way that I kind of thought it was a word, but for 5 points, man, I don't know. I don't know.
I know I played
I'll say it every time.
Yeah, I played a tournament last weekend, and that was my focus to not let any phony stay on. I let way too many phony stay on, even in 5 point, and I think I did a good job of that. I think I did not let any phony stay on. Now every other part of my game was terrible, but I did achieve that goal at least. So yeah, I mean, again, that's a David Eldar thing where I mean, if you have any doubt at all, I think you have to look at it. If only for the peace of mind, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess ankleted can't really conceivably have any hooks, and so you don't gain any extra information from the challenge. Sometimes you want to challenge a word just because, hey, if it's good, I know it also takes an S and I can play that next turn. You want to have that extra piece of info, but I don't know. It is early in the morning here in Lake George. Matthew already played a best of 7 series against Matthew O'Connor yesterday, and then 3 more games in the main event. So perhaps just a smidge of fatigue or confusion there. I don't want to dwell on it too much more, but God, every time there's a phony that stays on in 5 point, I'm like, how? How does this keep happening? They can't keep getting away with this.
So yeah, meanwhile, I mean, Keller's still trying to figure out his options. He's taken about 5.5 minutes on this turn so far. Kind of maybe trying to find the the perfect play that isn't there. Um, Also seeing
Totally
Veranda through
reasonable.
the
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, no, go ahead. I was just seeing Veranda through the R and recuses, and wondering if that's an alternate spelling of the Veranda Veranda, or Veranda also takes the H back hook.
Yeah, Veranda. Jason's setting it up right now. This is an alternate spelling of veranda, Veranda. This one Collins only. This one does not take the back H though, only a back S. But yeah, this kind of does the same stuff actually. You set up a big dangerous S hook. You turn over 6 tiles. You put some new floaters out, and you leave the right side of the board available. Jason's going to need a fantastic draw out of a pool that doesn't seem to have very many good consonants left. But hey, there are possibilities. Some R's, some S's, some T's, some A's, some E's, some I's. Yeah, this makes sense from Jason, and it also wisely Jason spent about 6 minutes on that turn because although he's only got 3.5 minutes to play the rest of this game now, that last turn was about the only move where he could have influenced the outcome. And now we're going to see the challenge. Now Matthew challenging Veranda. Okay.
The old delayed challenge, I guess.
Oops, I meant to challenge last turn, so I'll
Yeah,
challenge this
so the one turn late challenge.
one.
See, I'm
All
using
right.
my powers for good. You're over here speaking phonies into existence. I'm speaking valid words into existence. So
Indeed, you are. You're
one of the
the
beautiful
lawful
things about
good
this play is that
commentator.
it doesn't do much for the queue. Like, what is? Tunnicliffe have here? Like after Avedon, all of that sort of thing, he would have, totally hammered it. He really doesn't have much here unless I'm missing something.
He's got Enquiry, Enquiri, through
Oh,
the
that
N and
spelling. Yep.
Veranda. I think if Matthew had seen that, he might have just pulled the trigger on it like almost instantly. But Matthew, before he makes any play, needs to count. He just counted the tiles in the bag. He's going to be relieved to feel that there are 8 tiles in there. So he's free to play 5 or 6 tiles off this turn without emptying the bag and potentially getting bingoed out on. That would be about the only way he can lose. So Enquiry looks to be a great option. He's got QUAY set up on his rack. I don't think that plays anywhere on this board. There are other Q plays available from the C in recuses, either Cirque or Kike, but Quay I don't think is going to play anywhere unless
I think
I'm
he's looking at QUAYD.
just block off
In
some of the
English.
stuff.
Yeah. But that doesn't really block anything, just kind of the E. I mean, you don't think your opponent's going to bingo from the J, especially with this pool.
Yeah, and there are still so many threats Jason could have, like stuff like Strobill and Veranda. Like you can't start making huge sacrifices on the scoreboard to block everything yet. Inquiry's got to be the move here.
Yeah, and then also a non-zero chance of winning, even if Keller does have a bingo starting with us, because he is
All
going to be
right.
up 87 now.
Indeed, indeed. This outruns even most of the bingos Jason can have. Jason played Veranda, trying to draw one of those last 2 S's on his 6 tile pull. He found neither one in the bag, ABCIILR. And there are now just 2 tiles left in the bag for Jason's turn. He's down 408 to 321. I feel like I would have already played QI at DI
Yeah.
here, but I don't know what that actually hits yet. So Jason's going to do a little bit of paperwork. If you draw the S, you actually draw a bingo that plays unless Matthew blocks it. If you play QI and DI, draw an S, you draw Scribble, and that would play with Verandas for a huge score. Now, Matthew's probably not going to leave that available, but hey, you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, I was gonna wonder what you kind of summed my thoughts where it's like, all right, I gotta dump the I, I can do it for 28 and stay within hailing distance, but what am I even drawing? But even if I draw the S, am I getting anything? But in this case, you are. So he's got the BI set up, but I don't really see a good spot for that unless, I mean, the highest scoring spot for BI is off of Veranda, but then that kind of kills your S hook. Maybe he wants to do that since there are 2 S's unseen, neither are there. So, I mean, it's hard to imagine the world in which SS is in the bag.
Yeah, but Jason has to imagine he's living in the universe where whatever he wants is in the bag. Like, if Matthew has both the blanks, or both the S's rather, you're just done. So I think you have to pray that at least one is in the bag, but both, that's a bit greedy. Where else would he play BI? Like GIB for 8? RIB blocking Verandas but setting up a new spot? Jib? Like, I don't know. I think you've got to
Yeah,
score a little bit better.
Tiz doesn't take any back hooks, right? I mean, well, even so, there's no E's left. So, um, yeah, does anything have any non-zero winning percentage other than QI? I can't imagine.
I'm gonna punch this in, but I doubt it. And realistically, I don't even think QI wins. If you truly do draw Scribble, Matthew's just gonna block when he sees that possibility.
Yeah, and with having the S, but I mean, this is
Yeah.
the play. Like you said, it's not going to work out, but it'll also, even when it doesn't work out, it cuts spread. So.
All right. So QI the play, 1 tile left in the bag from Matthew Tunnicliffe's perspective. You can see that unseen pool to him, ABCILORS. And you can do just a little bit of deduction. Jason surely did not have the rack Scribble last turn because he would have played Scribble if he had it. But otherwise, more or less, there's going to be a random tile in the bag. And really, all you have to do if you're Matthew is identify the threat. The one threat I see is Scribble, and then block it. Even just to play like FA and FA with verandas will do it, or you can cash in the S and make a verandas play if you want to.
Yeah, just trying to see how much time Tunnicliffe has left to think about it. This is always why I like to hoard my time for the end game, especially the one in the bag. You go over all eight potential wrecks your opponent can have. Okay, what are the bingos? And I'm sure that he will do that and come to the decision that he needs to do something with Veranda. And since there are really no great two tile plays, I guess he could play FA for 20. Not really a great play with the S here though.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there.
You can play soft,
Oh.
but then he just plays Scribble, making ST.
I think that might still win though. Soft just the
Yeah.
now Scrabble scores so little, and funnily enough, Jason didn't even draw the S on his 50-50 draw. Yeah, even if you play soft, you're going to end up winning by 3. Um, Surely Matthew's going to see Scribble and knock out the threat, but Jason didn't even draw it. Gives us a low drama finish to this one.
Yeah, low drama finish, but a very interesting game.
Yeah, yeah, a solid play from both players with a couple key turns. Jason pulling both blanks and getting greedy, trying for the double double on bone set, losing a turn, but then finessing that turn back by getting away with the phony bingo of ankleted later on in this one. Both of these players very strong, and this probably going to be one of the sloppier played games by Matthew this tournament, but he's going to get away with it. And I think that's also a testament to how strong a player he is. A few key misclicks, really just like one misclick, one failed challenge, and that's about all we have to critique him on. And here I am saying this is going to be one of his sloppiest games of the tournament. But when you're a world class player like Matthew Tunnicliffe, the expectation becomes darn near perfection, and that's hard to do in Scrabble.
Yes, Tunnicliffe has very high standards for himself, so
As every top Scrabble player does. I mean, to be very, very, very good at this game, you have to be insanely hard on yourself all the time. Because if you're not hard on yourself, then you don't improve.
yeah, I was looking at Paw off of Veranda, and I was like, is a Scribble good? But it appears that it is not.
If you're even like 2% sure that a scribble might be a thing, then what
Yeah.
Matthew's looking to do here
It
is
looks like
probably.
he's setting up FAS, which just totally kills everything. But again, you just want to make sure that your opponent doesn't have a bingo ending starting with an A or an O that he can play off inquiry and make you look really silly.
Yeah, that would be absolutely killer if you miss one of the possibilities in the unseen pool. But Matthew, confident enough now to say, all right, I'm not letting you have Scribble, FAS, the move. And he's going to be a little surprised when he reaches in and draws another S.
You're always surprised when that last bag is or that last tile in the bag is the one power tile that you can't see.
Yeah, got just a little look on his face there, like, oh, all of that for nothing. All right,
All
cool.
that for
There's
nothing. We've all been there, eh?
indeed. But the time you don't make the block is the time where Jason actually draws the S and bingo's out with Scribble. You got to play it through as if the worst thing is going to happen, and he did. Now it's purely just getting the tiles on the board and finishing this one. Jason cannot win, and in a time crunch, he's going to find ALB holding CIOR back. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to go out next turn.
Yeah, yeah, interesting end game certainly if there was more time for it and if there was a closer game.
Yeah, you'd like to go out in 2 in that situation as Jason if you can, but with the time crunch, you just can't figure out the out in 2 sequence. I don't see any outs already with CIOR, so Matthew is trying to identify if Jason has any outs, and then he'll try to block them. But no outs available. You just have to make sure you don't give him a spot to play Coir.
Yeah. Lord knows I have hemorrhage spread in end games where I had like 15 seconds on my clock, so
You and every other Scrabble player out there. That's the name of the game.
except for probably the O'Connors of the world who always seem to have 15 minutes for every endgame. So I thought he'd just take the points with AS, but I guess he can't do anything about AS. So play Rote first, and then AS next turn. Core on top. I would expect to see Matthew play as making verandas pretty quickly, and then Keller get rid of that I somewhere. I'm only seeing the one spot for it, oddly, between the two A's up top. Although I'm sure there are more.
There's GI beneath tying as well, so he's not stuck.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Matthew challenges his word and then puts an S behind it. Can he count it in time to avoid a time penalty? Yes, he can.
Yes,
One
you can.
second left on the clock. All right, 33 more for Matthew Tunnicliffe. His final is going to be 478. And Jason going to plunk this I down to have us done with this one. As soon as Jason puts it down, we'll cut to the overhead mic, as that's the end of this one.
388, 478.
Yeah. So I think I mean, yeah.
Yeah, this was the last time in the bag, but from my point
Oh
of view.
no. Yeah, that's what I was going for. Actually, although I actually had two threats because I have biracial to go out. So I left. I did live CRIBAL when I played that for points. So I did have spots. It was just. I felt like.
You kept
Yeah.
B, C,
C
L.
A. Yeah.
Oh, double A.
Yeah. No, right. Yeah. So double A. I got biracial.
Wait, what was the tile you drew?
I drew an O.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I had to block Scribble at the bottom.
Yeah,
for
right.
98.
Right. That's. I mean, that's why I did
I
that.
actually couldn't see another. I must have missed something.
Well, that's what I said. I hit biracial here.
From my point of view, you
Yeah.
didn't. So
Yeah, from your right. But no, like. I mean, I know. I felt like. I felt like I might have missed things. Okay, no, good. I wish I had just played Peg instead of Meg. This is a very different game, and
well, then I'm taking some garbage bingo through the.
What?
Then I'm taking some garbage end plate or something through the.
Yeah, and actually, because I actually had Tripman.
Oh, that's a word, isn't it?
Yep, that's a word, but it didn't. I mean, with that, it didn't play, or at least not that.
Tripman when?
What?
Tripman on which turn?
After you played pedal,
here.
when I played prime. Yeah. And then no, but I thought I was missing something here. Unless the only thing. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this should have been a different game. I actually had pierogi as a double, and I talked myself out of it because of the myriad spellings, and I was like, I think it was a bad one.
We should all go learn the spellings. For
I know. Yeah. And then, yeah.
This block's like 100.
Well, that's because you know what? Well, the thing was, I had inkjet and a D. I had inkjet and a D, and so I was thinking, and I was also looking at like, yeah, and I was about to play Tyked, and I'm like, no, it's kited, and I was like, Dyke here, because I was gonna play Dyke here, and then I'm like, you know what? I have to really do something this way. I feel like this, especially with where the J was, I'm like, where am I gonna go?
This is so bad. I couldn't find a good play, and this gives back this a lot of the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only thing was, yeah, like I almost had like a huge J play a couple of ways because I actually, if I had one of the O's, I had Ejido and I had Jingo this way.
Yeah, I kind of want to block the J, but
yeah,
giving back overlaps here
yeah.
sometimes. But like the H's and W's are gone,
Uh-huh.
the M's are gone.
Yeah,
it actually wasn't that bad.
Yeah. I just, and also like here, what I leave? I left an I. I'm like, if I had the third I, this would have been Viridian, which would have been ridiculous. Like, I was like, considering what I drew after this, I'm like, I almost had it. I mean, I know where I lost the game, but
yeah, you almost got there.
Yeah. Like, I was thinking, do I do a ridiculous fish somewhere for Viridian? I'm like, probably not. and I just figured I'm like I knew it looked terrible from my pool, but I'm just like I need to make something happen here.
Yeah, the unseen pool looked terrible. I was like, he's gonna need the best of the best to threaten.
Yeah, and I knew, and then I was just on time. I was like, yeah, okay, this is not working. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
All right, a neat little post-mortem there between Matthew Tunnicliffe and Jason Keller, but Matthew coming out with a 90-point win. Matthew moving up to 4-0 early on here from Lake George. We are going to cut to a little break. Jason, any words before we step away for a few minutes?
Oh, very, very interesting post-mortem, and nobody in chat and neither of us saw the biracial potential. So, very well played pre-end game from Keller, and kind of that butterfly effect. Meg versus Peg is a totally different game because then Tunnicliffe gets forced into end plate, to which Keller can play tripment, and totally different game. So sometimes those little mistakes, or not even a mistake there, these little inaccuracies, end up turning out pretty big. So. But yeah, I think we're good to take a break. We'll figure out your round 5 matchup, and we'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right, on that break, make sure you learn all of the proper, valid spellings of pierogi and which ones take the back S hook. We'll have a quiz on the other side of this break. See you soon.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Also, I'm being mildly slacktivistic. Mildly slacktivistic. Oh. Okay, can I get some air and some? Yep. Thank you. Wait, are you second? Oh no. Okay. Good. This was. I'm getting some air, and I need to score sheet. 2 seconds versus. Yeah, it wasn't as close as it looks like. Well. Oh, okay. Where are you from originally? Hannibal. That's funny. Yeah, I know where that is. Yeah, it's up there. Yeah. I'm from Syracuse. Yeah. Jason Keller.
Welcome back. I think we'll try to get that music cut in just a second. But welcome back to our continued stream from Lake George. Jason, are you hearing this music? Okay, good. There it goes. We are back. Round 5 is going to feature one of the players we just saw in round 4. That player would be Jason Keller, and he is facing a different Matt, but a Matt no less tough. This time, Matt O'Connor, the draw for Jason Keller on board 5. So, Jason, let's do it. Let's cut over to the action. But you've been dropping O'Connorisms all morning. Tell us just a little bit more about Matthew O'Connor, who he is as a player, as we cut to that board.
Yeah, so Matthew O'Connor, obviously son of Kieran, who is the tournament director, has former world youth champion, also kind of creating a book, how to play Scrabble like Matthew O'Connor, known for very I don't know, defensive is almost kind of too much of a simplification, but very much into making sure the board is constructed the way he wants. We'll sometimes do some kind of off the outside the box sort of things. Meanwhile, we do have opening racks here, and I do expect to see QI from Keller here momentarily.
Oh man, yeah. QI. Ooh, no. Okay. Jason, I think paying a small homage to a very famous Scrabble story by putting QI with the Q on the star, baiting a slow troll moment, and then sliding it over to the more standard position. QI for 22. You'd rather hold something better than EGLLZ, but Jason's got to make this play early on in this one. ATIORTV, the first rec we see for Matthew O'Connor. And as Jason said, he used to be categorized more as a defensive player. I want to rethink that label. I think maybe an analytical player would be a better way to describe Matthew O'Connor. He's willing to be flexible, especially when the board gets closed down. He's one of the players most willing to deviate from quote unquote the standard play and make what feels like the right play on this board. This seems to be another variation on that theme. I think a lot of players would play Void here, but Void takes 2 front hooks, an O and an A. Vid takes just the A, so Matthew's setting up a spot that he feels he's more likely to hit in Vid over Void. 23 points for him. He's got a 1-point lead. What do you think about that, Jason?
Yeah, I really like stuff like that. Don't open hooks that you don't have. Void, takes the A which you have, so I would have been totally fine with that. I probably would have gone with that just because I like the ART leave better than the AORT leave. But yeah, just and by doing this, there is literally nowhere that Keller can play this Z. So this will be a turn where he does not score much, and we'll have to think for a little bit.
Yeah, that's such an interesting turn for Matthew last turn. I'm going to hold an O, which is generally not a great tile, and score 1 less, and yet Vid simming several points ahead of Void. So this is exactly what I mean. He's willing to step away from the quote-unquote standard. A lot of players would have played Void. I think I would have played Void, but he's found a slightly better option in the defensive merit, and he's given Jason an insanely hard turn here. I think Jason's top place scores 11. He could score as high as 18 with ETH and IDE, but that's awful. You hold GLLZ. I guess maybe this is even an exchange turn now for Jason. This board is just so brutal after Matthew's play. I don't know what I would do, but I do know I'd be sitting just like Jason right now, both hands on the side of my head. Gosh, I don't really see a good way out of this sticky situation early on. What would you be looking to do here, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking to maybe play something across off of id. So like Gelt seems to Gelt or Hell or something like that. But you'd like to have something where the E is the third letter, at least set up the Z at least. But you can't even do that. I mean, this is just this is a rack that on some boards you can really score with, and here you're just in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, brutal turn here for Jason. He's looking at HELL with HID, but this takes 3 back hooks, AOS. And this is kind of exactly the opposite of what we just saw with Matthew. Matthew opting to leave points on the board to keep things tight, and now Jason making a very open play here in Hell. I might have preferred Gelt. I might have even exchanged on that turn if I'm Jason, but all of these options make sense, though Hell gives a whole lot back a lot of the time. And ACHFORT on the rack for Matthew. He now gets to choose between cashing in the Avid hook or the Hella hook on this turn. He's got almost an embarrassment of riches of options after this board was so tight just one turn ago.
Yeah, I was wondering if you maybe do neither and just play actor off of the L. Um, but then that kind of burns all of your hook tiles. So yeah, he could do something like play Shaft, making Avid and saving the O for later. Are how worried are you about I talked about setting up the Z and kind of it's very improbable, but with ZT you could draw something like Azote down there for 70 some. Are you more concerned about the hooks to hell than you are the hooks to vid that you're prioritizing going there, or is this one where you're okay with playing a Shaft or Fratch making Avid?
Well, Jason probably didn't have an A last turn. He would play Hull and Avid over Hell and Hid. That's way more points. So the back hook to Hell gives me a little bit more concern here if he's got an O. So I think I'd be doing something like what Matthew's doing. Factor and Hello makes a bunch of sense. Simulation, interestingly, also likes OF and Hello on that turn. Now we see from Jason's rack, had Matthew opted to play OF just 17, but the synergistic chart leave, he would have been smashed by butts from that F. So a big swing in this game. I love the decision for Matthew, though. I knock out the Hell hook far before I pounce on the Avid hook. Maybe, though, maybe you play Croft and keep the A. No, I think that's silly. Factors too many points. I like this for Matthew. FGMTUYZ now. Another weird rack for Jason. But the Y and the F that Matthew just exposed is going to give Jason either Jim, as he's got set up, or Tig, TYG, in the top of this board. Jim, 38 points, holds butts, or at least Lutz next turn. Feels very solid. What say you, Jason? Jim is the play here?
Yeah, I think it's way better than any other option. Like you said, we got Lutz for 33 next turn if nothing else. Seems to also get the U hook to AM, which probably won't be used, but could be. But yeah, it's your highest scoring play. It leaves fairly well. Um, you know, Pretty standard.
Yeah, very standard, very solid. Good move from Jason. He's up 75 to 55, but Matthew has found the first blank in this game. BEEHNO blank. Matthew has exactly one playable bingo on this turn. Feels like there might be other options. This feels like a bit of a time trap turn for Matthew, but just one bingo here, only 66 points on it for Matthew.
Yeah, one of those common words that maybe not easy to see. Um, be thrown being a higher possibility. That was the first thing I looked for. So yeah, and then also only scores 66. So, um, it's not that crazy to play BENE, making QIN and VIDE instead. I think the bingo is still the right play. But again, you have to find it and then deduce that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I think Matthew's going to see the bingo pretty quickly, but yeah, continue to iterate, continue to find something better. Now, Matthew can play so fast and so solid while he plays fast that I don't think he's worried about taking his time on this turn. But some other players, I'd be spooked for him right now. Poor Jason having a morning on stream, having to play Matt and Matt back to back, and it seems like he's going to fall behind early in both of these games. But he's got some cool stuff to play with next turn. We'll pivot back to it. Matthew is missing his bingo.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that this is a miss. Like I said, this is not that far behind playing Beholden. The fact that he didn't set it up makes me think that he might have missed it. But I am actually I'm not hating this play.
Yeah, you know what? The longer I look at this, the more I'm like, I don't even know that that was a miss. That could have actually been a tactical pass. Beholden 66. This were just 28. but this does a lot of terrible things to the board. It makes it very hard for Jason to score. A simulation does recommend playing the bingo there for Matthew by about 3 points, but I'm not 100% sure in the booth that that was a miss. That could have been a strategic decision there for Matthew as well. I'll see if I can gather some more intel. I am on site this year for the commentary, so I have the ability to go grab these players and ask them questions after the game, time permitting. I'll ask them about that one for sure. That's on my list. Speaking of asking players, I did bump into Jason Keller after his previous game, and he talked through a few of the turns, and I interjected right at the end, and I'm like, "Did you know ankleted is not a word?" And he just kind of froze and was like, "Oh." So I made 3 mistakes that game. He had no idea, and clearly Tunnicliffe did not either. But that was an interesting turn and an interesting sequence. And now we've got the full info. Jason just thought it was a word. All right, Jason playing Jiffy in a Jiffy. That play looked solid for him last turn. 17 points above anything else that he could have done, according to the engine, and he wasted no time to do it. Matthew EHNOTW blank passed his bingo last turn, did not draw any playable bingos on this turn. And I wonder what we're going to see from Matthew O'Connor on this turn. There does seem to be one play that stands out head and shoulders above the other options, but it is weird and hard to spot. I wonder how long he looks for bingos on this turn, and then if he notices this top option. Big, big turn for Matthew O'Connor.
Yeah, this is looking like one where we might see like with Tunnicliffe playing BO last turn and it doesn't feel right. We might see an HO or an OW here, even though that's not going to feel right. And technically it's not because he does have Howby through the B in Bene making WID and EL. Like you said, a very weird spot. You don't think to put the W not a lot of words other than noob, have that WB combination. It would be really cool if he saw and played Howby, even though the fact that there is the space between that and the T for Howbeit, not a lot of words will start IL. So if he does play Howby, that cute little spot will probably still go unused. But yeah, not really anything standout other than Howby. Other than like I said, you can uh, take that spot off of Jiffy, play Ho or you'd almost certainly want to play Ho over He. You could also play Ow off of Vide making video. So he will go with Watt, WHOT, which will set up Keller Z very nicely, as it turns out.
Oh, well, yeah, Keller, I feel like was excited and eager to play Gauze, but if WHO comes down, he'd play Gauze and EW. But then once the T hit, he's like, ZE, boom, 68 points, easy peasy. And that's got to be a slightly tilt-inducing play there for Matthew. Jason crushing that X, pulls ahead by nearly a bingo score, 172 to 108. But another great rack for Matthew, AENPSV blank. He has two playable bingos on this turn. Each scores 78. And I don't think it's worth passing either of these. Matthew threatening a bingo here.
No, I mean, I guess you could just play Pav and continue super defensive, but now you're behind. So yeah, it looks like we'll see Pavanes or Pavones off of that AM.
Yes, the two playable bingos, Pavanes, Pavones. I could see like maybe some word confusion here, but Matthew's very solid. He ought to know these words. Just I think a matter of how long he spins, and he's not going to spin very long. Here it comes. We'll have to get blank cam up to see if that's an A or an O. And erasing blanks from last game. Oh, Pavones, what he's opted to play here.
Yeah, not sure if I'm seeing a huge difference between the A or the O in that spot, given what's unseen, and most of the letters will play after both of them or after neither of them. So it goes with the O, and the one problem with ZE is that it left pretty yucky, and drawing the third A did not help matters.
Indeed, it did not. But Jason actually has one play that's pretty strong here. It's just made available by Matthew's previous play. Jason's going to have to show off his knowledge of the sixes, but a nocturnal flying squirrel, Taguan, Taguan, plays with ST in the bottom right side of this board for Jason. And there he is, setting it up. I could not have scripted that any better, so thanks for playing along, Jason. That is your move, and here it comes.
Yeah, very nice job of getting max points out of a 3A rack and blowing it up and hopefully finding something better soon.
Yeah, he had set up a Guna on his rack, which would have played above Watt, but when you see a good play, find an even better one. Jason optimizing every single point he can out of that. He'll take the lead again with that play, 201 to 186. Jason Keller leads by 15. Matthew may or may not retake the lead on this play, depending on how he wants to approach. He's got Burritos, sans the B. No playable bingos for him on this rack. And again, just a classic Scrabble decision. Am I going to play off two or three of these tiles to shed one of the R's, the U, and maybe an O? Or am I going to score significantly more? Matthew opting points here. Roust is 29. OUR and video just 14. I don't know which of those I like better, but Matthew quickly just grabbing the points, taking the lead back. That makes sense to me. What do you think, Jason?
Well, this is a spot where I would not have resisted the siren song of Hour. You're setting up your S, you're leaving super well. There's still eight E's to draw. IRST, such a great leave with all those E's out. I would have played Hour, but I certainly understand Roust.
Yeah, I'm traditionally a pretty anti-fish guy, but Our looks pretty strong with all the E's left in the bag. Our does take a second Collins only backhook of an N, OURN.
Hmm.
Maybe that a small bit of the decision making, but I don't know. I don't know. Matthew playing his signature brand of Scrabble though, keeping it that tight and defensive. That's what we'd expect from him. Jason back on turn, trails by 14, AACDIOT. He's got 28 points available to him on this turn, but it is a weird, kind of tricky to spot play. You'd have to play to the A in Taguan and have to know the six letters COAITA, which is a spider monkey. So we go from a nocturnal squirrel to a spider monkey. We'll see how many animals Jason knows.
I was gonna say, yeah, we're getting the tour of the zoo this game, and you are just on point today in saying potential plays, and you and Keller are synced pretty strongly today here because he's got it set up, and I would expect it to go down. It is the highest scoring play. Um, does close down the board. You don't know if exactly you want to be playing O'Connor's game, but I think 28 is probably too much to pass up. He could also play it all by itself on top of Watt for 24, so you can see he has it set up. I think we'll see this move. I think we'll see it off of the A in Tag one, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see the other one.
Points, 28 points, highest scoring option for Jason. He's found it, he's played it. I give him a thumbs up for this one. Yeah, don't necessarily want to meet Matthew O'Connor on a closed board because he's so darn good on him, but you can't also leave points on the table just to avoid opening the board against him. I like this from Jason. Make your best play. Let the board shape it how you want to. Matthew making his best play very quickly. BY holding the extremely strong EIMRS combo, scoring 39 on a board where it's pretty tough to get points on. Matthew's wasting no time there. And Jason on a big draw finds some bad tiles. AADIRRU. Oh man, that is a big swing in this game as Jason just has nothing good to do on this turn at all. My goodness.
Yeah, that is a really bad draw, especially given the situation. I think I saw in the little scroll below with the definitions. I think pavones is a term for a peacock. So we've got all kinds of animals on this board.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Pavone Peacock. Wow, fantastic. Pavone, Tiguan, Kawaita. We're just getting all the animals.
But yeah, but meanwhile for Keller, this is very rough indeed. His highest scoring play, which he has set up, is Dura off of Watt, but that only scores 20, leaving AI in what we see is already turning into a very vowel heavy pool. Same number of vowels and consonants when normally that ratio is 3 to 4.
Okay, so Dura, yeah, highest scoring play. There are ways to keep better tiles. Aurist, Aurist, plays to the ST on the board, but that's just 8. ADR is a nicer leave, but 8, I don't know. I like what Jason's done here. Grab some extra points now. AI as a leave, drawing into a pool that has 19 vowels and 19 consonants doesn't feel great, but scoring 8 last turn also doesn't score great. Looks like Jason's on hold here. This play would put Jason down by 5. If it's challenged, we'd have a tie game. And Dura is one of those tough ones. There are like a bunch of different spellings of this. And it's hard to remember which ones like have an OU versus a U versus an H versus one R versus two. We'll see if these tiles are placed. No, they're going to stay on the ground. So this play continues to stay on hold as Matthew looks at different options. EIILMRS makes 3 valid 7s, but none of those 7s play. There are no playable 8s here for Matthew as well. He cannot bingo, and that's part of the decision making. Looks like Matthew is opting to challenge Dura.
A little surprised. Thought that would be a pretty common one, but yeah, we're about to have a tie game momentarily. I chickened out on DURAL recently and probably lost a game because of it. So yeah, one of those tricky ones where I was like, oh, does which of these spellings is good? So yeah, as my friend used to say, now that it's a tie game, it's just like we're starting over, except now the board is lousy.
And Jason's got a sideways blank alert. Jason, turn that blank over. No, no. And some great tiles to go with it. Wow, he has strain blank on his rack. After a terrible draw. Yeah, there you go. Fix it. Fix it. Good job. After a terrible draw last turn, Jason's drawn incredibly. And he'll bingo next turn no matter what. So huge turn now for Matthew. I wonder if he's going to fish. Like just dropping ZT, playing an I on the board makes some sense. He has set up Milray, one of the bingos on this rack. Uh,
Oh yeah, I was gonna say
this
I
is
didn't think
not a
he was gonna
word.
finish.
No, Milray is a sticky S. This is not a word.
Yeah, I didn't think he was gonna fish, but I didn't think he was gonna play a phony either.
Yeah, goodness.
So color thinking about it, I'm pretty sure he will. His word knowledge is very very good, and yeah.
Back to back challenges. I did not see that coming. One valid, the next coming off. Matthew is not even getting up. He's just going to let Jason trek over to the computer himself. And this one comes off. A nice challenge from Jason.
There's no way that was deliberate, right?
No, no.
The
And if it,
deliberate, I'm gonna play a phony, and my opponent's next turn is gonna give me a spot for one of my sevens, sort of deal.
yeah, I don't think that's what that was. If you're
Okay.
gonna play a deliberate phony, it's got to score more than Milray. I think that was just Matthew trying to keep scoring pressure on. That is another thing for me to ask about after this game. Did you pass Beholden on purpose? Were you certain Milray was not good and you were just trying to get a spot? Jason now with a big decision. He's got to try to figure out what Matthew's seventh tile could have been. But Milray makes a lot of sense if Matthew holds an E as well. At least that's how I'm seeing this. I wouldn't have Matthew pegged on a blank or on an S or a blank as his last tile too often. I think his rack is probably A or EEIILMR. Jason can bingo at the bottom of the board with Tarnish and CH, but CH takes so many front hooks, you're seating bingo lines back on top. Oh, what is Jason going to do to bingo?
Yeah, it's he could play Zarina or Retsina, which he has set up underneath, and that's what he's going to do.
All right, Retsina coming down. This is 73 points out of our tie game situation. Jason taking a lead now. And I
That
don't think. Go ahead.
No, I just noticed that it's not a big deal now, but the blank slip shows that the first blank was an A, so he must have changed his mind.
Oh. Ah, Matthew, come on. You can't do that. You can't circle the O on blank cam. And then as soon as we take blank cam off, you change it to an A. All right, well, whatever. In this game, it doesn't seem to matter at all. Ab and ob are both valid in this lexicon, so whatever. But yeah, nice catch, Jason. Ah, we're just getting trolled. Jason putting QI in the wrong spot. Matthew baiting us with his blank. Like, all right.
Keller Keller's
Jeez.
draws are extreme over here. He's either drawing great or awful. I mean, the X is, I mean, doesn't make this an awful draw, but he went from one of the worst draws I've seen to basically one of the best draws he could have had, and then he bingos and draws six vowels. So, meanwhile, back on O'Connor, who I believe still does not have a playable bingo.
Indeed, he does not, and now he can't really play long out of this rack. The longest he could do is probably just Lime on the top of this board above Dura, which is an absolutely wild play to make. You just cede so many opportunities to your opponent on those triple words on the top. I think Matthew might be forced to fish on this turn. A play like ZT likely to come down, I think, for him here. But Matthew's probably going to try to fish in a way that opens some other opportunity for him next turn. Maybe this is going to be Vim down from the M and Vide. I don't know. This
Yeah,
is
I
rough.
like
And
Yeah, I like Vim a lot. This is not the board to fish ZD on because it's just so easy. With those V's and C's out in space to, for Keller to just play across and keep the scoring pressure. Can we get a score update, by the way,
oh yes.
after the bingo there? So yeah, I think you have to. I mean, you have to fish because there's really no other option other than, like you said, playing line, which really sucks to blow that rack up for 21. Highest scoring play is playing SIC for making zits for 23, but you are definitely not burning the S at this stage, especially since it's the case S. So, it's one of those, like you said, we're kind of opposite ends where I am very fish happy and you are very anti-fish, but I think even you in this case concede that it's really the only option here.
Yeah, there's just nothing else to do. I want to pivot back to Jason's play of Koita. We said you don't really want to meet Matthew O'Connor on a closed board, but you don't know what the next couple turns are going to bring. All of a sudden, Jason's up by 70, and that Koita turn is looking huge for him now. This board is so barren of opportunity because of that. If Matthew had bingoed instead of Jason, Jason would be kicking himself about that play. But because Jason got the bingo down and Matthew didn't, Jason's win percentage is huge after that play. Just interesting. You never know what Scrabble holds, and you never know in a close game if closing is going to end up working to your advantage or not. But this one is looking very good for Jason now. And even though he drew 6 vowels out of this very vowel heavy pool, video and OXO is fantastic for him. All right, here comes Matthew. He's playing Rim. He is going to open up those lines on the top for emu, front hooks. This makes sense, but so many vowels unseen. Like Jason will have stuff to do up there most of the time. But most of the time ain't all the time, and Jason really doesn't have much to obstruct.
Yeah, boy, how did he pick the right time for that? Do you just play AE there to kill it and then save your OXO video play for next turn? Maybe you side lap the X after the bingo. If it's going to be a cheapie, from the R or something like that.
I think you actually do. I think you play AE, Aid, and Emu right now, holding Oxo for next turn. It still seems pretty hard to lose after that sequence. And look at this unseen pool. Yuck. Like infinite E's and I's, D's, G's, K's, L's, W's. Like maybe there's a bingo in there for Matthew, but it's unlikely. And I think as long as I avoid like the most nightmarish things from happening, I block now, I score 40 next turn. I'm just gonna win most of the time.
If the pool's that yucky, do you just take your points and try to outrun, say I don't think you have a bingo in this mess of a pool, and I'm just going to take my 39 with Oxo, hope to draw a consonant on a three tile pick next turn. I
I'd
mean,
be
it kind of
just
cuts both ways.
I'd be just concerned enough about a play like DEKE on top. That's not a bingo, but it's still going to score like 40, neutralize Oxo. And if I draw three more vowels after Oxo, that could be bad. So I think you take it slow. You're in no rush on this board. Nothing bad is going to happen pretty much anywhere. Play AE first, take away the one big spot. I like this from Jason, the patient game.
I do too, but I just, your comment about how you wanted to play AE because the pool was bad, was kind of just arguing the converse there. But I do like
Yeah,
AE, keep the board messy. I do love holding on to an X, especially when you feel like your opponent is going to bingo and there are not that many spots to bingo.
yeah. It's very hard to lose after this play of AE, but Matthew is going to do his very best to make Jason Keller lose. He's going to try to open up. I think this is going to be VEE. No, beat.
Yeah, interesting that he's not opening here.
Yeah.
Feel like V is worth the 6 point sacrifice for sure.
Like, what's he going to do? Is he trying to draw like an ING bingo? He needs to pick up the N? Does he, does he think that bingoing down from the RET and Ret Senna is going to be enough?
I
I'm
mean, I
not
guess
sure
you
what
could
the
have
plan is.
if you have an 8 from the tee, it does hit the double, but so maybe you just want to stay within hailing distance. But oh, that was
Oxo
the
on
Axo spot I didn't see. Very nice.
Okay, yeah, down on bottom. This makes sense as well. The other Oxo does obstruct the ING bingos, but seeds possible double double. So this one makes sense too. It scores better as well. Jason up nearly 100 points now. Let me get these scores set: 379 to 285 after the last couple of plays. Matthew, five more vowels. There were just so many vowels in the pool. We knew these players were going to end up drawing them, and Matthew's got a bunch now. But this one slipped away from Matthew very quickly. A number of key turns across there, passing on Beholden, perhaps deliberately, and then playing WHOT, setting up the Z. And then, I mean, the big turn was the Milray, the six-letter phony without the S on the end, and just all of a sudden his chances have evaporated. A couple mistakes, and he's getting punished very hard for them.
Yeah, also doesn't help that he's drawn five vowels in a row here.
Indeed.
Which again, with the pool is vowel heavy, but it's not that vowel heavy. You would have expected, one of those tiles to be a consonant, and that might be all you need. But yeah, like I said, I had a game recently where I was kind of in O'Connor's position where I was ahead, and then all of a sudden it just kind of dried up, in a few turns. Just had racks that didn't bingo and didn't score enough with them, and my opponent just kind of kept scoring, and it's like I went from up a bingo to down a bingo in what felt like the blink of an eye, and that's kind of how this game unfolded.
I don't know what Matthew's going to do now, but
I mean,
yeah,
OU
just
off of video seems pretty nice, but he seems very reticent to open the board or fish for some reason. So I'm not sure what we're gonna see. I guess the problem with OU is that there's multiple. You got a couple D's out. Um, you could play just dump the U and the E between the R and the S of Duran Retsina, making Rimu, but he will go the OU route.
all right. OU indeed is the play for Matthew, and he's got like one last stand to draw bingo here. We'll see what he draws. AEEIKLN the wreck for Jason Keller, who leads by 81. 14 unseen tiles means Jason's free to play as many tiles as he wants to here. He can't empty the bag unless he plays a phony bingo. Man, what is he going to do? Oh, okay. I like the play of Keeling, Keeling, to the G in tag one. That obstructs the OU double double lines. It leaves just one tile in the bag. It scores well enough that even a Matthew O'Connor bingo is going to get outrun. Yeah, that does everything.
Yeah, leaves one in the bag. I mean, slices, dices, makes julienne fries. I mean, that is a great spot there.
Uh, the one thing you can't do is play Van like down from the V in video. As long as you don't do that, you're good.
Kind of tempted to sim it just to watch it drop like a stone.
Right. Is there actually a double double that could be hit through Van like? That's the next question. But
You mean triple triple?
excuse me, triple triple. Yes, yes.
I'm sure we could find one where there's weed potential.
Oh yeah, chat, get in there. Find the triple triple available through Van like, if there's anything at all.
Looks like he has Keeling set up. This would be a great, great find and a very good play that will just about cement this one.
Yeah, boom, and here it comes. Jason, I've been the Jason whisperer this morning. I
You
even
have been. I
whispered.
mean, are we gonna have to keep him on stream these next couple games just because you two have that connection going on, or
I guess so. Hey, somebody check this guy for an earpiece. Hang on now. The ankleted in specific was like, that's not real. I did not just say a phony and then manifest it in Jason's play 20 seconds later, except I did. All right. But Keeling is a rock solid play, exactly what Jason needs to do. Gets a big, emphatic thumbs up from this guy, and he's found a bingo. Doesn't play on the board, but if Matthew tries to open one last try, then that would be huge. Matthew instead, though, just kind of roll over in this one. He did make his opening, but it got blocked. Too little, too late. He's just going to play sped, keep his spread up, and Jason has his final rack of the game, ADGENOW.
yeah, that's one where I would have tried to figure out a one tile fish for a bingo that wouldn't have even won the game. So probably best spread wise that you just take the points with spread and or with sped and move on to the next game.
I think Matthew very quickly realized, no, there's no chance. Even the one tile miracle fish, it ain't happening. So let me just grab as many points as I can right here. And that makes a bunch of sense. He'll get even more vowels. That's kind of been the whole theme of the second half of this game. EIIL, his final rack. So Jason just looking to make an out and two. Again, like last game, this time he's got enough time to find the sequence and rooting for him to do it.
Yeah, okay, so your homework is was Beholden a deliberate pass and was Milray a deliberate phony.
Yes.
That's your boots on the ground. It's so cool that you're there, by the way. I think that really added a lot um to your commentary in Albany over July 4th weekend. And it's so cool that you're there this week. I was talking with Sokol yesterday about how I really do need to visit Lake George one of these years, and the way he was talking it up made it seem really awesome. So I'm really glad that you're getting to check that off your Scrabble bucket list.
Yeah, this has been Manifestation 101. I sat at my house in San Antonio last year commentating this thing, and I heard Josh and Mac talking about the hikes they got to take and the nature. I saw the photos that Josh Greenway was putting up, and I'm like, no, there's no way I'm going to miss Lake George again next year. And then conveniently, I ended up moving to Boston. And now it's like, I can drive there in 4 hours. Absolutely, I'm going to Lake George. So I signed up to play, but your boy loves to commentate, and I'm a washed up has been. I want to give a big thanks to Josh Greenway for kind of pivoting. It was July 4th where my computer broke like 2 days before the tournament, and he was able to adjust on the fly and figure out a way to get me on the ground here and doing commentary. And I had so much fun doing that I think this is kind of going to be my new standard. If I can make it out to the tournament and do commentary on site, I'm going to try to do that instead. And it's way more fun to actually get to talk to the people and hang out instead of just float in a mic overhead, criticize them, and then like go sleep in my own bed. So I love Scrabble people. I love being around them. thanks to Josh for figuring it out and getting me here. I appreciate you, Josh Greenway. Speaking of
that is
appreciating Josh Greenway, this is his channel along with Kieran O'Connor, the Let's Play Scrabble team. If you haven't already, please like this video. We're going to have live coverage here, I believe 7 or 8 games today, and this is just the second one we're playing. So I'd love to see these viewership numbers move up. I'd love some likes to kind of bump us up YouTube's algorithm, build some momentum on this video, hoping we can be about 200 strong by the afternoon session today. But thanks to each and every one of you for joining us so far, especially those who have already clicked the like button. I appreciate those hanging out in chat as well. It's way more fun when we've got kind of an audience to banter with. So thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for watching Scrabble and all you do to support the channel. Let's Play Scrabble made it a mission about 2 years ago to start streaming every single tournament they put on, rain, sun, or shine, technical difficulties or no. And they've really, really elevated Scrabble to the next level. I had a player come up to me last night. He's playing his first tournament ever tonight. He found Scrabble through streams, enjoyed watching them so much. He started playing online a little bit. And now he is here playing his first ever tournament in Lake George. And he started yesterday's action 3-0. So I know there are more of you out there in the woodwork. If you're enjoying watching Scrabble, but you haven't made it out to a tournament yet, fix that. Come see us. Come say hello. The player I met yesterday was starstruck. He's like, oh my goodness, all the people I've seen on the internet, they're here. Josh Sokol is here. Robin Pollock Daniel is here. Jackson Smiley is here. Matt Canick is here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, come out. Come hang with us. It's a good time. I'm going to go hike down the lake later today. You know, the more the merrier. Get out here. Come play some Scrabble. You don't have to be Matthew O'Connor or Jason Keller good to have fun at a Scrabble tournament. There are divisions. There are fun people to hang out with. There's after hours action. But if you're out there thinking about taking the plunge, maybe next year you'll be the one who starts 3-0 at your first ever Scrabble tournament. If nothing else, it's hard not to have fun at these things.
I just love hearing stories like that. I really do. So Wed, I'm not sure that was a guaranteed out duel, though it must have been. Took a while over it, trying to appreciate the grinding to maximize spread. As somebody pointed out, Keller's spread is actually better than O'Connor's, even though he's 2 games behind. So, you know, when your spread is strong, you want to make sure that that you keep it that way. So grinding,
Yeah.
finding a good out and 2 there, and I think we can cut to overhead Mike.
327 after Red Cena.
340.
Yep.
379. 403.
403. 29.
Yeah.
It's 432.
Oh, it's only 13.
It's 13.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did count it.
Yeah.
Subconsciously. Subconsciously.
Yeah.
I guess mill raise is sticky.
Mill raise is sticky.
I did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yeah. I looked at it and I was like, line year. It doesn't. Yeah. And well, especially. Yeah. I mean, that was the swing.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I had a spot for
What?
I don't think I had a spot for either be shown or have been on when I played it at. Yeah, I had HOE blank. I don't think I had a bingo.
Ooh. Yeah, that was before.
Yeah.
That was before Jiffy, so you
Yeah.
didn't have heaven on there.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, it sucks, but
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really be
yeah.
mad at myself
Yeah.
after the phony. I kind of deserved it.
Yeah, well, especially I mean, because I was like that. Also, I left AI into the rest,
Yeah,
and then I was like, I was gonna play Tarnish for a second, and I'm like,
yeah, just,
that's hard. And then, yeah, this was. I mean, this is actually I had 6 vowels, and I had the Oxo here, and I was
Yeah,
like,
you
okay,
wait.
just
wait.
wait, yeah. And then I was gonna say, don't pick anyone. Oh, just being like, okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, 447 and 345.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, 447 to 345 is the final we've got from that one. 2 games done from day 2 in Lake George. Plenty more action coming your way soon. Our next matchup on board 1 here is going to be Dan Blake and Lori Cohen. And if you don't know those players, you will soon. But Dan has one of the sickest shirts I've ever seen. So we must feature that shirt. Your boy's a fan of bright colors. Get ready for some bright colors. All right, Jason, we got a couple minutes of intermission in between games. What do you know about Lori Cohen?
I don't know that much about her, even though she has been around for a while. I don't know much about either of these players. Obviously has been an expert for a while. Do you know Lori better than I do?
I've played her a few times. I've seen her have some good results. I know she's placed very highly at nationals several times over the past decade and a half. I think she played some NWL, but has mostly played CSW recently. Always a strong player. Dan is going to be almost a complete unknown to me. I've seen the name out there a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen him play. So I'm excited for this one. I know Lori played a series with me, Jackson Smiley, and Josh Sokol. We were passing through Phoenix, met up with her at a brewery, and she clobbered all of us. So that's the last time I've played her, and I still remember that even 6 years later. Certainly a strong player, and it will be fun to watch. But that is a game coming your way next. We're going to figure out if we're going to do a little break or if we can get these players corralled quickly. Of course, our goal here is to bring you as much Scrabble as we can and as soon as we can. But Lori and Dan Blake coming your way next. I'm going to check up on standings a little bit. We saw Matthew O'Connor was just dealt his first loss. Matthew Tunnicliffe, though, his result has come in. He won his last game, defeating Tim Weiss. Tim started this tournament 3-0 yesterday, but has dropped both this morning. Matthew Tunnicliffe, you're only undefeated in the CSW division at 5-0. Josh Sokol and Matthew O'Connor each at 4-1. And Dan Blake, it looks like he is still playing his previous game, but he was at 3-1. If he's able to defeat Tajamul Shah, he will be at 4-1 as well. If he loses this one, he'll be at 3-2. But Dan and Lori, the game we're bringing you next.
I mean, I'm rooting for Sokol only because he said he might jump into Lake George if he wins, just like the winner of the LPGA Nabisco always jumps into the lake by the 18th green. But he mentioned it and then realized the logistical challenges such as drying off, being in his ride would A have to stick around and then B have a soaking wet person in his car for however long. So he kind of backed off of that, but I'm rooting for Sokol just for the potential of it. I mean that would be great content for the Let's Play Scrabble channel for sure.
Content is always what we try to deliver. If Josh wins, we got to get that live streamed, please. And I'm rooming with Josh. Our room is right on the lake, so I can think of ways we can handle those logistics. Jump in the lake and then run up to the room and dry off real quick. I was looking for an excuse to take a polar plunge. It's been about a year and a half since I've had one. All right, TBD. We'll see if we can get some action footage. Because Dan is still playing his game, we are going to do a brief intermission as soon as we get the players wrangled. We'll be back with more Scrabble action. But Matt and Jason are going to sign off for right now. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Please, please click that like button. Do your homework. Come on, squad. All right, we'll see you soon. right. Well, Dan Blake did indeed win his last game. Dan Blake is at 4-1 in this tournament, and he'll have another tough draw in Laurie Cohen coming up at this next game. Matt Canick and Jason Nadolski bringing you the commentary action from Lake George, New York. This is a big tournament with huge prizes. $2,500 is the first prize, and that's USD for all the Canadians out here as well. That money generously ponied up by the Word Game Players Organization, or WIGPO. So thank you to WIGPO for their sponsorship of the event, and of course for their generous prize fund donation. Jason, let's cut over to the board. Dan Blake and Laurie Cohen, you said you didn't know either of these players super well, but you're going to be a fan of Dan Blake once you see his shirt. Rating of 1671 currently, career win percentage right around 50%, averages nearly 400 points a game. And if you check it out, he has won tournaments in upstate New York before. He's from upstate New York himself, so looking for a hometown win here. Laurie Cohen, no slouch herself. 1851 rating, wins nearly 60% of her games. And check out that tournament win back in March. 19-4. Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Also didn't know that I associate Lori with the Phoenix area. It looks like she has moved to upstate New York, or to New York State, which is quite the Scrabble hotbed. So good for her.
I think she has roots in New York, moved down to the Arizona area, and has just recently moved back up northeast. All right, career head-to-head, Laurie 2, Dan 0. But if you look at the records, Dan running hot this tournament. Laurie has not had the start she was looking for. Laurie 509 and 542 in her 2 games against Dan. Will she score 500 again? Or will Daniel reverse the streak and keep his hot streak alive? Let's cut to the board. Let's play Scrabble. Dan Blake, Laurie Cohen, coming your way. And Laurie is, in fact, the president of WIGPO. So, Word Game Players Organization donating money to this event could not happen without the aforementioned Laurie Cohen. Thanks for all you do for Scrabble, Laurie. Let's see if you can get a W here.
Yeah, selfishly, I kind of want Dan to win a very close game so he can be 5-1 with a negative spread, coming in 4-1 minus 15. 4-1 negative spread is seldom seen. 5-1 with a negative spread, even more seldom seen. But obviously, we're not putting our fingers um on the scale. Although the way Matt has spoken plays into being today, he probably could.
Indeed. I was the Jason Whisperer. I almost jinxed this one. I wanted to. WS blank, the first 3 tiles out of the bag. Looks great, but nothing good to go with it. Dan forced to exchange here. He'll exchange down to SNT, and even one vowel puts Dan in strong bingo range next turn. DIILNTU for Lori. I'm sure she was hoping that Dan would make a play there, as there are different available floaters that would have given her a bingo. G, O, and Y all would have been great for her, but she got no floaters to work with at all. And now she's got a tough turn. DIILNTU, no 7s. Do you want to play short with something like DUI, or do you want to go much longer here with unlid or indult? And how does your opponent's previous play influence your thinking here, Jason?
Yeah, I hate playing long on the opening play, and I really hate playing long after my opponent has just exchanged 3. I just feel like you play indult and then you're giving or until, and you're giving your opponent a bingo that had no home. Oh, I didn't have anything, but then you gave me this letter, and now I have an 8, and then it's turn 2 and you're already tilted. So but Lori, strong player. Strong players, with better word knowledge tend to like throwing things open like that. So she'll play until, and not Dan did find his vowel, but other than intense, hooking to make us and scoring next to nothing. Not seeing much here.
He's got double doubles. He just needs to find one. And we'll see what it is. 10 Tintings, Tinting's. I would have a hard time pulling the trigger on this. It's maddening to remember which of those ing words do or don't take the back S. This one is valid, and Dan had other double doubles available here. Tiniest, Tinniest, Instinct, and Tinnitus all available, but this one's now going to be the highest scoring as he's going to pick up 5 more points. 83 to 12 after this one comes up green.
Yeah, a lot of those ing words take the S in Collins, although we learned earlier this morning that tying is not one of them, so it's not foolproof. So certainly probably worth the nickel here.
Indeed. Now the other question coming into play, does Tintings take the front S? Stinting is good, but is Stintings? And the answer is yes, but only in Collins. So we'll see if
Hmm.
that comes into play later on in this game. 3 more S's to go, including the one on Laurie's rack. Let me get the score updated. Laurie 12, Dan 83 after the bingo. Laurie on turn, DFIIJRS on her rack. Not much to do for Laurie. And I do know in general, when Laurie is given the option between scoring points and keeping better leaves, she's more of a leave oriented player. She's got great command of the bingos and knows how to groom her rack to do it. So I think we might see Laurie play Fuji through the U and until. It's only 14, but DIRS is a very solid leave. Fuji sets up a back S hook, and if Laurie can be confident in the stintings play, DIRS is extremely strong on this board. So Fuji for 14 looks to be a decent option for her here, and one of the only ways to get rid of the J on this turn as well. What are you thinking here, Jason?
Yeah, I'm kind of liking, just playing diff off of Tintings there. Kills the S hook. Scores 23. Yeah, your problem is that this isn't a board where, sometimes you might want to hold on to the J, but this isn't the type of board where you can see the J being useful that early. So yeah, Fuji does great things for your S. You've got the two S hooks there. Does kind of close down, maybe eights through the S or with the G, but um, yeah, it's really close between the two. Certainly seems that way in simulation. So it certainly seems like you have the preference for Fuji, and I can certainly respect that.
I mean, I'm generally not a fish-oriented player. I don't like plays like Fuji, but it feels strong enough. Otherwise, like DIF is just so underwhelming here. Like, not a lot of good options. So Fuji, I can see it working out enough at the time, especially with all 12 E's still unseen. She's gonna play Jin. Okay, same idea. CDLOOTW now on Dan's rack. He's got to be smiling, knowing that Laurie has scored just 12 and 14 on her first 2 turns, while he was able to get his own bingo down. CDLOOTW now gives him an interesting turn, actually. I don't know enough about Dan or his style to know what kind of plays he's going to tend to make when given turns like this that give him options, but I think we're going to see him play to the right side of Tintings, making TO and something. The 5-letter Clute available, CLOOT, but it does string a C out in space after Lori has just played only 3 tiles for a small score. You probably got her pegged on bingo-oriented tiles. Would you be willing to play Clute here, Jason, or would you go a little smaller?
Yeah, Clute is really gutsy. Wood and Woot, leaving no vowels is also interesting, but Watts or TWO in that spot also doesn't score much. So like you said, I've only seen Daniel play once. It was one of those games where your opponent bingos, you have a bad rack, then your opponent bingos again, and the game was almost over in 1.5 turns. So I really don't know enough about him to know if he's a more aggressive player and would be willing to take the risk with Clute, even though he's playing a better player, or if he wants to play really short with a three like Watt, or if he's okay with burning both of his vowels here. So he's kind of,
I
yeah, kind of a variation on the theme with Claude.
Yeah, so he's going to keep one vowel back. He's not going to give too much back. This makes sense. Claude for Dan the play. 104 to 26 now the score. Lori would love to see an E out in space, but did not get it. No player has drawn an E yet this game, which is going to give us, I think, some interesting wrecks later on. Lori can threaten 36 points right now, but it gives a ton back. FICO's, FICOS, is 36. Her top score by a good margin on this turn. But man, on a board without much other opportunity to seed that triple word back and to cash in your best tile, that makes me hold my breath a little bit. Would you score 36 here, Jason, or would you be looking to go elsewhere?
Ugh. Yeah, I hate parting with the S and opening up the triple like that. But not again, not great options here. Foci or FICO off of the D and Gin would probably be option two. Um, you could do something fishy again. Maybe play Koi for maybe play FICO, maybe setting up the S. Is that a little bit too gutsy with two S's unseen? She will play Foci.
Yeah, this makes sense. A solid score, a good leave. Doesn't give nearly as much back. So Lori leaving some points on the board, but playing a little bit of defense there makes sense. AEEORTW now for Dan. He's up over 50 points already, looking to add to it. I think this is going to be a very boring turn, honestly. OWE on the right side of Claude, making LO and TOW holds AERT, does everything you want it to do, scores about as well as you're going to be able to get this turn, keeps great. Any reason you wouldn't play OWE here, Jason?
No, not really. I was just looking if EW off of Lori's previous play has any merit, but I don't think it does. I'm not a huge fan of drawing into orate even with that semi-open C and that open S at the bottom. I think rate is a lot better leave. I also like you are kind of creating a bingo line there, but I always like creating those bingo lines. Oh, he is going to go the EW route, which is not awful. But I always kind of like creating those bingo lines in the kind of second rows or columns where okay, if you take that line, I'm going to have side lap potential with the triple, but he will play EW and hope for consonants.
Running a little analysis on this one, Dan's play actually winning a simulation over OWE, so I should maybe just like fire myself and go take a walk by the lake instead. Both EU and OWE bingo exactly the same percentage of the time next turn, right around 49%. But Dan scoring better, at least up front. But this is going to give Lori a spot to play Syringa, and she spotted it quickly. She's put it down. This is 80 points for her, and will actually bring her within just 8 points of Dan. So we have a game on our hands, especially as Dan has not found a bingo. Into orate, he's found an I and another R. No playable bingos here for Dan. He's up just 8 all of the sudden. And this one's starting to get spicy.
Yeah, it got to be frustrating to see rotaries not just blocked, but blocked with Lori's bingo there. So, yeah, the old no roastier. Oh, it looks like that was held and just released. Anterior one spot away from fitting, but that blank G gets in the way. So yeah, tough spot here. Do you just play roar to the R and Syringa, keep things open, and leave your best leave? I'm not seeing much else. If you want to score, the only way to really do that is to play Oterid to the ID up top there.
And you would have to know the word Oterid to do that, which is not like 100% a thing. You'd also have to spot it. I don't know. This is a very, very tricky turn for Dan. This game got so wild so fast. Like the emotional swing of, I'm going to play rotaries, bingo again, and go up by like 160 to, oh, you bingoed. Now I don't think I can. Oh my goodness. So Dan's actually going to challenge Syringa. And I mean, if a bingo blocks your bingo and you don't know the word in 5 point challenge, you should always do this.
Yeah, I guess I assume that it wasn't being helped because Lori had drawn, but I guess the courtesy draw period had passed. So another five for Syringa will pull Lori within three.
Lori now, yeah, within three, 132 to 135. Oh boy, God, this turn just makes me sick now for Dan. And this is kind of the problem of holding orate because all of those tiles score 1 point when you do miss the bingo. And it was a coin flip to draw one. It's going to be painful a lot when you do. You're going to end up scoring 12 or 14. But when you do draw the bingo, you don't even think about this again. And Dan did draw the bingo, it just got blocked. So brutal sequence of events. But he's still locked in. He's still got a lead. He's still got a hot pink shirt on. Don't count Dan out yet, not by a long shot.
Yeah, you were hyping up this shirt pretty good, and I was gonna get on you if it underwhelmed, but it most certainly does not. So
Yeah, this shirt meets expectations. It looks even better in person, just like pink and purple and like dog. I don't know where you got it, but I want one.
well, that's the beauty of being there. You can find out where Dan does his clothes shopping, and if it's nearby, maybe you can swing by on the way back to Boston.
Absolutely. Always picking up fashion tips at a Scrabble tournament. That's the real reason I go.
It might be the first time I've heard that sentence uttered.
Oh no, Dan has set up Roastier on his rack. So now perhaps, Jason, you are the one manifesting
Uh-oh,
words into existence. Roastier not valid, but it is an enticing play.
I was bragging that I was using my powers for good instead of evil too. So this is like double whammy if he does this.
Oh my goodness. I can't explain how much power the headset actually gives an analyst, but like it's uncanny how what kind of hexes you can cast up here in the booth. Jason, you've been doing this now. This is like I think that your fourth or fifth tournament. You've been growing into the role. Are you kind of experiencing the same thing with commentator hexes, commentator powers? You've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, most prominently here. Can I just establish that you are far away from the playing room and that nobody can hear you, right?
Well, I was supposed to be in my own hotel room. Unfortunately, there was some heavy construction going on just outside. So Josh Greenway put me up in his hotel room to do commentary because he's a G like that. But that means I am right next door to the playing room. Now, I don't know how Dan heard you and Roastier that because you are nowhere near the playing room.
No, I'm loud, but my voice doesn't carry from Michigan all the way to Lake George.
Yeah, that would be an impressive level of loud.
So it looks like
God.
maybe thinking of OAR off of Syringa there, making GOAA. That doesn't really do much for the board, though. I hate opening up S hooks when you don't have an S.
Yeah,
I'm not
every
seeing it.
single option sucks.
Yes.
That's about the only analysis I can provide. Every single thing you do sucks. I might play Roar to the R in Syringa if I'm gonna play those three tiles. Like OAR is 14, Roar is 12. I'd leave 2 points on the board just to create some extra lines because I'm trying to bingo next turn 100%. So let me maximize those odds.
Yeah,
But
that was my thought, and it didn't show up um in the list of candidate plays, and I thought there might be something wrong, but it's just that all the candidate plays are just like you're scoring 12 or 14 and you're having comparable leaves, and that one just happens to statically be down the list. But yeah, so you're basically scoring 12 or 14, and do you want to leave AERT or IERT or there's really no great play here. And so, this is one where if you don't have a bingo that I'm trying to get better about, not taking 4 minutes like Dan is and potentially leaving myself in a bad way time wise to make a decision that at this point is basically stylistic.
yeah, I mean, this is just a hard decision to make. Like, I could see a lot of players playing COR from the sea and Claude. Obviously, that gives back a ton potentially to your opponent, but also creates a whole nother very lucrative bingo line. And if Lori's got another play she needs to make in another quadrant, you could bingo for 80 or 90 next turn. AEIRT is very, very strong, especially with floating N's and S's, but yeah, largely stylistic. As you said, the engine's got so many plays all within just a couple points of each other. So just kind of do whatever you feel like doing and hope Scrabble doesn't punch you in the face. It's probably the MO here for Dan.
Yeah, and I mean, and we saw, in that first game of the day, that very first play that Jason Keller made, playing Meg instead of Peg. Playing Meg allowed Matthew Tunnicliffe to play pedaled for 18 more points than he would have gotten for playing end plate. So, I certainly understand wanting to do this right, and I'm sure when he looks at this later, if he does analyze his game, I really do like this play. I think he'll be happy with it.
All right, Roar, indeed, the play from Dan. I whispered it into his ear or into the headset, which somehow transmitted into his ear. I don't know how this stuff works. I just talk. AAADEIT now for Lori on her post bingo draw. Not what she was looking for. I wonder how many of these vowels she plays off, how many of these tiles she plays off. But knowing Lori and her style, I kind of think we're going to see just AIA or AA played on this turn.
Yeah, AIA, off of Syringa, kind of blocking some of those floaters, restricting, the ones in tintings, seems like a good idea here.
Yeah, she's got Aya lined up. I think this will be alongside Syringa. 3 overlaps, 16. Feels
Yeah,
solid.
that's what I'm seeing. Yep.
AIDA plays in the same spot for 5 extra points. The leave of AET over ADET. How do you feel about that? Would you slot the D in for 5 extra points?
Um, I would not, but I hate drawn into those two consonant or two vowel one consonant leaves like ATE.
I think that was one of the foundational lessons I got in Scrabble. I'd been playing for maybe 2 or 3 years, and I used to think things like AET were good leaves because they had the letters in retina. And as I started analyzing games more and more, I learned no, like keeping 2 vowels and 1 consonant sucks. Vowels are so bad. So wise decision here from Lori, I think. Play the vowels, keep the consonants. ADEGIRT on Dan's rack gives him 1 7-letter word that does not fit. That'd be triaged. He does have 1 playable bingo on this move. So Dan being put to the test here.
Yeah, ergatoid, not an easy one to find through that O. But yeah, that was, I do feel like that's kind of one of the steps in kind of going from intermediate to expert. You see a lot of intermediate players who think that stuff like Redia and Raise RAISE are good leaves. It's like no, because when a lot of the time when you draw a vowel and a consonant, which is your most probable two tile pick, you're still in kind of a bad way, and a lot of times you have racks with no bingos and 7 singles that you're not going to score well with. So yeah, and again, not knowing much about Dan, I don't know if he studies by probability. I don't know if ergatoid will be the kind of thing that he sees right away. I seem to recall that being a CSW only one. So I think he's been playing CSW exclusively for a while now. But is that a factor as well?
Yeah, it is indeed a CSW only word. I think, like, not one I've ever seen before, but I think Dan's a CSW guy. So there's a chance he's seen this before, but this is a big turn. You're 4-1 at this tournament. If you want to get up to 5-1, you've got to find this bingo. Both players actually have the same pretty fun play available. Oh, here it comes,
There
Ergatoid.
we go.
Nice job, Dan. Both players have an 8-letter word available, extending until to untilted. Dan has it. Lori has it. Dan, of course, should bypass it to play this bingo, and Lori should bypass it to cash huge points on this next turn. But fun opportunity there. Ergotoid, the play for Dan, puts him up 213 to 148, but this lead will not last long as Lori threatens so many big plays with that Z tile. The big question is, which one is she going to play? Standard Equity says play WAZ, W-A-Z, and Z-E for 56 in the top of this board, but that sets up Z-E with one double word square behind it. You're going to give huge points back to your opponent. So, Jason, would you play up top something like Waz or Doze, or would you be looking to avoid giving that spot back and playing Azoted down on the bottom of this board, making AD?
I mean, nice time to draw the Z though. I would. Azoted's 54. Boy,
I
that
got
is tough.
colors.
I feel like I would just like insta play WAZ now, whether that's right or not. Certainly up for debate, but I would probably, I'd probably just whiff on Azotid entirely and play WAZ. But Lori is a lot better than me and is taking the time to consider her options.
Now check this out. If Lori plays Doze or Waz or any of the Z plays at the top of this board, Dan is going to hit back with Vox and Zex for like 9,000 points. So this is a huge turn in the game. I think I also would have whiffed on Azoted. Like, I don't even think I would have looked down there. But if I had seen it, I would have opted to play that here. Instead, Lori opting to play Doze and a world of pain coming her way now.
Yeah, especially with as
64.
much time as Dan took before. The fact that he's got 5 fewer minutes, I'm actually a little surprised that we haven't seen it hit the board already.
This is how Scrabble like explodes my brain. Like when I'm sitting in Lori's chair and my opponent spends more than like 8 seconds and then plays Vox and Zex for
For
64. Like,
64, you're like,
what were
what
you
took you so
doing?
long? Yeah, exactly. Then you
Like,
then you try to be like, okay, what combo did he have that he was actually looking for a bingo there?
right, yeah. Like, or were you looking for a bingo or were you just like vibing? Like, I don't understand how other people's brains work, but like, it just shocks me when someone sits there for over a minute and then plays Vox and Zex.
Well, I guess there's still 9 E's unplayed and somehow none on either of the players' racks. Maybe you're like, oh, did he want to play Vex? Does he have double E's? So
Okay, I guess so. Yeah. There it goes. All right. There's a little banter going over the board. I see Lori talking, Dan talking a little bit. I wonder what you could say about that, except what were you thinking about for a minute? But I digress. I'll stop. Dan, 277. Lori, 207 after the exchange of Z and X plays. Lori back on turn. Ooh, this one's going to be tough.
this is tough. And for our third straight game, it's one of those. It looks like our best play is a simple two-tile AW off of the NA, which just feels horrible.
I was actually going to talk to our production team and say, hey, let's try to get some fun polls going, but looks like they read my mind and got a poll going. How does your brain work? Are you just vibing or are you instant playing Vox? Please get in there. Let's try to do more of these polls across the day as well. I love it. All right. Lori has played
She
Law.
went with Law instead, which is again depends on how you feel about the L. If you want to keep that and leave Ultra versus ARTU for
You
the
draw
1 point.
E. Where are the E's? Okay, finally, an E comes out of the bag. Somebody's going to draw 5 E's on a rack later on. I'm manifesting this into the universe right now. 5 E's on a rack. Let's see it here at Let's Play Scrabble. And you know what? Let's throw a Q on there too. 5 E's and a Q. I don't care which player draws it. I want to see it happen. All right, back on Dan. AIKNOSU. He can play from the V at the top of this board and hit that triple word. VINOUS is 30, but I don't know that it's right to play off the S in this situation. I think I'd want to hold back. It's going to be a pretty powerful tile, I think, in this game, especially to help him defend a lead. GOUK from that blank G, if he's able to spot it, looks great. But with two other S's, maybe that's too aggressive for him. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I don't mind parting with the S here just because this is not, a great S board. Now, obviously, it could, become one later. and with only one left, it does. It's not great to part with it here. I do wonder if you maybe get a little, I don't want to say fancy, but if you just play Pa on top of Kid, you have Vinus next turn, as a backup plan, if even if everything goes wrong. Um, Again, pool, actually not close to being vowel heavy. I guess looking at nine straight E's like that, you're like, oh, this is a vowel heavy pool, but it's actually pretty somewhat close, slightly vowel heavy. Um, but yeah, what are you doing here? It sounds like you want to pass on Vinus, but do you like CAUK off of the C? That seems way too gutsy. Or do you like GOUK off of the blank G, or do you like something else that I'm not considering?
I the longer I look, the more I'm like, I might actually play Vinus. I'm just gonna draw like EEE, but then I can play a key. Junk is a play I was just about to talk about, and Dan getting it down before I could. AINOS with like 10 E's to draw. If you think about AEINOS, I just can't see many bingos I'd actually hit with the seventh tile there, especially if that seventh tile is likely to be an E. So I'm a little bit scared to make this play. It can work out, but it can also backfire pretty hard. We'll see. Dan's got a big draw here, and Lori on a big turn as well. AENRTTU. She threatens a bingo. And Dan missed all of the E's, but he might get one in space if Lori does spot her bingo here. Another big, big turn in this game. Will Lori spot the bingo? Will she play the bingo? We'll find out.
I was gonna say, speaking of turns you're scared to make,
Yeah.
if you play truncate, you're kind of scared to make that. But in this case, nothing, no really good option B except for playing from that B, which is well worse.
Oh, man. All right. Truncate has to be the play. Like, if you see the bingo, it's 74. You can't
He's
score
got
very
Vaunter
well
set up
otherwise.
then.
Vaunter would be 33. Way less scary, but you've got to bingo here if you see it. She's good on time. So she's going to continue. She's found Ventura as well. This is another strong play from the V. This is sometimes a trap in Scrabble. You see two good plays, and then your brain immediately jumps to thinking, well, which one should I play, Ventura or Vonter? Which one's better? And you miss the standout play. I'm afraid for Lori, she might fall into the same trap here. Will she spot truncate? Will she take the extra second, look at the extra quadrant of the board?
You had actually forgotten about that open C as a bingo line too. So maybe just not considering that she has a bingo here, having nothing through that S down below.
All right, the E in space, should Lori play truncate, is not going to seed a bingo to Dan, but the T in space would. So if Lori plays truncate, Daniel threatens a bingo back. Daniel does have a valid 7 in this rack as well, but I don't see a spot that it plays on this board. Interesting, interesting turn. Will Lori bingo? Will Dan bingo back? We'll find out in just a few minutes.
I guess after truncate he has Tampions from the second tee, but Lori will play Ventura.
All right, and by playing Ventura, by bypassing her own bingo, she will not get bingoed on back. Dan has nothing that plays on this turn now. So an interesting turn. Lori at 268 to Dan's 298. I wonder what Dan's going to do here. If he knows the 5-letter MOCAP, MOCAP, that scores well, sets up his S, but also sets up the unseen S. It does open the board up, though, and when you're ahead, it's very natural to try to keep things tight. So will Daniel just like fish off an O and a P or an O and an M somewhere for a low score? Will he open this board up? This is another very interesting turn, and I'm not sure what's right. We'll see what Dan's gut says.
Yeah, I mean, I think mocap is right if you know it and you see it. The question is, what is right if you don't? And that is a hard one.
Fortunately, it's not a question Daniel needs to address. He has found it. He has played it. And nice stuff, Dan. He's showing why he's 4-1 at this one. AELMNRS does give Lori a 7-letter bingo, but that one doesn't fit on the board. She can play the 6-letter variant of it, though. But first, it seems she's holding mocap.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot to blow up a rack like that though, because you look at this pool with the two Bs, the seven Es, U, V, Y, the Q. It's if you want a bingo again, she did okay last time drawing into the end, and drawing realms, but you ain't gonna be going back to that well again with this pool.
Indeed, yeah, that's a well you don't really want to drink from. There aren't many good tiles left, and most of the good ones are on your rack. But the question then becomes, well,
Dan
I've
just
got.
picked most of most
Oh,
of the
are
rest.
you serious? How? How did you do that? That should be illegal.
I know, right?
What? Like, you couldn't have picked a better rack if you like opened the
If you
bag and
looked in, yeah,
literally
if you looked in the bag, yeah.
maybe you had an H instead of the O, like shrine blank instead of senior blank, but like my goodness. All right, when you're running hot in Scrabble, you're running hot in Scrabble. Daniel's running hot right now. We'll see if Lori plays Almer for 36 ALMNER, but it's going to be hard for her to win after that, especially after Dan's pull.
In this instance, I'm not totally opposed though. Mocap was a really nice find, and so I'm somewhat okay with the bag rewarding Daniel for that one.
Yeah, I mean, Dan's done the things he has to do, ergatoid into mocap, and he thought really, really hard about playing Vox before he played Vox 2, so he's been putting in the brain power, and he's been rewarded for it. Here comes Almer. I think it's just too many points. I
Yeah,
think you have to do this.
yeah, but I mean, the odds of her hating her draw after this are, I think, about 95%.
We'll see. And as she gets, yeah. What could she even draw? I don't know. Maybe PH together. Or maybe we'll get the 5 E's I was trying to manifest. EEEEEQ. Dan is holding Almer now, but he has, it looks like, just accepted the play as well. So back to back holds, back to back accepts on some strange looking words. And Dan's back on turn. Lori has broken 300 points. She's at 304. Dan at 332. But with Dan's bingo lined up, Lori needs just the ultimate princess draw. And if you look at that bag, there ain't no princess draw in there unless you draw like squeegee. Maybe you draw squeegee.
And somehow still, how are these people ducking these E's so much?
Bro, what on earth? Where are the E's?
They, well, unfortunately, well, no, there's still a Q and 5 E's in the bag, so your Q and 5 E rack is still possible.
Daniel's gonna bingo and then draw squeegee.
This might be Daniel Bingos and then just kind of hangs on for dear life as he pulls terribly out of the bag as and Lori kind of scores her way back into this game because with the BHPY, those are going to score pretty well. So and really no super defensive bingo options here. So is he just going to go with
Seniors.
He's going to go with seniors, which I don't like putting that O there with all that with the H's and the Y's and the B's still out.
Most of the other
Uh,
options in that spot put the I there instead, and with the Q unseen, that's the one thing you don't
yeah,
do.
good point. In fact, Stonier, Sorting, Sonsier, Sunliers, Sonaries is a nice one. That puts the R there,
Oh
but
yeah.
also does not. It also has the alternating. Lori's
Uh,
gonna check no caps.
yeah, she held mocap, and now with the S on the end and a bingo coming down, she's like, all right, now let's get those steps in. So seniors is going to stay on the board, and instead of 83, it's going to score 88, puts Dan at 420 to Lori's 304.
That's one where it makes sense if you're like, all right, I'm going to be wrong exactly once on this.
Yeah. And let's see how many of these E's Dan is going to reach in there and get now. I'm going to put Lori's real rack in. We'll get that unseen pool updated. Let's take a look at what Dan gets to draw into. Oh
Okay,
my
so we've thrown
goodness.
into that. Okay.
Beef and a bunch of hot garbage. I think that's a chili, right? Beef and a bunch of hot garbage.
I love it. I love it. Um, yeah, I'm going to say four. I'm going to say four E's. I feel a lot of E's coming all at once here.
Oh man, I don't know. There's some fun non-E
Yeah,
draws you can
mathematically
have.
it should be three, but I'm feeling four for some reason.
All right, come on, Dan, get them. Show me that these E's actually exist. I could also see like F, G, H, O, Q, V all coming out at once. Nope. Nope.
Nope, nope,
Nope.
nope. Oh, I'm
Nope.
wrong.
Oh my goodness. Okay, there's one.
And
Two.
there's two.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
it wasn't
Well,
bad. Leaving
yeah.
the Q and the V for Lori. The problem with for Lori is she can stick Dan with the Q and it still won't do her much.
Yeah. Yeah, she'd need a Q stick and a bingo, and with this horrific unseen pool, like that is rather unlikely. I don't know what Lori does here, but I think she's effectively done in this one after the bingo from Jake. Excuse me, bingo from Dan Blake. Aren't
You do.
garbage
Do you
plates some
just
kind
you
of
just
New York
say
state delicacy? Yes, a garbage plate is indeed a New York delicacy. It's like a hot dog wiener cut up on a plate with just a whole bunch of like insanely greasy, salty, delicious stuff on it, I think, like French fries and it's not gravy, that's poutine, but yeah, a garbage plate's a thing. Chat, help us out. Give us all the scoop on what garbage plates are. I think they're from Buffalo. I think like the special dish of Buffalo, New York, maybe. We need to learn more.
Yeah, I've never heard of this, so I look forward to being educated. Meanwhile, did you just play BY off of the IO and seniors? Maybe block the Q spot if Dan's just drawn it, score well. Um, Give yourself some sort of option. EHPSU. Maybe you can draw something from the R or something like that. I mean, I'm not seeing anything else better than that right now.
That actually seems like a really solid option. If I draw the Q, I've got the U and the S to go with it. If you've got it, I just knocked out the easiest spot for you to play it. And outside of QI, like even I don't know, there's just very little to do. Oh, this is cool too. She's gonna play hip, set up hype. The odds that Dan has a E on his rack are only like 99%, so maybe this
Right.
works. But I mean, honestly, like with what's unseen, even if he has an E, like I don't think there's a 5-letter word he can play beneath that to score well. I think the worst he
Yeah,
could do
since
is like
since you have the case
beef.
S, I think you got to burn the E there, especially with so many unseen, don't you?
Maybe so. That's not a bad point, honestly. All right, but
Which
she
maybe
plays
gives
hip.
you, is there some sort of QUE? Maybe that's what she was going for. I guess all the T's are gone for Quest, but
Queso?
oh, there you
Call
go. That would, yeah, you could draw into queso there. So okay, now I see it.
Yeah, even then, I don't think she'd win the game, but like, gotta do something, create some opportunities, so Dan just can't do anything and win. Make him think a little bit. All right, trash or garbage plates are from Rochester, New York. Involves macaroni salad, and it looks like we rage quit our viewers at home. They were too repulsed, so now I have to get in there. Garbage plate. Is it an
Who would,
American
who
dish
would have thought that
consisting of
something named garbage plate would be so unappetizing? It doesn't make any sense.
It consists of either hot dog or hamburger meat, hot meat sauce, and condiments piled atop mac salad and or home fries with a side of buttered bread. Beans on there often as well. All right, literally just let me dump some crap on a plate, throw some mustard on top and make charge you $5 for it. Here you go.
I want to know who's in charge of marketing for that. They're like, you know what, we're going to call this the garbage plate. That'll incentivize people to get this.
Honestly, I kind of want to try one now.
I was gonna say, isn't that basically filled with all the food that you've given up since you're way healthier now and lost 100 some pounds?
Perhaps, but I also now like I've been running like 4 or 5 miles a day, and I try to swim a mile a day, so I need
I
caloric
knew you were doing
intake.
the swimming a mile a day. Now you're running 4 miles a day?
Yeah, I took up running like an insane person. I told myself my entire life I'm never going to be a runner. I don't understand those people. And now, like, I run 10Ks for fun on weekdays by myself. I don't know what's happened to me. Time is really weird in a flat circle, but I could probably use some of those carbs on a garbage plate as a carbo load.
That's true.
All right, Lori has the cue, and she has executed her plan. She can play Equus and Hypes and score like 60 points, but it does hold BV, and she's going to end up eating those. I think you still have to score 60, though.
Oh, almost certainly. I mean, I guess yeah, the problem with playing BEVUES in the same spot is there is only that one Q spot, which is easily blocked. So certainly seems like you're going down with something.
Yeah. Engine says just play Equus, eat the BV, whatever. It's just been such a sad
Yeah.
game for Lori. And I'm pretty sad too. Nobody got 5 E's at once. Like this is for a game with like 10 unseen E's with like 30 unseen tiles.
Yeah,
Nobody got
yeah,
absolutely
just
destroyed.
three on Dan's NRAC. That's it. That's the only time anybody had more than two, I think.
This is sad. I mean, I never want anybody to get destroyed in Scrabble. Like I never actively root against any one player, but sometimes it's fun just to see one or two nightmarish racks to remind us all that we're not the only ones who draw horrifically sometimes.
But yeah, I think we'll see Equus. Unfortunately, Dan will win by too much. His spread is going to be in the positive.
Boo. That's
But
okay. If
five
he
and one,
loses big,
we may see him back on stream later. I think. Well, I don't know what the lexicon distribution is in terms of what's being streamed. But yeah, 5 and one, he got off to a good start. I can't remember if it was over New Year's. I think it was over New Year's. Um, but he made some really nice plays this game. Urgatoid was not the easiest spot. Mocap was not the easiest spot. We kind of laughed at his perfect draw after Mocap, but still not sure why he took more than a few seconds to play Vox. But for seeing him, for the first time, I mean, very very solid player.
yeah, and he's been having some hotter results recently at the New Year's Albany event. Dan Blake started that event 11-1. So, he can certainly get hot and have his good runs. He's done it before. He's doing it again here in Lake George, defending what is effectively his home territory. We're about an hour north of Albany, which is where he hails from. But nice start from Dan, nice play from Dan, and it's that kind of stuff. The plays like mocap that really start to separate. Like this is a Division 1 player, as opposed to all right, this player can win in D1 sometimes. Dan's done the things he needed to do. Shook coming down for Lori. I miss Equus all the time. Like that word is hard to see, and it was added after I started playing. So Lori's whiffed it there, but it would not have changed the outcome in this one. Dan's going to be happy to see after Shook that he can now play HIE for 30 and keep just EE to go out next turn. Oh, but he's going to play Pay, I think, PEH.
Not sure why you would. Not sure why you would do that. HIE, like you said, is going to give you a guaranteed out next turn, whereas PEH, unless he's got some EEI spot that I'm not seeing.
Uh, we'll see. He's got a couple minutes to find a better end game, but I don't think he was expecting a play stronger than PEH to even appear. There he's got. He's
Yeah,
got
one
it.
of those where you sometimes forget that your opponent's play has made your play a little bit better.
Oh, back to pay. Okay, whatever. Do whatever you want to do. Have a day. You've earned your opportunity to play whatever you want. If you are just tuning in to Scrabble streams for like the first or second time, I want to give a little plug. This channel here, Let's Play Scrabble, is where most of the top level Scrabble action happens. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. All they do on this channel is put all kinds of high level play, and they have an insane number of big tournaments coming up. All are going to be streamed here on the channel. Lake George, of course, is here today and tomorrow as well. In 2 weeks, Madison, Wisconsin has a big event going on. I played in it last year. Unfortunately, cannot get the time off work to get back out there, but it is an awesome event, and it is all going to be streamed here on Let's Play Scrabble as well. The WESPA Championship, which is the World Scrabble Championship, it only happens every 2 years. That is happening next month on this channel, November 11th to 16th, anchored by yours truly, all 5 days of action. So if you like watching the very best Scrabble, the literal World Championship, that is coming up here on Let's Play Scrabble. There's going to be an American Blanksgiving. So if you're trying to duck Thanksgiving with your family or trying to put on something that will keep Uncle Frank from misbehaving, throw on some Scrabble on your TV. Nobody can misbehave during a Scrabble stream, not as much as news or whatever else is going on. So that's coming up on Thanksgiving. Then there's a Scrabble holiday party coming in December, as well as the big Albany New Year's tournament coming December 30th to January 3rd. So much more Scrabble coming just in 2025 here on the Let's Play Scrabble stream. Hit that subscribe button. And if you really love watching Scrabble on the internet, you can help Josh and Kieran build even more momentum going forwards by hitting the join button. We'll talk through the join button a little bit more on other days this stream, but it's basically a $5 a month subscription, and that steady revenue helps Josh and Kieran buy more equipment, hold more events, get more commentators on, be a Scrabble super friend, help the stream out. Let's cut to overhead mic as this one's finally done.
Which is 401 and 2.
And 2. All right. Good. Nice game.
403, 502.
Yep.
Syringa is nice. I see it somewhere, I'm sure. But
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was, I had an S with this. That didn't happen.
When you played this, you blocked Rotaries and Roriest.
When I played what?
Syringa. And I could not. I didn't think roastier. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Roasty?
Roastier.
Oh, roastier. No, I don't think. Yeah, I think
yeah.
roasty is like
And I couldn't. I thought there might be a third in there, but I couldn't think of it, and I just couldn't find it. And so I ended up playing Roar, and I thought
Roriest.
Roriest, yeah.
Yeah.
Roriest, Rotaries. Anterior didn't fit anymore. A bunch of them. But worked out. And this, I mean, that was a great play, but I was thinking of playing Vox here anyway. But I was like, yeah, it opens a triple, and then you play that one. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, I'm like, it's like you got to play it for whatever. I got like almost 60 points or something. But yeah, I was I was hoping for not the X, like an E or an L or something.
Yep.
Yeah. But, all right. Well, I tried.
All right, you hear it there. Lori saying, all right, well, I tried, and tried she did, but she did not draw either of the blanks, and Dan Blake played a solid game. Dan now 5-1. Lori 1-5 at this event. We are not going to take a break here from Lake George. We're going to try to power straight through, and our next matchup is absolutely sick. Jason, you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, I think I lost it but it's Sokol Tunnicliffe.
Sokol Tunnicliffe.
I hear they're both okay. I hear they're both okay players. They have potential. So both North American champions. Yeah, two of the top 3 seeds. Very much looking forward to this game. This will be a fun one.
Absolutely, yeah. Josh Sokol, Matthew Tunnicliffe, neither player needs any introduction, so you're not going to get one out of me, but that is going to be really, really awesome and potentially fun too. Every time those guys play a game on stream, it seems like some weird, wild, bonkers stuff happens. I think they had the game with two triple triples, and then Tunnicliffe just like opened a third one with a big lead because he's like, I don't know, no one's ever triple three times in a game, so I figured it's impossible to happen again this time. We'll see. It's going to be fun. We're just going to stay here and hang out. Matthew Tunnicliffe, as Jason said, has won a North American championship. He also won a massive tournament a few months ago, the Bob Lynn Superstars tournament, which was held in Albany, New York over the July 4th holiday weekend and the Canada Day holiday weekend. 10,000 US dollars that Matthew was able to take back up north of the border, which translates to a whole lot of Canadian dollars. And I do want to give a little bit of shout out to Bob Lynn since we're here. The Bob Lynn Superstars tournament, a tournament with massive prizes and a massive turnout because of his donation. Bob Lynn has also donated money to make this tournament here in Lake George part of what it is. And he's a supporter of the Scrabble streams as well. So thanks to Bob Lynn for all he has done to help grow and support competitive Scrabble. Last year, Matthew Tunnicliffe won $15,000. Excuse me, 15,000 US dollars, which is even more Canadian dollars. Not 10, 15. Insane purse. And I'm hearing from Josh, next year they are already planning to run back the Bob Lynn Superstars, but they're not just running it back. They're going to add even more money. Are you insane? First prize next year at this Albany, New York Bob Lynn Superstars, 20,000 US dollars. That is going to be, I think, the biggest prize purse of the year. Registration has already opened as well. So, what are you doing next summer? Are you going to Albany to play some Scrabble? I think you are. Check out letsplayscrabble.com and find more information about the Bob Lynn Superstars in Albany, New York, as well as a number of other fantastic tournaments that the team runs. Jason, have you played that Albany tournament before?
I've played the Albany New Year's many times, but I have not done the Albany July 4th.
You have not yet, but Jason's going to demonstrate some growth mindset, right? I've not
Always,
yet played the
always the
Albany.
salesman, always the salesman, Matt.
Indeed, that's my job. That's why they pay me the big bucks. If Matthew got 20,000 for winning the tournament, how much do you think they paid me? Just kidding. All right. We're having just a little bit of turnaround trying to get the players situated, so we are going to keep talking. Hang on, it seems like there is a pairing issue. It seems like maybe Josh
I
and
was gonna
Matthew
say
might not play each
we
other,
can
or
yeah, we can go over the upcoming streams. Although you mentioned I did not realize that you would be anchoring the Westpac stream. So given what we just talked about in terms of you being in Lake George this week and in Albany over July 4th and how that enhanced your commentary, should I take this to mean that that you will be going to Ghana in a few weeks?
I want to. I have seen like pictures of the venue, and I've heard talks about how awesome it's going to be. They've been doing so much work on the ground in Ghana, but unfortunately, getting 3 days off of work to anchor Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday was already a huge ask. Getting 5 days off of work to add 2 travel days on the front and back end, that ain't happening. So I will be broadcasting that one from home, unfortunately. Now, my Scrabble broadcasting career, I never thought it would take off to any kind of heights at all, but allegedly, possibly, I'll get to go to Southeast Asia and broadcast a huge tournament down there next year. But I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too much. There's still a couple pieces that need to come together. Let's just say Scrabble streaming is bigger and better than it's ever been. It used to be just some of the major events like the Nationals and the Worlds. And all of a sudden now there are so many tournaments out there. Will not be in Ghana, though so many awesome Scrabble players will be. I hope to be in Bangkok. We'll see.
I was gonna say
Stay
I was
tuned.
gonna shame you for your lack of jokingly shame you for your lack of commitment by learning you're not gonna be in Ghana, but it sounds like you have big plans for future streaming, which I love to hear.
Yeah, I get 4 weeks off a year. I'm taking 3 of my 20 days to broadcast Worlds and probably another 2 weeks to go to Bangkok for this event. So, what kind of person am I if I use more than half of my vacation time to work a side hustle where I talk into a headset about Scrabble? I don't know. I should be a normal person and go on real vacations, right? No.
For these real vacations you speak of, you mean people take vacation time where they don't use it going to Scrabble tournaments? I mean, talk about being an abnormal person. I take a week a year to be division leader at the Scrabble Players Championship, so I'm not even I'm using my vacation time just to work some more. So if you're not a normal person, I'm really not a normal person.
Or maybe we're the only normal people and everybody else out there taking vacation so they can like sit in a chair in the sand or read a book by the pool. Maybe they're the real psychos out there.
There you go.
Hot
That's it.
takes here on the
That's
Scrabble
it.
stream. One of us, one of us. All right. Yeah, yeah. All right. Questions in chat. Will you air the Ghana tournament? Absolutely. Yeah. Ghana, every single round is going to be broadcast on this channel. Josh Greenway, I believe, is going to Ghana. So he'll be doing all the equipment and setup. Again, Josh does all of the hard stuff, and I just talk. And I
Yep.
get the FaceTime and people recognize me and talk to me at tournaments, but like Josh Greenway does all of this and he deserves all of the credit. I just smile, talk, and make bad jokes to a captive audience.
And get recognized by players in their first tournament, something that has never and probably will never happen to me. So that speaks to the amazing job that you do. You talk good. I know that
Me talk.
we have to thank Josh Greenway for all of his behind the scenes stuff, and other Josh Koff, who is who has also been poking his head into the director's producer's role here. But you talk really good, and because you talk good, that's why you keep getting asked to do these high profile events, and I couldn't be happier for you.
Me talk good. Hot take. All right. We have players, so me have to talk just a little bit less. Let's cut over to the players you guys are actually here to see. Not this washed up has been, but the real Matthew Tunnicliffe, and the real Josh Sokol. Although as we get tiles shaken and drawn, I do want to give a big shout out to Josh Koff. I've never met him in person until today. He's actually the one running the show. So Josh Greenway has been coaching him up and he is now running the show. And we need more people who can figure out how to like click all the buttons and do all the things on the ground and run a stream. And having Josh coached up on that is going to be huge for competitive Scrabble. I'm going to get these scores reset as we are underway. Matthew to play first. BEEEMNR. Wow, he drew E's. How does that make you feel, Jason?
Yeah, how does he have 3 E's on his opening rank and we didn't get more than 3 last game, like you said, with like 8 E's unseen with 20 tiles left or whatever it was. I like it that he set up Beermen for the stream though. Beermen is not good, but Beermen are good.
Beermen are good indeed. What do you do here? You play Berm, Bream, Neemb, Neemb? I don't know.
It's certainly a weird one. Yeah, Bream.
Yeah, this is good. This works just fine.
Yeah, I think he play good. Yeah, he play good. You talk good, he play good.
Yeah. Man, my job is so easy when players play good because they just make good plays, and I'm like, yep, that was a good play. And yep, that was a good play. Josh is going to fiddle with the clock a little bit, and I think he's challenging. Not often
Not
you see an
having
opening turn for 29, but 29-0 is how we're going to start this one.
There you go. You do see something new in each game.
I think Josh might have just challenged because his turn is like weird and annoying. DBEENOQ. Like I kind of just want to exchange the Q. I can't. The most Josh can score on
Really?
this turn is 19, and the Q just sucks so hard right now. But I
Yeah, but
don't.
you
I
want to
think that's an
change.
overreaction.
Yeah, I was gonna say you want to. I mean, I'm just trying to think of what else you're drawing into other than even with the B and the M. I would exchange the Q and other things.
Well, yeah. You're not just exchanging one. You're going to
Okay, you just
exchange.
said I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
I took what you said as I just want to throw back the Q and draw into debone, and I was like, oh,
Oh yeah, no. That
okay,
would
okay.
be a terrible play. I would even tear myself apart in commentary if I did that. But I don't know. Like playing through this, do you play EBON for 17 on top of Bream and keep DEQ? Like, what is that going to do? Then I'm going to have to play QI and BI next turn, and I've scored like 34 points. Haven't groomed my rack towards anything. I don't know. What do you do, Josh?
Boy, I mean, yeah, it's not good when your valuation, which is the just the score minus the leave value, when your highest valuation is 10. That's pretty rough. Which is what it is if you were to play EBON and keep DEQ. But yeah, this is pretty gross. This is pretty gross.
Noah Slatkoff saying Josh challenged this exact word against me, so I guess Josh has challenged Bream more than once. That's hilarious. Um, Ben D.
Is that a word?
It is a word. It keeps
Okay.
OQ. Like, why not play debone then? Why keep an O when you can keep an E?
Maybe trying to maybe trying to draw an I to play QI there, or now he's going to put it here.
Maybe setting up like a word knowledge check. This is actually like defined as an alternate spelling of bendy, Bendy, but then it takes an S. I don't know. I love Josh, and I'm sure I'm going to talk to him about this later today because I'm his roommate. But like that play kind of sucks.
Yeah, and there's not. I mean, I guess there's not a lot good about anything you're doing, and I'm sure he has his reasons for this. But um, yeah, also setting up Tunnicliffe really nice. Does he just play Henry? Throw the Y out in the triple, which is not great, but is also going to score a boatload.
I think Henry's going to come down now for Matthew. Although, yeah, Matthew's setting up on his rack. If Josh had played D-Bone, as chat pointed out, he would have had Enhydros, Enhydros, a wild, sticky S, Collins only 8. So Josh, I guess, dodging a bullet. But on that previous turn for Josh, I think my gut was actually right. Winning the sim by several points was exchanging down to END. So Josh opting to play instead, but QO's just not going to go anywhere good like ever. And he's got a weird turn now. Matthew's going to play HYND instead, which is not a word.
Yeah, you don't see phony fours too often. Things have this
Josh
is
is
pretty early for
broken.
things to be going off the rails already.
Are they like pumping some carbon monoxide gas into that room or something? This is very strange. Josh is dying right now. He's just lost a turn challenging a 5, and now there's a 4 that he doesn't recognize that has no vowels in it. What is happening?
I got the same question myself. What is
He's
happening?
gonna challenge. Oh my god, what on
He might have
earth?
kept that on if he had double A's. He might have just played, Canat through it, and even though if he knew it was phony. So now we get a
Yeah.
nice close up of Josh's face here.
All right. So HYND for 0 is the play for Matthew Tunnicliffe. I don't understand what's going on. Bendy was very weird. Then Hind was like even weirder. All right. ANOQTYX for Josh now. And he's got a weird turn, but I feel like the right path forward is for him to hold the QAT combo together. You can't play it on this turn, but you can play your other 4 tiles. ONYX is 34. I think that's right for Josh. He can score more with Axon, making EA and EX alongside Bindi. But how do you feel about Axon? Is that like crazy aggressive, Jason?
Yeah, he hasn't shown the E or the S, so that might make you a little bit more inclined to try it, but it's uh, it still seems a little bit too gutsy for me, even knowing 4/7 of his rack and knowing that there are no E's or S's there. It still seems yeah, still seems like I like your idea of Onyx keeping a QAT in reserve.
Yeah, you're right that you do have some extra information, and Josh is going to really slow down and think, all right, after HYND, whatever that garbage was, like, what is it that you're keeping? Obviously, if you've got like 7 consonants, HYND makes a lot of sense, but I think an E or an S is in range often enough that yeah, you can't play Axon, and Josh is coming to the same conclusion. Onyx feels good.
Does he play Oni and set up the X?
Oh my god! Oh my god! No.
No. Well, that was quite the anticlimax.
All right, Matthew back on the same rack now, trailing 52-29 in what has been one of the weirdest starts to a top level Scrabble game I've seen in quite a while. And we said last turn we thought he was going to play Henry. This turn, I think he is going to play Henry, but backwards. YRNEH is a word, and it
It's
plays through
pronounced
the NE.
Yerne, or maybe
Yerne.
I'm probably the only one who does that.
I just say Henry backwards, and it is literally an inverse Henry. That's how this word is defined. So we're going to inverse the unit. Why don't we also just turn the word backwards? But Matthew's not going to play Yerne. He's going to play Deny. This is 2 extra points. This is also a strong play.
Yeah, I wouldn't have passed up the uh N sleeve ENDS, but yeah, denies 2 more points. It's pretty close, so nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, a blank for Sokol, surely he has something better than just Squatter. Quartets will not work. Yeah,
Now it will
what's he
work.
playing?
Quartets does work, and here it comes, making Sned.
There it is. Okay.
This is Josh's highest scoring bingo. Squatter is 67. This is 76. Nice job, Josh. Playing it quickly, too.
And Tunnicliffe will probably say yuck to that draw, and he'll probably play yuck from the Y and deny here.
Yeah, Yuck from the Y is 39, holds HRRS. He can score a little better, but he'll have to cash in the S to do it. Crush and Sneds is 42. But Matthew opting to hold the S back. That makes sense. The S so strong on this board. He's going to play Yuck. And now we wait until we see what Josh draws, until we see what Matthew draws. I can't offer analysis if I don't know what Josh has. So here we go. AFP. Oh. Okay, could be worse. AEFINPT.
As post bingo draw score, that's not a bad one.
No, you can score 25 and stay in bingo range for next turn. Nothing to sneeze at there. How is Josh going to approach this turn, though? My brain says I kind of want to play Infame, or I want to play something long like that. INFAME through the M in Bream, 28 points, PT as a leave. Other players might choose other lines. FEU down to the U in Yuck scores keeps the synergistic paint leave, scores 24. So Josh is going to have another classic Scrabble: play longer, play shorter, blow up the rack, or take some extra points right now. Do you have any options on this turn you like, Jason?
Um, how do you feel about nip or tip off of quartets there? It's your highest scoring play, and it doesn't leave awfully.
I hate Fs. I hate Fs. If you're going to play one, you're going to play tip and set up QIN. And let's
Yes,
see,
good point.
three N's already on the board. Tip actually feels pretty good. And then you play fan and chin next turn for like 40.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I can work with that. Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, the only two unseen ends. Yeah, you've sold me on this. I think if we were playing a collaboration game, I think we would have figured out we would have played tip already. But there's only one Josh, and there's lots to think about on this turn. So my first thought was just playing FEU and setting up the T.
Yeah. It is hard to
But
play off
tip
the
is
E
better.
when you're trying to bingo, but, FEU is a good play otherwise, and paint so good. Man, I just want to call attention to something. So, nip versus tip. Like, at first glance, until you think through the QIN setup, they feel like almost equivalent plays to one another, except for front hooks. But once you factor in that extra play, how much better do you think tip sims than nip on that turn?
Well, that's a good question, but we'll never know. Although it's still an option for next turn. He's
Oh
leaving all
yeah,
the letters. He still has the TIP in the end. So
yeah. The difference is nearly 5 points. And just like a small, subtle, like take the extra second, think through what I could build. It's a 5 point delta. Now, between tip and FEU, those were actually very equivalent. So Josh could kind of go either way there, but Nip was far superior or far inferior to those other options. All right, FEU, the decision from Josh, and he's pulled another A and another T as Matthew has AHRRSTU. He's now down by 100. I wonder if this is time for Matthew to try to open things up. Quart takes a whole bunch of back hooks, but it scores well, undoubles the R, keeps well. Would you play Quart here, Jason?
oh, I just like those quarts and quints that basically take every vowel after them. I always just kind of hate those kind of things. But at the same time, your leave is super good, um, and there's not really much better options that I'm seeing.
Oh, Josh has actually drawn a bingo. He's got patinate to the E in quartets. I didn't notice that spot, but wow, actually a good pull for Josh there. Yeah, if you don't play Quart, if you're a little scared about that, there are some other fun options here. Kirsch, QURSH, is 34. Doesn't do much in terms of opening the board, but I don't know that Matthew is down by enough, and we're still so early in the game that maybe you can just try to grab some more points for a while. Or BUHR is just 17 points, but that opens up the board in a way that's pretty lucrative and holds ARST. I think maybe a bit too much of a point sacrifice now, but a strong option for him there if he doesn't want to play Quart.
Yeah, that's a really nice one. Those are the kind of plays that I just eat up, and by the time I get the bingo down, I'm still behind because I've sacrificed way too many points to make cute little setup plays.
He's going back and forwards, but I think sliding towards Quart now. Quart has 4 back hooks: E, O, S, and Z. But
Oh, yeah, you forget
crucially,
about
Josh
the
has
Z.
none. Yeah, yeah. The Z.
Easy to
Sneaky.
forget about the Z back hook, yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that burr play, but do you ever play? Well, I guess do you ever play Kirsch and just part with the S? Probably not.
I think I do.
You do?
I think that's actually what I would play most of the
Spoken into
time. If
being again. I just started setting it up.
Yeah, right. I actually think Kirsch might be the strongest play here. Now knowing, because chat has taught me that Bream is like a random adjective and it doesn't take a back S. S's don't do much for you. There's the EFS spot, but Kirsch scores a lot. I think all things equal, Court would be a better play, but because Court has so many back hooks, this feels a little bit better. But now, when Matthew sees that Josh was going to bingo somewhere completely random anyway, he's going to be
Yeah.
wishing he had played Court. Ooh, not the best draw for Tunnicliffe either. Into that ART leave. He's found another R, an I, a W, and an L. Rough. I think he'll end up playing down to the S in Kirsch. He'll pick exactly what he wants to play, but some four-letter word down to the S, playing the W and one of his R's. It's likely what we're going to see next.
Yeah, Ritz or Warts or Wares. I don't know if he's got a trying to see what ALR is probably the best of those leaves, certainly statically, and especially with seven eyes. Anything you can do to avoid. Although maybe you play Wares because we have a vowel heavy pool again with 26-26.
Ooh, I would not make any play that doesn't play an I on this turn. Josh has played the
Right.
first I of the game, so Ware or Ritz, Wares or Ritz, I think either one of
Would you
those
play
is
Wares
fine.
or Ritz then?
Oh God.
I would probably play Wares just because of the vowel heaviness of the pool. But then I
Oh
would
my God,
draw four
seven
consonants
O's,
and hate myself for being too fancy.
seven O's unseen, and then like a million I's unseen. I think you're actually right. I think Wares makes a little bit more sense here. But then, yeah, if you keep LRT and draw all consos, big sad. If you draw another L into LRT, big sad. It just kind of feels like everything leads to big sad opportunities. Uh,
Yeah, a lot of big sad when you're down a bingo and you don't have much. So
but at least the entire left side of the board is open, and I get to open the top side of the board. Like, if I have good draws, there's stuff that I can do. It's just if I draw bad draws, and there's a lot of ways things can go bad. He's going to go with Ritz, so we'll see. That means he's not going to draw four consonants because you're only allowed to draw four consonants if you keep three consonants.
absolutely. Meanwhile, not
D.
much for Josh here, although I guess he could cash in the J and Z at once here if he wanted to.
Josh doesn't need to play Jizz. He's got Vizier, Vizir, through the I and Ritz now, and like that's the play. Yep. All right, Vizier comes down for Josh, pretty no-brainer, and Matthew, his gambit worked for him. He opted to keep Rit and ended up drawing a bingo because of it. He has two available bingos on this turn. Neither one scores great, but he's got to be happy to get anything down in a game that it felt like it was starting to slip away.
How does he? I just feel like Tunnicliffe just always manages to pick right there. Like we would have probably played Wares, and then we would have a T instead of the double A, and I don't think that bingo's on this board. But Tunnicliffe somehow always seems to pick the leave that allows him to bingo the next turn. So yeah, alarming or marginal. Does marginal take the S?
Let's learn. Marginal does take an S.
Okay, so I think marginal, especially being behind, might be the way to go here.
Yep. Yeah, if you know all that, I mean, you've got to know alarming doesn't
Yeah.
take the S, marginal does take the S, and then you want to set it all up. But, my word knowledge is terrible. These guys have pretty solid word knowledge, but how certain are you? How confident are you? That's the name of the game. Uh, Josh setting up his pick for the World Series, the Dodgers. And here comes Marginal, just as Jason spoke into existence. All right. Marginal comes down 221 to 262 now after the bingo. Josh still in commanding position, and with that J, he's going to be able to score points. He just needs to figure out how. I think he's going to use the A and patinate, but he can either play vertically or horizontally. Jaded through the A is 44. Jedi over to the I and marginal is 42. Do you like Jaded or Jedi here, Jason?
Oh, I like Jaded just because it's gonna like looking at the board after this. I guess you do have the spot off of EF, but you know you're taking the 80-point lead back, and there aren't that many spots to bingo on this board after Jaded.
Oh man,
I mean, Jedi, I guess, does the same thing,
I'd
but it
rather
does
play
keep
fewer
the marginal
tiles.
S hook. It keeps the marginal S hook, although you have an S, there's only one unseen.
I
What do
think
you think?
more than anything, like marginal S hook works to Josh's advantage here, so maybe leave it open. And then I just don't want to play as many tiles here. I see so many I's and so many O's, and I'd rather hold on to not I's and not O's as much as possible. I think Jedi's a better option for Josh here, and he feels the same.
That's a good point. When the bag is toxic, and sometimes you have a choice between a play that plays four versus a play that plays three, you know, go with the one that plays three and keep the better leave. So good call.
All right, good
Meanwhile,
call. And
all the time we've killed today, and we haven't talked about your Blue Jays yet. We're gonna have to do that perhaps.
I don't want to talk about my Blue Jays. I don't want to talk about my Blue Jays. Leave me alone. Last night
Okay.
broke my heart. I was
Uh,
driving out here. Joey Kravchik was giving me a live play-by-play of the stream and a live play-by-play of the baseball game, and we were up 2-1. And then the next five batters were Homer, walk, walk, walk,
oh, that
grand
was what. Yeah,
slam.
yeah.
And so
Are, are you
I'm just
familiar with
gonna.
this invention called radio, where like they'll have broadcasters like announce the game, and you can just listen to them? Or
Why would I listen to a
I mean, I realize it's
professional
kind of a new
broadcast
thing, but
when I can listen to Joey Kravchik give me a play-by-play instead?
okay. How are Joey's play-by-play chops here?
Well, you'll have to get him on the headset and find out for yourself now, won't you? Uh, Look at Josh, I guess chuckling a little bit. He's got iodizer set
Yeah,
up on
well,
his rack.
he's got iodizer set up, probably wondering about marginals like we were.
Oh yeah, man, Scrabble's way harder when you can't just look up the words. We haven't like discussed Matthew's turn at all, and we should probably do this. This is a
Oh, we
nutso rack
probably should, yeah.
CGV combination, but a blank and an S on there too. VAG is 31, holds ACOS, and like generally that looks pretty good. But ACOS blank with the I's and the O's, does that work? I think it does. I think ACOOS blank can still hit pretty often. ACIOS blank can still hit pretty often as well. I wonder. Okay, a Vag is going to come down. Now, Josh is going to be put to the test right now. Does he pull the trigger on Iodizer and Marginals, try to slam the door shut on this game? He's up by
Yes.
52. Can he afford it? And here it comes.
Yeah, I think he's ahead by enough that he can afford it. And then it's like you said, it's one of those spots where if it comes off, like at least you know. Now obviously there's bad things that, Cliff knows your whole rack and all that, but I think it's worth the shot, and I would be very surprised if Matthew doesn't challenge us, unless maybe he is better at studying hooks than we are. But yeah, didn't even blink at it.
All right, neither player blinks at it. Josh is drawn into Peloton. That doesn't fit yet, but we'll see what Matthew does. He's got bingos lined up on this turn. ACLOSU blank now. His highest scoring bingo is 78. Nothing else scores above 70, save one 9-letter bingo that scores 72. So there's your little fun. Chat, if you want to go digging for the 72.9, you can. If you haven't seen the 78 pointer yet, find that for Matthew Tunnicliffe.
I would have gone 0 for 2 on those quizzes, that's for sure. So I assume you just take the 78, kind of throw the S in the triple lane. An additional hint if you're still working on that quiz is and leave the EF spot open. The problem is, well, I guess you do have T. Um, yeah, can we have a score update just to see the both the score and then the remaining pool from Ton of Cliff's perspective there?
Yes, my bad.
Okay, there it is. Nope, there it is. So yeah, so I guess you do have the T. I mean, well, we know that it's on Josh's rack, but if you just kind of maybe play Scapula, throw it open, and then hope to find something ending in T. You could also maybe play from the W and then bingo from that later, but it's certainly not looking good. Of course, it's never looking good even when you have a bingo when you're down 130.
Yeah, you got to do something though. I think in this case, the Scapula does everything you need it to do. Opens the board, puts the S in space, scores as much as you possibly can. But it is pretty dire here for him. All right. This is just the 7th of 15 games coming your way from Lake George. For our afternoon session, we are going to pivot from the CSW division to the WoW division. So, whatever you're here to see, I'm telling you what you're going to see. We are also shifting commentators a little bit. I'll be keeping the headset on, but Jason, you've got to be exhausted between yesterday and this morning session, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like I was like, geez, this is like halfway through. I mean, people like you, you've anchored, tournaments for 20 some rounds. It's like, why is but I guess even though it was just one session, it was 6 games. So I guess this is my 10th game in the last 24-ish hours. So maybe that's why I'm feeling a little bit loopy. And I
Goodness.
apologize for that kind of creeping into to the commentary here. I feel like I'm missing more stuff than I should be, and probably being a little bit sillier than we should be. But it's always so much fun to do this with you.
Oh yeah, always a pleasure to have you on, and your growth as a commentator has been really awesome to watch. This afternoon we have Annette Oberstad on the mic with me, so that will be fun as well. This is the last game of the morning session. The afternoon will begin at 2:45 Eastern time. Y'all can do the calculus on your end to figure out what time you need to tune in. But 2:45 Eastern time, that's about an hour and 35 minutes from now. If you're saying I'm sounding allergic to something, yeah, I accidentally made the mistake of going back to Texas for the first time since I moved. I went 2 weeks ago, got some horrific, nasty cold, and I have been recovering for 2 weeks, and I'm grumpy. Moral of this story: never go to Texas. Lesson
I was
learned.
gonna say that's the lesson I was taking. I also feel like I don't know if I'm getting some sort of cold or something, but also dealing with a headache this morning too. I'll be touching grass this afternoon, but I do want to hear Annette's commentary. Either listen to last night's or tonight's at some point because I think that having her starting to do commentary, I think could be a real boon to Scrabble as a whole here.
Yeah, no, she's a boon and a godsend, and just a really wonderful person too. She'll be on headset. Matthew did not play any of his bingos last turn. He played UDAL for 14, but I actually think it makes sense. Like,
Oh, set
yeah,
up the triple
I'm not
triple, sure.
set up the second triple triple, the W and the L in space, and he has found bingos through the L. He doesn't actually have a triple triple through it, but this is going to
That's
put
right.
Josh in a bit of a bind.
Oceloid doesn't take the S, sadly.
No, no Oceloids, sadly. He'll have like things like colorize through it, but no triple triples through the L, none through the W. I do applaud the attempt though. You can play Scapula and lose, or you can take one final swing for the fences.
Yeah, always appreciate that. If we probably should have spent more time on that turn instead of kind of goofing around a little bit there. But it never occurred to me. I mean, I assume he saw Scapula, Cassoulet, which was the 9 to ET. Um, we did see Tunnicliffe basically the series winning play find a 9 through YA to steal a win and probably steal the series. So he might have even seen Cassoulet, but yeah, certainly applaud the attempt here.
What was a 9 through YA for those who were driving yesterday?
Savoyards. So he had it was with the blank as a no. He had Vicerds, and then he had it set up, but he said in the interview afterward he couldn't remember if that was one of the valid spellings, and if he was 100% sure, he just would have done it. So then he ended up, looking further, finding Savoyards was a double double for more than 100, which also blocked. O'Connor had Ambling on his rack, and there was an R from which he could play Rambling, and he blocked that. So which Vizards would not have done.
Whoa,
Yeah, it
that's
was it was a
huge.
fun
All right.
series. Definitely recommend everybody find that on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Definitely pay attention to games 1, 3, and 4, which were three very fun games.
Man, sounds like I've got homework. I've got games to go back and watch next time I get free time. That's awesome. Yeah, I was bummed to have missed that series, but sometimes you have to work and then drive 4 hours to Lake George to go see your friends. I'll catch up on all the action. That's one of the best things about Let's Play Scrabble. Of course, we love having you guys here live watching the stream with us, but all of these are posted on the internet later. Some of these might be chopped up into individual like game length VODs, so you can just watch one game while you take your nice hot bath or whatever you do, or you can watch the whole marathon block, whatever floats your boat here. But Josh does such a good job making Scrabble available to everybody on the internet, and I appreciate that there's a market out there for it. People eager to watch and learn. Hopefully, you guys have some notebooks out, writing down some new words, learning something at least from these streams.
Josh playing Pollen killing the most lucrative, or I guess most easily hittable triple triple, um, which now puts things back on Tunnicliffe, who does not have many good options. Meanwhile, I thank you for the poll in chat. How do you like your Idolsky commentary with four options, all of which I perceive as negative? So
I think those are all adjectives you use to describe yourself in the span of
this is
about 30
true.
seconds. So
I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't saying like I was proud of the fact that I'm tired, silly, headachy, and have a cold. More an explanation for as an apology for those who are not appreciating my goofiness this morning.
oh, he's doing it
Nice.
again. No! All right. I respect the effort. I'm going to triple triple. Gosh darn it, no matter what. Spread isn't real anyway. So let's see. The H is great. The E is great. Could the gambit pay off? Not quite. Hoagie.
Yeah. He still has
Esophagi.
hoagies off of EF, so he's actually not hemorrhaging that much spread here.
Yeah. All right. All right. Somehow into O blank. He's drawn another bingo. And Josh has the tin foil set up. All right, tin foil set up. I think Josh has to address the C. That still looks like the more dangerous bingo line. He can't play 5 tiles because there are exactly 5 tiles in the bag. So a play of Finca, Finca, looks like the best play here.
Cooley, he had the bingo Cooley's cooties, to the EF, but kind of deducing that never wins. So, but yeah, I not only is the C, probably your bigger threat, but the C is also you're gonna score, 42 playing Finca, versus what you're scoring, playing with the W, which is not nearly that much, especially if you're not gonna play 5 tiles, which you shouldn't.
Yes, I think that's Josh's line, but maybe he's looking at the unseen pool and trying to figure out, are there any possible threats? Do I even have to block that C? Looking at that unseen pool, I don't think you have to block the W. That is atrocious. In fact, I think there's like literally only one rack Matthew could have that actually bingos out of that pool, and he's got it. Is that right? Maybe there's like a Whoopi. Whoopi could be there
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I don't know where Whoopi's gonna fit on this board though.
Oh my God. Okay, no, there's actually several threats. Hoosgow,
Oh yeah,
Hoosegow. Okay, that's a
that's
thing that plays
put us
through
in the
the O
Who's
in
Scout. Yeah,
Hoosier.
it's a slang term for jail.
Ah, okay. Hoosgow. There's Guarachi or Guarache, Guarache. There's Guayacal, and there's Hoagies. So there are like 4 or 5 racks that Matthew could have that give him bingos. No, none of the bingos score enough to win the game. There are no triple triples, but Josh has the luxury of having like a million minutes on his clock, so he could be extra sure. And maybe Josh also wants to try to hit like a fish here. Maybe he wants to try to
That's
play
true.
some
He's
offense.
not that far from bingo himself, eh?
And like there's nothing else good in the bag. He's got all the good tiles, so maybe he plays OF and HO and then bingos with OFT next turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the standard Finca set up though. Scores well, leaves well, one in the bag, blocks the triple triple. Kind of bookmark this game for tomorrow morning if Tunnicliff's spread is in a bad way. This we have seen, Will Anderson just talked on his channel about missing out on I think it was $1,000 because of 9 spread points. Um, it happens. So Josh plays Finca, just plays it straight. And I expect that Tunnicliff will give up the ghost. I can't imagine that there's a one tile fish that ever hits the W, and even the one that does will never stay open. So I expect that we'll see Hoagies, even though it is going to give Outlaw for a bunch.
Oof, yeah, Outlaw's got to be killer, but oh, Hoagies actually plays elsewhere on this board. Cozier takes a back S, Cosiers, and
I
so
did not
Hoagies
know.
could play in that spot,
Yeah, that's hella safer.
and it scores 6 more. But Hoagies here is 69, so sometimes you just want to score 69.
Nice.
Nice. All right, and here's Outlaw for 50. That's not nice. Even in our production chat, Josh saying nice.
Love it.
All right, I'm an adult, I promise. 500 to 342 after Outlaw comes down. Matthew's got, I think, 1 tile on his rack. Actually, both players have 1 tile on their rack. Both players have an O. And neither player actually has the O on their rack. They're both holding their O tiles in their hands. So Matt's going to chew his gum, stare at the board in despair, and then decide where to put this O down. Can he find the spot to get 11 points? No. Choke City. Let's cut to overhead mic as Josh
And
shows us
Josh
where to put
puts it there.
Plus two. Three five three 500.
Yep.
The only thing I saw that you could have was woad wage, which I realized not immediately wasn't a word.
Yeah, I could have been good several times earlier.
Yeah,
It was just like, wonder.
go for it. I don't think I played the beginning very well, but thanks for the help, I guess. So Quate takes an S, but not an R, right? And this takes an S? Doesn't?
That's why I didn't want to make this play. I'm like, if I
That's
sticky
I
this
figured
ass
it took a
open,
long time. It's like you must be wanting to, yeah.
just
But I'll challenge, right? Like even if you hit
no,
it,
it's
but
not about me wanting to
it's
put an S
about
there.
me,
It's like
yeah.
I want to eventually get a free turn because it's just the obvious
Yeah.
one on the board.
But you also don't want me to have an S. But yeah, that's fair.
I have nothing on the. I can play courts in that spot, which is just giving up the hook, getting blown out.
It was crazy how many O's were left. Like, I was very close to just dropping Jaded, but that would have kept way too many consonants for the pool. Is Pollo good? Pollo.
Well, Josh Sokol doing things that you can only do when you're 6'7", putting that O on the board and saying +2, and then saying thanks for the help in a game where he wins by 110 or 150 after winning a challenge and a little bit of other stuff. Takes some guts to say that to your opponent. I think other opponents who aren't as nice as Matthew Tunnicliffe might meet those with kind of one of these. But I digress. It was fun. That concludes our morning session. We are going to say bye to Jason Adolski, but not before I give you a chance to give some final words of wisdom to our audience at home. What do you have to say, Jason? Are you muted, Jason? I think you're muted.
I always mute for the overhead mic just because I don't want to laugh at what they're saying, and that was certainly an LOL worthy post-mortem there. But thank you for catching me on that. But yeah, I'll be touching grass this afternoon and evening. But I look forward to catching up later, and I think you and Will are going to take us home tomorrow morning. And I very much am looking forward to watching that.
Indeed. Tell us what you're doing touching grass before we set you free.
Well, actually, it's a super nice day here. It should never be 77 degrees in Michigan in mid-October, but yet here we are. So I'm actually going to be doing some political lit dropping, so it'll be a great day for it if my legs and feet can handle going up and down steps, having played pickleball and bowled yesterday afternoon and evening. So yeah, so I'm not nearly as in shape as you, Mr. Swim a mile, run 4 miles every day, but I am working to get outside more and being more active.
And fighting the good fight out there as well. All right. Well, Jason, it was a pleasure to our viewers hanging out with us. It was also a pleasure. The WoW division coverage will begin after lunch break. Again, that is at 2:45 Eastern time. So let's all get out, touch some grass. I'm going to go look at some mountains and some fall foliage. We'll see you all back here in 80 minutes. Thanks for watching. Well, welcome back, everybody, to our continued coverage of the Lake George Scrabble Tournament from upstate New York. Matt Canick in the booth and new commentator, who dis?
Ooh, it's me, Annette Oberstadt.
Hello, welcome, Annette. So great to have you back on the stream. We are pivoting over to the WoW lexicon, which means we got to get a WoW stud player in the booth, and that's why we brought Annette in. Annette, tell us a little bit about who we have coming up next.
Today's match is going to be really excited. It's going to be Jason Lee against who was he? There we are. Jason, and he is playing against Zach, which both are very, very strong players. You can see Jason's card here, rated just over 2,000, 60% carrier win. That's really, really high, and an average score of 422. I mean, that's very impressive stuff right there.
Yeah, Jason, a rock solid player, but he's got a tough task in Zach Ansell, whose WIGPO rating is 1946. NASPA rating just eclipsed 2,000 at this summer's NASPA championship. Zach's most recent tournament win came on my home territory down in Austin, Texas. He showed up to a one-day, scored 500, I think, in 4 of his 7 games. He is a beast over the board as well. Zach and Jason coming your way right now. Let's play Scrabble. Oh my God, look at that head-to-head 7-0.
Wow, that makes me kind of want to root for Zach this game.
Yeah, goodness. All right, we already saw one player reverse their fortunes this morning. Dan Blake defeated Laurie Cohen, a player he had never defeated before. But can Zach break an even bigger streak? 7-0, the head-to-head. Unbelievable. Let's do it. Let's see if Zach can correct course. Let's play Scrabble.
Did you happen to see what Jason's average score was there against Zach? It was 475.
Oh, that's disgusting. That shouldn't be allowed.
That's crazy.
Oh, man. Well, we'll see. Over under 475 on a score for Jason. I think I'm playing the under. No offense, Jason, but we will see. We've got to get the tiles in the bag and see how they shake out this time. I can't believe Zach is 0-7 against like anybody. He's too good for that to be true. And of course, Zach has been playing Scrabble despite his youthful appearance. He's actually a veteran of the game. He's been playing since he was in like 4th or 5th grade. So he's got over a decade of tournament experience under his belt. A decade ago, Jason Lee nearly won the North American Championship. He lost the final round to Conrad Bassett-Bouchard in Buffalo in 2015. But he has what it takes to be a champion. And I think 2 years ago, I said, I think Zach Ansell is going to win a championship in the next 5 years. So each of these guys has the potential to win it all, at least in my head. Let's see how it shakes out. DWME, the first 4 for Jason. Oh my God, these sideways upside down M's and W's are killing me. DEMMOW and another E. So we got meowed. I think this has to be meowed, right, Annette?
That's what I was thinking, and everybody knows I'm a cat person, so I obviously saw that word right away. So I would definitely go with meowed here.
All right, meowed, and Jason's not wasting much more time. He's got it set up, pulling the trigger on it. Yep, there it goes. You got it, Jason.
Yeah, nice solid start there from Jason. Didn't spend a lot of time on that move, which is exactly what you want to do.
Indeed. So playing it well, playing it quickly, and we are on Zach BDDEEEN. And this will be a bit of a word knowledge check here for Zach. I think his top option requires him to know like a weird conjugation of a pretty common word. Bend takes a back ED, bended, which I feel like has like no business being a word, but it does play with 5 overlaps on this board for 32. What do you think, Annette? Did you know bended?
Yeah, gosh. I mean, that's the kind of word that I would see and be like, that might be a word. I'm not 100% sure. And then I probably wouldn't play it because, like, I don't know. It just looks weird.
It just doesn't have business being a word, and yet here it is in the lexicon. Actually, funnily enough, like bended plays as 5 overlaps both on top of meowed and underneath meowed.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it does look like he has it set up, so he's definitely considering it.
Oh man, I'd be impressed if we see this, but Zach knows a whole lot of words. If you've ever seen him play anagrams after hours, I'm sure you know that. I think he does 15s on Aerolith just for fun. And now he's showing his knowledge of a 6. opting for placement on top. Annette, do you care very much about top versus bottom placement here?
I think I prefer top placement. I mean, if you play it underneath, you are opening up 9 Zenny and ED to the triple, so maybe just a small adjustment.
Yeah, love it. I do the same for exactly the same reason, and Zach doing it as well. Zach taking the lead, 32-30, but Jason, after turning over 6 tiles on turn 1, has found this game's first blank. MORRSV blank means no bingos for him, and this turn kind of sucks.
Yeah,
Annette,
oof.
does anything jump out?
No, I mean, Zach blocked all the bingos I could see for Jason there, so that's unfortunate if you're in his spot. He's probably thinking, I'm sure one of those E's are going to stay open, but no such luck.
Yeah, man, you go from overarms removers to destroyed.
Much. Yeah, what do
Jeez.
you even do here?
It looks like he's thinking about Dorm right now, just extending the DO down to DORM. V's not a strong tile, but synergizes really well with that RSV blank or RSO blank. Not the worst.
No, it does set up an S hook as well, which is nice, especially when you have an S and a blank.
And aside from that, it really doesn't give much back. Zach's going to have a hard time making reasonable scoring plays on this board most of the time. So Dorm seems to do a lot of the things you want to do. You can play one more tile. He's got more MOR set up that play with MEW and ODE for 17 or Dorm for 13, but that's about all Jason's got on this turn. I think it needs to be one of those two options. As for which, you can just kind of pick one.
Yeah, I think I like Dorm a little bit more because now it does set up 2 spots for you. Now you can bingo on top of Bandit as well. But if you play more, then you're kind of taking away one of your bingo lanes and opening a bad one.
Yeah, you're right. Dorm does hold that O to play ODE plays next turn. So you've got backhooking Dorm and you've got that top row. I think Dorm is a stronger option here for Jason, but it's got to be just a very narrow decision. Engine's kind of backing that up. These are simming neck and neck with one another.
Yeah, I'm sure he's also probably looking for 9s here. I mean, there are some pretty good, 2 tiles to play through, so you got to take a little bit of time to make sure you're not missing something. It does look like he's deciding on MOR.
Jason says more points for me, and I think that's reasonable as well. 17 for Jason brings him up to 43, and wow, Jason, after his 6-tile play, finds a blank and an S. Zach finds that. AAEEE. JT. And I think when you draw this rack, you're just going to play the word a G in the spot where you can get the most points, and that's down underneath Meowed, making Eam and NEE for 27. Annette, is there any reason you're not playing a G down there?
No, that looks pretty good. I mean, it's the most points you're going to score, and you really need to play off those tiles. There's no point in playing it with MOR, making E. Yeah, I would just go ahead and play that and not spend too much more time.
And right on cue, Zach doing exactly what you recommend. So a solid start to this game. Zach 59, Jason 47. Jason has found now another awkward rack, CNRSUV blank. Ease in space would again give him bingos, but no ease in space means another awkward turn for Jason. He's not going to be able to score very much again, and he's going to have to decide if he wants to keep that S back on a board where it's really not doing very much right now, or if he wants to cash it in right now and do what he can with it. Kearns and Smew, 23 points. Annette, would you take that spot now, or would you try to hold the S back?
I would definitely try to hold the S back. I don't think there's any reason at all to play off your S here. Maybe just play Kern with Morn. I don't know. I wouldn't want to spend my S in this position.
Yeah, I think that Smew spot is quite powerful, and Jason actually did set this up last turn. I kind of missed that in the analysis, but setting up the S last turn with this play of MOR is strong. If he had drawn a bingo here, he'd be looking pretty, but God, what do you do? Do you play VAC through the A and a G?
You could. I guess. I mean, it's as good as anything, right?
VAU in the same spot and hold a bunch of consonants? You play nav and C to triple? Oh.
I don't know. I really don't mind playing Kern with Morn. I think that's fine.
Kern and Morn. Yeah, that's not bad as well. But Jason says I'm shedding this V. Jason's gonna play Vac for 14. Oh God, I just grimaced when I looked at Zach's rack. These are the worst. All right, so you
Yeah,
play off ATE and you hold ATEE, I guess. Like,
gosh, do you though? You're just opening up so much.
do you exchange? This
Maybe.
is this is awful, but
Yeah,
TAE.
it's really bad. I mean, it doesn't feel great to play here because your leave is not going to be that good.
Zach is looking at TAE. This would either be with Moore or Mora. 13 points and a bad leave, or exchange and score 0. I, this
Oh
is
man.
brutal.
Yeah, I'd be staring at this rack for a while, deciding what to do. I think maybe I'm leaning towards exchanging.
Zach's face says it all. Like, why did I freaking fly all the way out to upstate New York just to get AAEEETT? I want to go home. Not having fun. Mom, take me home. Oh God. All right. Sometimes you just hold your breath and do it. I think that's what he has to do here.
Yeah. I mean, I
Points.
guess that seems fine. At least you're scoring some points.
All right. Points. Yeah, points are generally good. What is happening in this game? I keep expecting Jason to bingo, and then every time I look over there, he's like in worse and worse shape. And is that getting destroyed again? Yeah. All right. Nobody's having fun here in Lake George.
Well, at least we get an interesting game to watch, right?
I'm having fun watching the
I'm
players
having a
score.
great time because it's not me with these racks, so I'm totally
Indeed.
okay with this.
Oh my God, this rack is so bad for Jason that one of the top options Quackle generated is Seaman through the EME for 7 points. Like, play your best tile off and score 7. That's all I can
Oh,
do.
that's so bad.
So bad. Um, Shuk is 21 with Vax and sets up the queue to get smacked back next turn. Do you
You can't
exchange
do
here,
that.
Annette?
Yeah, I probably exchange. I would
What do you
exchange too, though. I would keep probably SR blank.
would you throw back QU?
Yeah, with throw. I mean, the Q just doesn't have that much potential in this turn unless you're bingoing.
I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to throw back NN and keep RSQU blank together.
Yeah, you
Like, if
could
I,
do that. I would be more likely to want to keep the Q on a board where the Q had more scoring possibilities. Like here, you're either bingoing with the Q or you're not really scoring much.
yeah, yeah. I mean, God, is he gonna play Node? You can't play Node for 5 and knock out the SMU spot.
Agreed. Maybe he's thinking about playing off the N somewhere else.
I think the only other spot is EN for
The
2.
N? That doesn't really make sense.
I think if this hit with like more one tile fishes, this actually makes sense. Hilariously, EN for 2 is simming second on Quackle
Is it
right
really?
now.
Wow,
Is That's just so awesome.
that's crazy.
What a game. Welcome to WoW.
Damn, this is I'm happy I'm the one just watching this game right now.
Oh my goodness. EN for 2. Second in a sim early on in a game. Like,
Crazy.
Scrabble's not real. All right, it has plummeted a little bit. Sim is now liking it a bit less. But what ERN for 3 is actually second in the sim.
Yeah, and exchanging NN is sipping on top. All of these options are very close in equity, though.
All right, he has thrown back NN. That is what the engine likes as well. What a bizarre start.
Yeah,
And I think it might stay kind of weird. Zach does have the Y that he needs to backhook Mora to make a Moray. I think we're going to see him end up playing along that spot, but just AY is about all he can do with the Moray spot. That holds the suboptimal AEELT combination. which doesn't do a lot on this board at all. You don't want to keep bingo tiles on a board this terrible, but 24 points is 24 points. I don't know. Annette, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, sure, that looks pretty good, I guess. I mean, I feel like he has Yeet set up. I don't know where that's going. Is there a spot for that I'm just missing?
Yeet. Oh, Morae. So it'd make TE more I.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks
27
pretty decent
points.
too.
All right. So
Okay.
Zach trying to yeet as many of these E's off of his rack as he can. Man, 69 tiles remaining, and only 3 of them are E's. This game's
Wow.
gonna suck. This game's gonna suck. I'm so here for it. I love these games where nothing good happens to anybody.
It could be the kind of game though where it just like explodes later on. Like you'll see one bingo followed by another bingo, and all of a sudden the board is just like wide open.
Nah, we're not bingoing with 3 unseen E's. No, Jason's gonna burn his blank to not bingo after sitting on it for like 4 turns, and just nobody's gonna
Nice.
smile.
God,
Let's see. I think he's gonna play Squid or Squib and
you
Yeets.
have to. Yeah.
77.
Yeah, you have to, don't you? It's too many points.
You can play Squib down to the B and bend it. That would be 32 as opposed to 77, but like might as well cash in the blank for 45 extra points, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And if you do play Squib, you're giving back some big spots next to the Q if Zach has an I.
And there are literally 9 unseen. Well, I guess from Jason's POV, 7 unseen eyes.
It looks like he's considering just playing Cheese with Smew. He had that set up for a little while. That looks okay too, but I think just take the points here. I mean, putting a U and an I and a B out in space is not really that dangerous as floaters.
Indeed. Yeah, he's doing it now. He's writing something down real quick, but I think he's going to pull the trigger on this. We'll need to get blank cam going, thanks to Josh Koff running this on the scene. I imagine this is a B, but we'll confirm for sure.
Oh,
Oh,
like
give him the D. All right.
yeah, probably just spaced on the B. It's totally something I would do.
Yeah, I don't think there's like a tactical reason you would want to make that a D, give your opponent the first stab at an 8 there, but all right. Squid, 77 points. Jason ahead 138 to 99 now, and Zach has found another weird rack, AAAKLNU, but I think he's got a pretty standard play, the 4-letter Kuna and YA. It's got to be the play. There it is.
Kuna looks pretty good. I mean, you could consider Kana too to unduplicate and keep the U for Q place.
Yeah, perhaps Kana. The U's are so horrifically bad. I think I'd rather keep the double A, but you could really do it either way.
I mean, I would agree with that, but I think given that he is down now, it's kind of nice to keep that U to be able to open the board with Q plays if you do hit something.
Yeah, that Q being in space makes it almost palatable to hold the U. I still don't think it's worth it, but Zach is going to take his time, and he should, and think about it.
Yeah, I definitely think it's very, very close. I mean, I'm the kind of person I hate the U, so the fact that I'm even considering keeping it, that it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, if you don't draw a good play next turn after you play Kuna, then you're going to be kicking yourself like, dang, I really wish I'd held that U back. I'd probably be threatening 30 from the Q, and instead I got nothing. But, for every time you keep the U, you might miss a bingo that you would have had otherwise as well. So that's kind of Scrabble. He's set on Lauan now, which would play in the same spot for 25 as opposed to 36. That's a huge point sacrifice just to avoid keeping 2 vowels and 1 consonant. Would you play Lauan, Annette?
It's an interesting thought. I'm trying to see if there's a reason why he'd want to keep the K in this spot, but I don't see any hooks really that would make that better.
And it does play off 1 more tile, and with the Smew spot just sitting there and unlikely to go away, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's also thinking that putting the K up there gives Jason really easy 30-point plays, whereas the L he can't do as much with.
Yeah, that could be part of it. Let me check some details here. Yeah, actually, Jason scores pretty much the same after any of these options, so
Hmm.
gotta pick your poison. Kuna is what Zach opts to do. Kuna's, I think, what I would have done. Kuna's what the engine recommends doing. So, seeing some standard play, and I got no qualms with it at all. AIROSZZ. Jason has to be pleased that 2 of those S's now are on his rack. The Vax back hook is his. The Smew front hook is his, unless Zach can actually get in there and grab another S. But with just one more unseen, seems like advantage Jason early in this one. I wonder if he's going to take either one of the spots, though, or show us some patience. Nazi from the N and Kuna holds both of the S's back and allows him to just kind of go slow and keep whacking a bunch of points, or he can cash one in now. What would you do in this situation, Annette? There's a lot of options.
I think I probably like Zori's, which it looks like he's got set up with Smew here. There's no real reason to keep 2 S's on your rack. I mean, 1 S is about the same as having 2 S's equity-wise, and you might as well just cash in and score some extra points this turn, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Zori's, especially with all those eyes unseen, like try to get one off your rack if you can. Makes sense. I don't think you can justify playing Zaz and Smew, but Zaz above Bended, making AB and SEME. Scores 42. It actually scores a little bit better than Zori's, 5 more points. But IORS with all the I's, all the O's, and all the R's still in that pool, probably not the move here.
I mean, I also think playing Zori's is nice just because it plays off, a few extra tiles to go for the blank.
Yeah, turnover with that blank out there is not the worst, especially if you're getting rid of the eye. All right, Zori's, I think he's about ready to pull the trigger on it. We'll keep an eye on Jason's clock, as these tight boards so often call for some difficult decision-making late in games, and Jason's already at about the halfway point. See if it becomes a factor later on. Zach, the kind of player I don't think is going to face any difficulties with time pressure. He can play fast. He sees words so quickly. He plays so quickly. I wonder if he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, Zach is an extremely fast player. I've played against him many times, and the daily or weekly Woogles tournaments. It's on Mondays is a Blitz tournament, and he just crushes every single week.
Yeah, there was a span where I was playing, at that time, an unknown player, and I just lost like every Blitz game I played. And I don't lose at Blitz very much, but I
turned out to be Zach.
Robert, and then it turned out to be Zach, and I'm like, well, I feel a little bit less bad because I know it's an established tournament player and not some internet schlub. But also, dang, like this kid 10 years younger than me has taken the Blitz mantle. Oh, now I'm truly just a washed-up has-been.
Oh, interesting.
So
his Z and take out the K spot. That makes sense too.
Yeah, taking the patient approach. Keep the Z or keep the S's. If Zach doesn't have any of them, like I can just slow play this game. I don't hate this from Jason at all.
Yeah, I don't either. It's definitely, I feel like depending on the person, like I probably play more of a bingo oriented game, so I would have wanted to play off my Z this turn to have a better chance of bingoing next turn. But I mean, this makes sense as well because now you're keeping good scoring tiles, still keeping the S's, be able to easily score at least 30 points next turn and then maybe go for a bingo.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, like just from a logical perspective. It's not like a clear equity move, but given this game state, this board, and the limited opportunities, yeah, it makes some sense. It can lead to a lot of W's. Zach on AAELTOY does not have an R in space for the 8 he would have. He does have plays down from the R that was exposed, though, in Corey. 2 different 34 pointers, Realty or Rotely. Then he's got other plays that keep score less but keep more bingo prone tiles. Just playing off AY or OY somewhere is another line he can take. Annette, what do you think? Is 34 too much to pass up here? Or
I think I'm going to take the points here. Now, I don't know Rotely, so I probably would have gone for Realty like he is.
Even if you know Rotely, you're keeping AA as opposed to AO. This one's probably stronger.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he's not really down, so there's no reason to, try to fish for a bingo in this position. Just take the points.
Take the points indeed, does Zach. He's now ahead 169 to 162, just a 7-point lead in a back and forwards game. But Jason, holding on to the ASSZ combination last turn, knew he'd be threatening scores, and here he is cashing in what he had last turn, what he's opting to play this turn, ZAS for 42. Puts Jason back ahead. Zach has drawn Sabaton, and it plays. So Zach, oh my god, Zach also has double doubles available this turn for a huge score. Sabaton is 77 in his best play, but
What?
Zach can play a 10.
What?
Zach has a 10-letter non-bingo double double.
Wait, where? Am I blind?
No,
Through
through Seam, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh wow, that's crazy. A basement.
He's got the 9-letter basements plus the front
Wow.
a basements for 56, holding an O. Now, of
That's
course, you got to play Sabaton here instead,
Yeah.
but oh my
Man.
goodness, that possibility.
Like honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he sees it too.
If he saw it, he'd have to set it up on stream and just kind of
Yeah.
taunt for a little bit. But oh man, this is another one of those. I was on my high horse about this earlier. Like, all right, Sabaton. There's one bingo in that racket, Sabaton, and there's one bingo line on this board. Why on earth did it take you 1 minute and 20 seconds to play this on me?
Mm-hmm.
But that's fine. And at least a basements was there for something for us to talk about.
I mean, he was probably looking for some kind of 10 or 11. Knowing
Yeah,
Zach.
that was probably it. A basements, ABASEMENTS, 10-letter, 6-tile play, double double for 56, but not the best move. All right, back on Jason, FIOOVXS. Jason has set up Oxo, plays beneath Sabaton for 39. This looks very solid for him, and he will not milk much more clock before he does it, nor should he.
Yeah, that looks like a great play. It scores a lot of points, doesn't keep the best, but sometimes you just got to go for the points.
All right, we've got an egg sighting. Thank you, Zach, for setting it up on your rack. Always appreciate it. But egg is not what we're going to see. And we're going to see him cash in that E to play behind AX. I don't know what word he's going to play back there. He's got gluten, he's got glute, he's got gunge, Gunge, and he's got nugget for 35, stretching as a triple overlap. Do you have any preference between those plays beneath Oxo and it?
Nugget looks pretty good. Again, I'd want to play off more tiles here to go for the blank. So I think I like that.
Yeah, if you can get rid of both G's at once, that feels really good to me. Maybe there's something to be said about trying to hold back like the NG combination, because you've got so many eyes unseen. If you play glute and hold NG, I feel like that could end well often. Or maybe you play in glut, same tiles, but through the N and Sabaton for 27, if you want to keep that IN or NG together. But Nugget just feels so strong, it's 35.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna keep the NG together, you want to play on glut just to open some more lanes in case you do end up drawing into some kind of ING word. I mean, if you play something underneath Oxo and then you draw into an ING bingo, it's probably not gonna play a lot of the time. Maybe on top of Sabaton, but I don't know. I don't personally like fishing for ING bingos.
Generally, I'm not a fan of it either, but if you can hold NG and draw into a pool with, what is that, 7 eyes? Maybe?
Yeah,
Still
sure.
probably not.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. That is the downside to playing off more tiles when you're drawing into a pool with that many eyes in it, is like you might draw 4 of them.
Yeah, and Zach will be very sad if he plays Nugget and draws 3 eyes, but, there are always sequences that will make you sad in Scrabble. I think this is the best move for him.
Yeah, I like that play too.
All right. So Nugget comes down. Zach ahead now, 281 to 243. Jason will not quite be able to take the lead, but he'll stay close after this move. though none of the options here look particularly strong for Jason. Uh, yeah, the longer I look, the more I hate everything.
Yeah, what do you even do?
If I'm Jason, I do want to hold on to the S if I can for Tots or
Mhm.
Stot. Both of those
Right.
are plays that will be very advantageous for me to make down the road and keep my chances alive. So if I want to hold the S back, I guess I have to play like info through the N and Nugget. 24 points, HRSV leave. I don't know.
That
That's
looks
not
pretty good. At least you're getting rid of one of the eyes. Looks like he's considering HOS underneath Nugget. I mean, that was the first thing I saw, but I also don't like playing off the S here. But it is a lot of points. Like, the question is, does he need a bingo to win this game? I don't necessarily think he does. So maybe it's an option.
Yeah, you don't need to bingo to win this game, but what is FIRV going to do for you?
Right, and keeping the eye as well.
Yeah, the only way that really works out is if you draw an E for Fiver, but A, Fiver doesn't play, and B, there's only one E left to draw. So
I mean,
keeping
it's
letters just
possible
don't
that
do much.
he's thinking maybe he could draw the T for Fritz or something like that. I mean, unlikely with just one left.
Ah, yeah, okay, that Fritz could be an option. But there's just not much that you're going to be able to do. So I like this info. Play off an I, keep the S.
Yeah, that looks very solid. I mean, looking over at Sack's rack, he's not going to have a great time this turn.
Oh man, those eyes are just staying in the bag. We thought Zach might draw several after Nugget, but into his L, he's pulled another L, two R's, an N, and a W to go with just one I. That was a brutal draw for Zach. Is he gonna play Will for 16?
What
I
else
think
do you do?
he has to. You can't justify an exchange, not quite at this score, not at this point. You have to do something, and will's about the only word you have.
Right, there is really no reason to exchange here from Sack's point of view. I mean, he's in the lead. He can play off 4 tiles. Keeps NRR, sure, it's not great, but like you still want to get some points on the board. That's exactly what he does.
So will's just like one of the only valid moves that he has, so that's what he plays. And yeah, I think you just kind of have to do that. This has been such a bizarre game. Jason trails by 30 now, 267, 297. Jason's got some awkward tiles on his rack. That blank is just lurking in this bag. And this kind of feels like one of those games where both players are sitting here thinking, I don't feel great. I think I'm going to lose. But somebody's going to have to win. Somebody's going to have to draw that last E and that blank and do something at some point. Zach can't be feeling good. Yeah, I'm up 30, but look how terrible my rack is. Jason can't be feeling great. I'm trailing and I don't have a lot of good stuff on my rack. He does have this play available, VUGH. This feels very standard. I think you got to do this, right, Annette?
Yeah, I think you do too. I mean, that is the top move suggested by Quackle, and he found that pretty quickly. So hopefully he can draw something that's a little more synergetic than what he had this time.
All right, big draw for Jason. Dodge the I's, find the blank. Nope, I, D, and an H. Weird rack for him. We'll focus on Zach, 13-point lead. Weird letters on his rack. I think he's either going to play Afar or ARF and AH just to the left side of Vug. On a board this bad, there are like only a few valid plays every player has every turn. Are you playing Afar? Are you playing ARF? Or are you pivoting somewhere else in it?
I'm probably playing ARF. I don't think I want to give a floating A to Jason in this position. I also would like to keep one of my vowels because there aren't that many vowels left.
Yeah, that makes sense. Basically, you do have the case 2 A's, so not a great reason to play both of them off. You know there's a 0% chance that you're going to draw more. So ARF, another kind of weak play, but you got to do something.
Yeah, I feel like both of these players have just had really clunky racks the whole game. And like you were saying, I feel like they're both just sitting there thinking, wow, I don't like my chances right now.
One bingo. That's it. In a game that has been a big sad. So we said the over-under on Jason Lee's points scored was 475. I
Probably
think
not
we
even
can
going to break
say
400.
like we're barely at 475 combined points. Oh, what a weird game. I love these though.
I was just going to say the same thing. I think it's really interesting when you get games where you just have to slog through really rough racks. It just, I don't know. I find them more interesting than when people are just bingoing every turn.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you have to actually think instead of just
Mhm.
find the big funny word and
Right.
play it. All right, ARF coming down. So we open the game with the meow, and now we've got an ARF for our cat lovers and our dog lovers. Everybody is pleased today. And if you are neither a cat lover nor a dog lover, please just exit out of the stream. You are no longer welcome here.
Thank you for saying what I was thinking.
He has not actually hit his clock yet. He's doing the. Oh, look at him staring down Jason, trying to get a tell. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. Oh! All right.
Honestly, though, I like this play because there aren't that many things that can underlap the F, and he has one of those tiles. The only other tile in the bag is the E. So it
And
makes sense.
and Zach has just gone in and bound that E as well, so he can play like NEAR underneath next turn. That's a huge pull for Zach. And
Mhm.
Jason would have had a word knowledge check otherwise. If Zach had played the other placement of ARF, Jason would be threatening Hispid, Hispid, for about 35 points. Now Jason doesn't have any strong plays at all on this turn. So that was actually a huge decision, perhaps a galaxy brain moment from Zach, staring into Jason's soul, trying to manifest what the next turn would entail, and then moving ARF. He's dodged a bullet.
Yeah, that was
Jason,
really funny. I do wonder if that is why he decided to change it, or if he just last minute saw that, oh, actually, I have the A that goes underneath, or if he like read into that somehow.
I would love to ask Zach about that later on today. I'll see if I can grab him and get some info about it.
Mhm.
But I mean, man, having it on the stream, like literally just look directly at your opponent for several seconds while you kind of toy with them and put the word down. I do that all the time. And like nobody else ever does. So Zach, I applaud you. Good job.
Yeah, that
Jason
was great.
is AEINNRR for Zach. Zach is ahead by 9, 302, 311. But look what Jason just drew.
Wow.
I have no idea who's going to win this game, and I'm so here for it.
I don't either, but I would feel really good having an S and a blank in Jason's position right now, especially after he just opened the top side of the board.
Jason has Syruped and Tots, Siruped. That plays. I think there's a very small chance that that gets blocked too. So all of a sudden, man, huge, huge pull for Jason Lee. We said neither player feels like they're going to win, and Zach might be feeling his chances evaporating.
Yeah, tough position here for Zach. What do you do? Do you just like take the points here?
Oh God, I don't. What do you do?
I mean, you play something like rare, I guess, underneath ARF. Doesn't feel great though.
Oh, what do you do? Okay, so first off, how many tiles are left in the bag? That's going to drive some of your pacing decisions. 6 tiles in the bag. The O in info gives me a little bit of pause. There's like OUT possibilities. The
Mhm.
unseen S for TOTS possibilities makes me scared. The P in space doesn't scare me nearly as much. The D in squid gives me a little pause. Like diluters is even available as a natural right now. And with that blank in there, like I'm in danger. I'm getting bingoed on pretty often. So I think if you're Zach, You want to score a little bit. You probably want to leave 2 to 3 tiles in the bag, which means you want to play 3 or 4 tiles this turn. AIRN and FA, maybe? Block the D?
Yeah, that looks pretty decent. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's no way Zach can block everything. So, do you even bother trying to block? Do you try to play off RN and go for a bingo back? Like, I don't know. Like, he's really not up that much, so you can't play defense.
Do you play Inaner down from the IN and Will?
That feels bad giving back an E there for a place
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. With no E's in the pool, you can't give one to your opponent in space. He's looking at inner and HI, but that kind of has the same wart. Like we're putting an E out in space. It would have to be in exactly the perfect position, the seventh position, but that is such a natural position for an E in a word.
I mean, inner also just sets up a huge S hook.
Yeah,
You
with
can't
that
do that.
S.
It looks like he's playing pinner.
Okay,
That makes
pinner.
sense. Yeah, I don't think I mind that.
Yeah, this is basically you saying, Jason, you have exactly one shot right now. I'm leaving one tile on the bag. If you bingo, I lose, but I'm not giving you a chance to fish to create another line. You
Mhm.
have to have it right now or we're done. Bad news for Zach. Jason's got it right now.
Do you think maybe there's some merit to Zach just emptying the bag there and not giving Jason another chance and just hoping that he can't bingo this turn?
No.
No.
No, I mean, if Jason is able to make a one tile fish, I think Zach will have perfect enough knowledge. He can probably block what he needs to block. But here comes Syrup. Jason
No.
has set it down. Oh my God. Okay, the fake. He set it down, circled the blank, and then just picked it back up.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe he's just looking for better. Maybe he's questioning if syrup is only spelled with a Y.
It is kind of a weird spelling, but like you don't see stuff like that for no reason.
Right. But it does look kind of weird. Yeah, maybe he's just making sure that that is actually a word.
Is he worried about drawing the C after bingoing? Will he be C stuck and actually lose if he pulls it?
I don't
Zach
know.
would be.
He has two spots for the C. He can play code and lack.
Okay, yeah. So he's good.
Yeah, I think it's more just that he's not 100% sure of syrup being a word. Or maybe he's just looking for a better play.
I mean, Syrup is going to score as much as any bingo can score this turn unless you play from the O or down from the D. And those just don't really seem like they're there. But Jason's got the time, might as well use it. This is effectively the game. And here he
Yeah.
goes, pulling the trigger again on Syrup. I just circled the E and then erased the E, and now I'm going to circle the E again. Shout out to Justin Morris, standing behind Zachary,
I mean,
hovering, up
I
close view.
think maybe he was pausing there because he saw the possibility of Zach having Dicroto from the D.
Oh, yeah. That makes a ton of sense.
So maybe he was just making sure that he didn't have a bingo himself in that spot.
Yeah. If there's any other bingo I have that obstruct that, that makes sense. That must have been what that was. Well spotted.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure he was very happy to see the L being in the bag.
Yes. Now you get to win.
Yeah. Well, it was a very interesting game.
Yeah, back and forwards. I thought Jason was almost sunk earlier on, but that blank lingered in the bag and he pulled it out just in the nick of time. Let me get those scores updated. Jason is ahead 375 to 329 after the bingo. And it looks like Jason is going to stay perfect against Zach Ansell, 8-0 in their head to head matchups. That's insane.
He's not going to get his 475 points, though. His average score against Zach will go down slightly. Looks like Zach has found his top option here of Toric underneath Syruped.
That'll allow Jason to play out. It'll be a narrow win for Jason Lee after Toric comes down.
Yeah, he's probably just making sure that Jason can't get L stuck somehow.
Yeah, he's got load, LODE.
Yeah. Plenty of spots.
Oh, yeah. All right. So here it comes. Toric. Best in-game sequence for Zach, but it'll be slightly too little, slightly too late. And we'll get ready to cue to that overhead mic after this one. So many bonkers turns. We'll see how much these players have to say. Zach is still thinking, doing everything with his clock. But he's not staring directly into Jason's soul this time, staring down at his paperwork. That's less fun.
You can't get a read on someone who only has one tile in the rack.
Indeed. All right, here it goes. This will make the final 384 to 358, and we will cut to that mic.
385, 384, 358.
Yeah. All right,
Good game. Hold on.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
I did the blank after Shiz.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I think you got at least the S or the blank for a little while.
I had the S for the longest time. And after this, yeah. I mean, I kept it
Yeah,
since
I think
then.
Yeah, but, yeah, from my perspective, I saw more threats up there than down here.
It makes sense.
Area.
It makes sense, because that has sort of an S.
Yeah. Yeah. Get so many A's and E's. Figured you're getting all the rest of the vowels. But...
Yeah. Squib is good, right?
Squib? Yeah.
I was like, I'm 95% sure, but I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm not going to risk it. Squib, squab.
Yeah. What'd you leave with that?
RI.
Uh-uh.
I was heavy fish. I kept the Q after QURS blank.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unexpected a little bit. I don't know.
I tunnel visioned a little bit on Kuna. I had 2 more A's, and I should have switched to Kana.
Kana, yeah.
Because the key, I saw it before you played this, and
it would have worked out better. It would have worked out better for me at Zuaria. So it worked out. It made it closer.
Yeah. I should have adjusted to QUA.
Oh, QA. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Probably, so UA is probably better than AA in that case,
I
but
think
in general,
because you can score at 28.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know how long my luck's gonna last against you. That's crazy.
Yeah.
20.
Hope I didn't miss anything. Z, it's another questionable turn.
You have to block because I'm
I have
fishing.
the blocks. Yeah, you're changing to. I left AAL. I just don't see anything that does that better. Like maybe I'm supposed to play like LA here, but
Teal? No, teal doesn't work.
no.
ALE, you said?
AAL.
Yeah, 2 A's. Ooh.
Yeah, I had. So, opening rack, 3 E's.
Oh, Moray is good. Did you see? That doesn't help. Does that
I
help or
didn't
no?
even consider that. I don't think I want to do that just because the S hook, though.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't have a great play there anyway. Like LAY is just not what I want to do.
No,
But yeah, my opening rack, 3 E's. Second rack, 2 A's, 3 E's. Third rack, 2 A's, 3 E's.
I was missing vowels.
Fourth rack,
that explains
2
it. I was
A's,
missing
2
vowels.
E's.
This kept URNS blank.
Yeah.
And then I drew N. I treated NN. QURS blank.
Keep an R with that?
QURS blank.
You keep the R there?
There's a lot of R's on C. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. Maybe I traded. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the squares.
You really just want vowels to go with that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. The R's nice. I don't know. Maybe drop down to 2 US dollars.
Feels wrong to me, but I might be wrong.
Corey, that was interesting. I could have played Zaz the previous that trade, but I'm like, you know what? It's okay. I have 2 S's.
Yeah, I mean, if you do, I just play like Kato there.
Yeah. But so you scored a decent.
Yeah. I was hoping I could just outrun, and you never connected on the bingo. But
yeah, Nugget. What did I keep? Nugget.
L.
It's pretty automatic.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot else. I was looking to make sure I didn't miss anything, but
oh, that's what it was. Yeah, info was super interesting. I could play HOS, keeping the game super close, but I was like, the last S, I don't know, I'm behind the tempo.
yeah,
I was like, I have to bingo. I think
it's
I have
worth
to.
a lot. Yeah.
So I said, okay, I'll go for a bingo. VR S blank. No, VRS. VRSH? Yeah, VRS. Fizz, well, I mean, it was a shot, I just didn't know. After this track. SIR. SIRD.
It took me embarrassingly long to see that Sabaton played. I saw it immediately.
Oh, okay.
I almost missed the fact that I could just hook an S
okay,
there.
yeah, because it took a while. I was like, oh.
Yeah, no,
Syrup, I don't know. I had the moments of doubts at the end, but I'm pretty sure.
I was wondering. I was thinking you might be pausing because Dicrodal is a threat.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But I mean, I can't do anything.
I think that. Yeah, I mean, Syrup is your only playable one. It looks like, probably. So yeah, you obviously have to take that.
Yeah.
It's possible there's like some. Well, no, because even if you like fish one appear, Dicrodal still obviously wins. So
yeah, so I can't. I mean, blocking this doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't score enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arf here versus. I mean,
it's 3 points. I do not like putting that S there.
Yeah,
you already have S lanes. You got me late bingo. Got far enough head.
Ben did block like removers. I had removers both sides, so it made things very complicated.
Yeah. I mean, I kept another E. I'm like, okay, well, it's probably fine.
Yeah. It was...
All right.
Good luck, Ross.
Thanks. You too.
All right. Well, what a game. Somebody had to win it, and eventually the winner was Jason Lee, a huge blank draw late, and he syruped out a victory. Matt Kanik and Annette Oberstad in the booth today. Our next matchup, Annette, you want to tell us who it is before we cut to a break?
I think we're going to see David Spargo and Joel Horn. Is that right?
David Spargo and Carl Higbee in this
Carl
one.
Higbee. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Carl
that'll
Higbee.
be interesting.
Yeah. Carl was a savage the last time we had him on stream. He had some awesome post-mortems. And David Spargo was a savage the last time I got to stream him. He has one of the best poker faces in all of Scrabble. Annette, I'm so happy to have you in the booth when we got a Spargo game on, because you can probably read a poker face as well as anybody. So,
man, do my best.
absolutely. Won millions of dollars doing it. We will cut to just a little break. One of the players in our next game is just finishing up his current game, but be back in a few minutes. While we step away, please do your homework. Please click that thumbs up button down beneath the video. Drive us up the algorithm. 3 more games of play today coming your way from Lake George, and we'll be back in a few minutes with another one. See you soon. Welcome back from Lake George, New York. Matt Canick and Annette Oberstad with another game of Scrabble coming your way. We're doing a little bit of a pivot from the matchup we promised. Instead, we are going to see Robin Pollock Daniel and Travis Carlson here in this one. RPD sits at 5-3, Travis at 4-4. This is looking to be a good game. Let's cut over to our player cards, get a little intro on who we've got.
There we go.
There
First
we go.
Yeah, we have Robin Pollock Daniel, which we've already seen on stream this tournament. Super solid player, one of the best females out there. I'm really excited to see what she can do this game. She's always a pleasure to watch. And her opponent is actually one that I am not familiar with at all. And this is Travis Carlson. Do you have any experience with him, Matt?
Not too much. I know he's not from these parts, as they say. A player from Arizona coming all the way out to New York. I think some northern players use the southern tournaments to escape the cold. So perhaps Travis trying to escape the heat in Arizona. I'm sure it's still in the 90s up there. Nice and cool up here. Travis with a 1660 rating coming in. But look at that average score, 411. That's nothing to sneeze at all. Travis and Robin coming your way. Players are seated, so let's cut down to the board. Let's play Scrabble. First matchup between these players. Someone looking to take a 1-0 lead in the career head-to-head. We'll see who.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. It's always fun to get to watch someone that you've never seen before and that is completely new to you and try to figure out what their playing style is going to be like.
Yeah. I mean, and in one game sample size, you can never really actually get reads about players, but it's always fun to try to start to build your stereotype or archetype. The one piece of scouting I got on Travis before the game begins is bright shirts, and
you're certainly living up to that.
Check that out, man. We got like atoms on there, and what, yellow and red submarines.
Dude, I love it.
Yeah, man, sick. And the bold move to go short sleeves up here. It's already pretty cold, a high of just 16 Celsius today here in Lake George. Sorry, I only use the superior temperature scale.
No, I approve of that. Given that I'm from a country that uses Celsius, I understand.
Oh, you mean any country that's not America? Yeah, got it. All right. I'm just trying to start a fight in the chat with somebody. Somebody fight me about temperature scales. Please, I dare you. I will not back down on this one. Robin to play first. Travis to respond. Tiles are bagged. Or as Robin likes to ask, are they randomized to your satisfaction? It seems they are. Travis declining the chance to reshuffle the tiles. And we're going to play some Scrabble here. Let's do it. I'm stoked.
I'm stoked too. I can't wait to see what happens this game. That's why I like Scrabble so much, because no game is the same. Like, every game is completely different. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that last game between two players who generally put so many points on the board, and Jason and Zach, and it was just an absolute slog. You never know what you're gonna get. Scrabble's like a box of chocolates. AAHILOT, the opening rack for Robin. I think in the absence of any... Oh, no, there's no 5s, but she does have a 6 available to her. I wonder if she's going to play longer or take a more standard HAO or Ohio on this turn. But if she spots the 6, it's probably worth playing. What do you think, Annette?
If I knew the 6, I would play it, but given that I do not, I would play Ohio.
I know I've seen Hiatal before, Hiatal. If I see it, if I'm confident, I'm gonna pull the trigger on it. 26 points, but yeah, otherwise this looks like it's gonna be Ohio, OHIA.
Yeah, I think Aloha, it looks okay too, if you want to play it a little bit longer.
Yeah, she also set up Lotah, LOTAH on this rack. That's not a bad option, but I don't like holding the double vowels if I can avoid it. Here it comes, Lotah.
Points there. Yeah, I mean, that's totally reasonable. I think I'm a little bit more of a defensive player, so I wouldn't like where that O ended up, so I would have probably sacrificed some points and played shorter just because of that, but I think that was a very reasonable play too.
Robin, just such a beast on the bingos and the longer words, too. Every floater in space helps her play her game to a T. So
Mhm.
makes sense from a stylistic perspective. Robin up 24-0. Travis with a rough opening draw. Welcome to the stream. Here's a steaming plate of garbage. Have fun. AABCIIU. Abulia through the L scores 8. Holds
Yeah,
CI.
maybe. Maybe something like a Baki through the or with from the A. A Bulik is a possibility too. Yeah, none of
Abulik.
the options are great.
Oh, this is not bad at
That's
all.
I like
Cubitai.
it does keep two A's, but it gets rid of a lot of clunk.
It does. And you get to play a cool word on stream for your first
Mhm.
word. So Cubitai, 16, AA, just don't draw a third A, and you'll probably be okay. AEFG or AEFISTU. I was wishing for that G for Robin for fatigues, but she does still have one playable bingo on this turn. See how long it takes for her to find it.
Yeah, she does, and I had to look at Quackle to see what that was because I mean I know the word. I don't know if I would have seen it over the board.
This one's tough. High probability enough that I would expect most Division One players to at least have seen it or know it, but it is tough. This anagram's given me trouble before. It seems to be giving Robin at least a little bit of pause.
Yeah, it's also not a word that really comes up that often. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen that word played in a game before, and I've played a lot of Scrabble.
Yeah, I guess there's other stuff like it, Situli and Sulfite. If you know, there's a lot of sevens close to it, so you don't often have to play this 8. But Fistulae, Fistulae, unlikely to come up in a game of Scrabble, more likely to come up in a hospital.
Yeah, so if you don't see your bingo, what do you do?
Cry.
Yeah.
Nah, CUIF is, I think, is pretty clearly the next best thing. Or you can score
Okay,
less.
so same idea, same tiles, just less points. Maybe her thinking with that is to set up a bingo lane on top for next turn?
Yeah, or keeping the S hook in play on Lota a little bit more.
Yeah, that could be it too. Yeah, interesting to pass on the points there that early in the game.
All right, so a rare, uncharacteristic bingo miss for Robin on turn 2 here. Fistulae did not score very much, tough to spot. Fukai instead the play. Back to Travis, likely doesn't know that he's dodged a bullet. AAEORWX. Are you playing Ox on top of Fukai, or are you doing something different in that?
Possibly. I'm looking to see if there's any way to play off one of the A's, maybe. That would be ideal to not have to keep that. Borax, maybe, from the B looks decent.
Borax is not the worst. You had 30 points. Get rid of those double A's that you had to keep last turn. Hoaxer, Hoaxer, also plays an A, but that cedes huge counters to Robin. Though if you're Travis, a play of FUCI for 13, she's likely got bingo prone stuff, so I'm not worried about the hard hitting overlaps.
Yeah, I don't know, but like you said before, like it does keep the S hook open on Lota, so maybe I'd want to be more likely to block that. So I'd like Borax for that reason.
We're going to play Oxo down here instead. You can get 4 more points to play the same 2 tiles above Fukai, but Travis choosing to play down here for reasons. I don't know what those reasons are, but I'm sure they exist.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to be seeing a bingo from Robin here. This is a very high prop that I don't think most people would miss compared to Fistulae, which is way harder of a word to find.
Oh man, Travis has drawn into a massive response. Robin's bingo is going to pull her ahead 118-51. That was her only playable bingo. Travis now with a word knowledge check. Travis can score 92 on this move.
Wow, that is not a word that I was familiar with. I would be very impressed if he finds this.
Yeah, me neither. I would have missed this 100 times out of 100 over the board. I'd already be playing Yawner in the top right corner and blowing this game.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if chat finds it before we reveal what it is. Yeah, someone's already spotted it. The word is hair away. Hair away, is that how you say that? That's such a weird word.
Here away, like some weird compound interjection kind of thing, I guess. H E
Yeah,
R
that is
E
not
A
a normal
W A
word at all.
Y. Oh man, killer.
Yeah, wow. I'll be very impressed if that comes down.
Defined simply as in this vicinity. Here away.
This reminds me of a game that I watched with Jackson Smiley. I think it was a few years ago in the Nationals, where he ended up playing Area Way as a triple triple for like 200 points or something insane.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that game. Yeah, just like a tile off from area way right now.
Yeah. So he ends up going with Weenie, which scores very nicely. Certainly a great play if you're not going to see your bingo.
Yeah. And back on Robin now, 118 to 89, her lead, ADHILNP. She has plays above Weenie, also plays down to the F in Fukai. I think we're going to end up seeing HALF down to that F, but Robin wants to do her best to keep some good tiles and to balance some scoring in there. This is probably a turn that takes a little while to process.
Yeah, I would be looking for plays on top of Weenie, not to the F. That would not be the first place I'd be looking. So it would probably take me a while to realize that there aren't really anything that overlaps ending in like AD or AN or AP or A anything.
Man, it just feels like there should be like a really high scoring stack on top of Weenie. Like if she had
Right.
an E, she could play ALEPH for like 1,000 points, but there's actually like nothing. The best she can do on that triple word at the top is just plan, PLAN, for 25. So I would sit here for a while and be like, surely like a random word is going to pop into my head. There's like a five that I don't see, but
Yeah, I mean, I would also
no.
be looking underneath a few Kai, like hooking the H with UH and like HUN something. I mean, there are so many other spots on the board that you can be looking too, so I would be taking a while on this turn and probably not be happy with anything I played.
Yeah, or like there's got to be a six down from the O in OXO, right? Like there's got to be
Right.
something, and there's not. There's
Yeah,
just
I'd be
nothing at
shaking
all.
my head after whatever I played, thinking I probably missed something better.
Yeah, this is one of the turns that haunts you. But here she's picked up HAL, brought him over to the side of her rack. This is the best option she's got on this turn. And dang, that turn had time trap potential written all over it, but Robin did not fall into that time trap. She crushed it.
Yeah, well done for not taking longer on that because I know I would have. Travis, on the other hand, he's got a very nice six going down to that triple, which looks to be by far his best play, right?
Yes, yeah, this is easily a darker 39 points. Got to cash it all in here. Throwing the letters out in space, all these central floaters, as Wellington calls them, where you can bingo to them, from them, or through them. So scary, but this is just so many points. You've got to do it. And Robin has drawn into pending as a 7, does not fit on the board. And that's always frustrating when you get racks that have playable 7s. You get all the floaters out there, but Robin is not going to have any playable bingos on this turn.
Yeah, it just looks
Rough.
like another turn that could take a while. So I'll be interested to see how long she spends on this. I mean, looking at Quackle, it doesn't look like there are many good options at all, really. So this could also be a turn that'll eat into her time a bit.
Yeah, man. Once you come to the conclusion that there are no bingos and different players are going to come to that conclusion in different amounts of times, then what? Like,
Right.
nothing looks good at all.
Yeah, I mean, do you try to fish here? Just keep a good lead and hope to bingo next turn? Do you play something
Uh,
like Pun?
Yeah, pun through the U in Cubitai stands out. DEGIN with two different R's floating in space feels all right, but you're kind of putting yourself in bingo or die territory with the play like that. Maybe you do just play long here. You play kinged, KINGED, 26 points, turn it all over, go digging for one of those two blanks.
Yeah, you could do that as well, but I feel like if you're going to score as many points by basically fishing and keeping a good lead, that might just be better.
One slightly better or slightly different version of this play, it's very hard to spot, but between the disconnected EI in Weenie and Fukai was GNIP, GENIP.
Oh.
It scores 6 more points, gets rid of the G, but Robin was sunk either way as she's found vowels into her draw. That she's got de-airing actually. I'll eat my words. De-airing is going to work for her. ABEGPRS the rack for Travis, 166 to 128 the score now. Travis does not have bingos, but can get very close to bingo range. We'll see how many points he wants to score now, but simply playing off the B and the G together and holding spare on his rack looks to be very strong.
Yeah, that's definitely a very good leave. I mean, I don't know if this is the kind of rack I'd want to fish with, though. I maybe want to do something like Bath making 80O next to Darker, just score a little more points. I mean, the G isn't great, but there aren't that many spots to bingo on this board either, so yeah, I don't know.
What do you do? I mean, beg for 12 at the top is like uninspiring, but a great leave and a great equity play. Beg at the bottom of the board through the E is simming okay, which is wild. There just isn't much to do.
I mean, I feel like beg on the bottom just cannot be right. Now there are like no bingo lanes left. Like, where's your bingo gonna go?
You can bingo to the R, like the B doesn't obstruct it, and it makes it very hard for your opponent to block both R's, but you become so reliant on a bingo next turn. That can't be right. I wonder if Jip through the Y in Weenie is crazy or actually reasonable. GYP and OP holds ABERS, but sets up a big bingo line, and you would need either a 6 or a 7 to score points in that spot. You're probably the favorite to get a long word there first with your nice synergistic leave.
Yeah, I
But I
really.
don't like keeping the B. Like the P is way stronger, in my opinion, to go with the rest of that leave.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you could probably just blow up this rack too and try to play off a lot of tiles if you wanted to. I don't know if I'm seeing any good sixes to do that with, though. I mean, they might
The
just
only
like presage to the E, but that feels bad.
presage like to the E and darker maybe. Yeah,
Yeah.
the highest scoring play on this turn is 6 letters long. It's through the H in Lotas, PHAGES. Holds
Mm,
BR, scores 28. Not totally crazy.
yeah, that's an option too. I don't really like anything.
I do
So
like going digging into this bag. Like it
yeah,
just
that's
looks
what I was thinking
strong.
too.
Like
Yeah,
most of the good consonants are still there. Most of the good vowels are still there. 2 S's, 2 blanks. J, Q, Z. I kind of like going digging into the bag. All right, Berg. This
okay,
is
bit of
less
a
crazy
different
than Beg.
approach. I mean, I like this a little bit more. I mean, at least you're scoring more points. But I hate taking out that lane if you are trying to fish. I mean, if you're losing, you kind of want to leave that open.
Right, right. But I mean, you can still bingo to the R, which is something. Oh, there's another R. There's a D. A great draw here for Travis. All right, so this game's going to stay interesting. Robin wasting no time getting her bingo down, de-airing the only one she had last turn. And I think we're going to get another air word right after if Travis finds his highest scoring bingo.
Yeah, I think this is kind of where that might take you a little while to see. Because it's kind of tricky.
I'd whiff it. Like, if I didn't get a good night's sleep, I'd whiff this one.
Yeah, I would see it on a good day for sure, but I could definitely see myself missing this too.
2 bingos for Travis, one through the E in de-airing, one to the D in de-airing. Those are the two. And of course, you want to play through the E to hit that double word square if you can.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody in the chat has seen the bingos yet, so we'll give them a little bit more time. I think the one through the D I would not have been sure of.
Oh yeah, that's kind of a Scrabble word. You either know that one or you don't. Kind of weird. The one through the E, certainly high prob enough, but this one's very tough to solve out of an alphagram. It's always on my trouble list.
Yeah, for sure. There are some words that are just easier to see than others, even if they're high props, even if you've studied them over and over and over again. Like when they come up on your rack, you can still whiff them.
And their chat finally playing along with us. Thank you. Airspeed, the bingo through the E. Those compound words, especially. Like, I would not be looking to start a word with AI in my brain. But airspeed, the highest scoring bingo here for Travis.
Yeah, the other one of Dispread has also been spotted. Yeah, we'll see what Travis comes up with. It would be very good for us as commentators if he could find this and we could make a game out of this. Otherwise, it would be tough to make a comeback in this game, I think.
Yeah, that's an absolutely pivotal turn here for Travis to keep his odds alive. But we'll see. Time will tell. These racks are tough too. There's so many sevens in this rack. And
yeah, it's
then,
frustrating
like,
when you have a 7 rack and it just doesn't go anywhere.
what do you mean none of my sevens play anywhere? Are you kidding me? Now I have to find an 8? Gosh darn it.
And you also have to be confident that you're not missing a 7 ending in a vowel that could maybe go on top of Lotus.
Right. Aspired, praised, diapers, despair. Is there another one? Are there like 3 more? God, I can't remember. Scrabble so hard. Ugh.
Yeah,
This
gosh,
is turning in. Go ahead.
I was saying that was definitely one of my weaknesses, like with those high props rack, when I know there are so many anagrams in there, like I can't always remember exactly how many. It's like I know the words in there, but I can't just like, tell them out of the top of my head and be like, okay, this is what is in this rack. Like clearly I know the words. I'm like, maybe I'm missing one, because there's so many.
When I first started studying words a million years ago, I was actually step 1. I'd see the anagram, and first I'd quiz myself on how many there are. And then I had my handwritten flashcards set up so that first I could check the number. And
Mm-hmm.
then if I got the number right, then I allowed myself to go through and solve the set of anagrams. And that worked
Yes.
really, really well for me until they updated the dictionary once. And then it was like, that
And now it
doesn't
all changed.
work. The stuff that used to have 4, like some of them now have 5, and I don't remember which ones have 5. And that's the thing. It's always a moving target in Scrabble where
Yeah.
they add more words, and sometimes they take words out, and you have a system that works, and then it doesn't work anymore. This
Right.
is a
I know
tough
a
one.
lot of people who study by using mnemonics and they just get screwed over every time there's a new update because now they have to like go back and update every single mnemonic that they have, and it's such a pain in the ass.
Oh my
It
god, and
looks
you have
like
to
we
come up
have a
with new
whiff here.
mnemonics.
Yeah.
All right. If you are not going to bingo, this is the strongest play you've got. So Alp, it looks like this is what Travis is going to back into after spending over 4 minutes on that rack. Airspeed did not pop into his mind. 158 to 236 now the score. But this game's not done yet. Robin's found a yucky post bingo draw. EEOOSUY. Ooh, Robin, what are you going to do? Are you going to play OY on top of D airing? Are you going to play YORE on the bottom of this board for 13 and hold a bunch of vowels? I guess that's what you're going to do. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like she's deciding to block that R, which is probably a decent idea given that, her opponent just played off 2 tiles, so obviously fishing after not being able to find a bingo last turn.
All right, Travis has drawn into another bingo on this turn. Another one that's kind of tough to spot, Dossier. Dossier, and it plays in just one spot, making the front hook of Alp to make Salp. Dossier and Salp is 68 points. The only bingo on this turn for Travis. Another tough one.
Yeah, that's tough. I saw the word on his rack, but I couldn't find the spot for it until you said it. But yeah, Salp, that is a good hook.
those four-letter words that start with an S, like you're very seldom playing a four with
Yeah,
an S unless it's got a high scoring tile in it. So
for sure.
Salp, like I'm gonna be totally honest, I would be hard like I would have a hard time pulling the trigger on Salp right now. I'd be like, I don't know if this is good, but the fact that that is the only playable bingo I see is gonna make me more and more inclined to make this play the longer I look at the position.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, words that start with an S, whether it's a four or five, I've challenged strongly on those more times than I want to admit because they're just not words that come up all the time.
Uh, we'll see. I haven't even seen Dossier come down on the rack, and that's another one that like if I'm trying to shake off some cobwebs, this is a rack I miss a lot.
I mean, that's also not a very common word, I would say. I mean, maybe it is for some people, but for a non-English speaker, like I don't know what that means.
It randomly got a whole lot of traction in politics like 2 years ago in America for reasons we won't talk about, and then it went away again. But if you compulsively read news and like getting pissed off about politics, you've probably seen it come up.
Mm.
Otherwise, yeah, it's a weird word.
Yeah, so there's definitely a chance he knows this word, then just a matter of finding it and then seeing the hook, which is both easier said than done.
Yeah, and man, another like if you don't see the one bingo on this turn, it is brutal because
Yeah,
otherwise we're looking at scoring 12 or 13 points, maybe playing one of our S's, maybe not playing one of our S's, and just being a huge sad.
yeah, these are the kind of racks that are just really, really difficult if you can't find your bingos. Because you're just not going to score much. You don't want to blow up the rack because the leave is so good, and then you end up just fishing and fishing and fishing until you hit something. Oh
Ooh,
no, that is not a word.
yeah, half weirdly does not take the back S, only Halves. And I think
Yeah,
Robin has just said hold. She said, "Where'd you go?" Point to the place. Oh, okay, hold.
yeah, she's
And
gonna.
Robin's gonna knock this off.
Yeah, rough turn there for Travis.
I'm not gonna lie. As soon as HALF got played, I looked up if it took an S because I
So they
couldn't
need to
remember.
change that to wow.
Travis noticing immediately. Excellent
Does half
sportsmanship
take
as
an S
well.
in Collins?
Ooh, let me check. Let me check. This could be chaos. It does. It does
Oh
take an S
no!
in Collins. Oh my goodness. So if they hadn't noticed that, this would have been a funny wrong adjudication. Hey Kieran, there's the other half of our Let's Play Scrabble team. I talk about Josh Greenway a lot because he runs the stream, but Kieran does a lot of the organizing, directing type stuff, and now he's getting his much needed face time. All right, let me figure out how to change this machine real quick. That's so funny that if
Yeah,
they had
that's
looked at it wrong,
funny.
it actually would have been good,
Maybe Travis shouldn't have said anything and be like, "Well, there's a chance it might be good in Collins."
right?
That was a good challenge by Robin there.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely a word that I've questioned before and had to look up to be sure it didn't take an S.
I've probably lost a turn on it before, to be honest,
Mhm.
but you just play so much Scrabble, it all blends together
Yeah.
after some point. All right, so
So
we're back on Robin's turn now. Oh, what a rack she's got too.
I see her
CEOST
bingo
keep
to the
playing.
H.
She has 95 available this turn. Good God.
Yeah, I think she's going to find that.
Yeah, yeah. I know she knows the word, but
Hmm.
I don't even know if I'd look up there.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, that just jumped out at me right away. And of course, if this was Clabbers, I would play Cat House because I love my cat.
Ah, we gotta get a cat house out there. Yeah. All right, well done, Brian Levitt, finding in chat the 95-point bingo Selkouth, Selcouth, playing to the H and half, 95 points for Robin. Otherwise, she's only bingoing for 66 this turn.
Mm.
Now, does she need these points? Maybe not in this game state. Let me get those scores updated. Robin's sitting on 249 right now. But do you want these points? Definitely.
And if she doesn't see that, is she going to see the S hook on Alp, or is she going to play something like Costume, putting a bunch of floaters out in space?
Ooh, yeah, costume above Lotaz would open this board up, the exact opposite of what she wants to do. I
Yeah,
think
I
if
mean,
she's
if you
not going
don't
to
see
find
the hook, then you don't have a choice, right?
yeah, if you're not going to find Selkuth, maybe Kudist, Couldest, through the D and D airing, like use
Just for
that
the
C for
yeah,
evil, nefarious, defensive purposes.
sure. Yeah, that looks nice if you're not going to see the hook on Alp and you miss the bingo to the H, which that's a really tough one to see. But we all
I,
know that Robin knows the word, so it's just a matter of chewing it out.
we'll see. We've seen tests for both players this game. We'll see if Robin passes this one with a B and gets a bingo down, or if she's actually going for the A plus here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this would be a great time to show the action shot. Robin, both hands on her head, really thinking this one through.
Yeah,
Great rack, lots to think about. And oh, she's
it's like,
pulled her head out of her hands. She's grabbed a marker. I think she's designated a blank.
okay.
And
He is
she
going to
has
play
seen
it.
Sal. All right, Scouter comes down. This is the second highest scoring bingo to the hard to spot Selkuth, 66 for Robin.
Yeah, nice play there by Robin, and she doesn't open anything at all here for Travis. So he's going to be in basically the same position as he was last turn, but without a playable bingo.
Scouted, she's made it a D. And the second blank was already circled on there, even though it hasn't been played. So hopefully whoever draws it remembers to erase that second one. Or just makes it an E.
How did that happen? Was that from the last game?
I think so.
No, it must have been.
And now it is an
Oof.
uphill climb for Travis. Your score has almost been doubled up. You've got this unplayable bingo and letters that don't score at all.
Yeah, it looks like he
And
has Sire set up on his rack to the E, unless that was just random. But you got to do something to open this board.
yeah,
Very difficult position. Can you do something on the other side, maybe? Gosh, I don't know. Anything gives back so much, though.
yeah, this is close to where we make the decision of, am I now trying to win this game,
Right.
or am I just doing things? And it looks like we're just going to play NOGS. This makes sense, DEIRS, a strong leave. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, got to that mute button just in time. Saved everybody's eardrums. Woo!
Well,
All right.
look at Brad Robbins' rack here. She got rewarded by the other blank, so we're probably going to see a pretty high scoring play here.
I don't think so. It looks like there's like nothing.
Wow. I was thinking maybe she could have burned that blank to play something to the E and scouted, but I guess there's nothing.
Yeah. This rack looks better
Yeah.
on paper than it is in practice, at least on this board.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, so do you just take out that D then and say, okay, you're not going to bingo? Do you play D?
I actually think you get greedy. If you've been gifted this opportunity, this is where you rack up major spread. There are so many really tough players in the room that if you do have a slightly softer matchup here and you've got that second blank, you know your opponent can't really afford to close up the board after fishing an S, having that challenged off, and then fishing OS for 13. Your opponent's going to open a bingo line. I'd be trying to get as close to bingo range as possible now so that when Travis opens a line, I smash it and win this game by 250.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking by taking out that D lane, because now it forces him to have to open something.
Yeah. Adieu? Do you play Adieu? Try to bingo with your Z for 95?
You could play a Jew. That's not a bad idea.
If Travis does have a bingo that plays to the left side, it plays for 61, like fine, take it. I'll probably
Mhm.
cash my Z for the same score. That's not the worst idea.
No, I'll be interested to see what approach Robin wants to go with here. Because, I mean, you can really do whatever you want. Yeah, I would be looking at that thinking too, like, there's got to be a higher scoring play.
I mean, Zig down to the G and D airing is 26, holds pretty terrible, but scores some points. I'd like to be a little closer to bingo range with my opponent fishing. I want to be kind of in that range as well.
Yeah, I definitely would want to keep my C this turn. I don't see any reason to really play it off, and you have so much potential to hit a huge play to that E.
Yeah, that Ian scouted looks so good with your Z. If you can hit, 55 or 80 in that spot, that'd be awesome. But what actually fits there? What six-letter words match blank 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 Z blank E?
Oh, it looks like she's deciding to play off the Z and blocking that D. Yeah, that's also an approach. Not I hadn't considered that. I don't know if that's necessarily what I would have done, but I see why she did it.
Yeah, man, this is gonna make it really hard for Travis. Even if Travis does draw into the bingo as he's done,
Yeah.
now it definitely doesn't fit. Now you have to open something back up for me and my blank. And Robin's drawn into bingos like meowed.
Hmm.
So yeah, plan executed to perfection here.
I mean, she could also play the other version of meowed, playing meowed.
Oh yeah, meowed. We get another meowed sighting today.
So many cat words. I love it. It could also just be that I see them every time they're available.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I don't have my Huskies here this weekend, so Husky Cam not available, but what we're lacking in dog, we can replace with cat, and I'm here
Yeah,
for
we
it.
did get a little cat cam yesterday. He hasn't
Oh,
really
yes, we did. All right, I got to go back and watch this stream now for sure.
yet.
Too busy watching my Blue Jays break my heart instead.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
The number of people who have brought it up to me today is disturbingly high, and I'm yet to throw a punch, but I don't think I can hold back much more.
It's just a matter of time, isn't it?
That's okay. Game 6 and 7 back at Rogers Center. We're going to win them both. Come on, Jays.
What do you do here if you're Travis? You cry?
Yes, that's why I don't want to talk about it because I'm just gonna cry. I don't know. I really. There should just be a resign button in Scrabble. Like, fine, take 200 of my spread points and just get me out of here. All right,
Good idea.
open the board.
That's fine. I mean, it's gonna give back bingos like Mura in it or something through the R, but I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you have to make a play, and
Yeah,
this is a
and
play.
you did.
Alternatively, you could sit there until your clock hits minus 10 minutes and just resign the game that way, but people tend to frown upon that behavior. And Robin, right on cue, has found Murayanid. This and Muriated, the two playable bingos she has through the R. Just pick one, score 74. Goodness, this one's getting rough.
Yeah, and Travis drew into a 7 that looks like there should be a word in there, but there's just not.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah. Like the amount of times I've had someone phony me with that rack, I can't even count that high.
Ugh. Robin initially set up Murayanid, now she's got Muriated on her wreck instead. I'm not even gonna break down strategically. That just play one of your bingos. They're both 74.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Hopefully
think
she
it was.
remembers to erase that blank and get the new one. Oh, she misspelled it.
Oh no!
She misspelled it.
Oh no!
Uh,
Oh oh
oh,
oh
oh,
oh
oh,
oh!
oh, 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 oh. Okay. We almost got some drama late.
God,
All
poor
right.
Travis. I feel bad.
Yeah.
A rough position to be in. Still no bingo.
Nobody ever deserves to lose a game by over 200 point. And
Mm,
Travis, has had a couple opportunities that weren't quite executed, but here away was brutal to spot. And I mean, been otherwise playing pretty solid.
yeah, I
Dossier,
can give that.
a miss there, but a couple mistakes. You're not supposed to be down by 230 out of nowhere, 250.
Yeah, he's had such good racks too, but the board has just not been the best. If he had those racks that he had on an open board, he probably would have bingoed. So many on those turns.
Ooh, hang on. We're gonna have some drama at the end of this one. Look at the unseen pool. 4
Oh,
vowels. JLLQVW. All right, all right. Robin might have a nightmarish draw here.
yeah. Good thing she's up 200. There's
Uh-oh.
two
It
and
begins.
oh,
Uh,
oh wow, that's
okay.
actually a good draw, everything considered.
Oh, she's got Connaught locked through the A and Mirayanid through the A and
Wow,
Araic for a
that's
lot,
really
actually. Wow. Somehow that was supposed to be a disaster, and instead she's got a mammoth score. Wild.
nice. Jeez.
Or caught next to the bottom of Mirayanid as a bailout, at least. Wow, wow, that could have been really, really ugly. It's about one of the only ways the Q becomes an advantage.
Right.
Man, I applaud that people still sit here in situations like this. I applaud Travis for counting the tiles and trying. I would not be tracking anymore. I would just be doing a thing
For
and trying to
sure.
get out of
I
this
think it's
room.
when you're on stream, you just want to try to keep your cool and play out the game as best as possible. I think if I was not playing on stream in a game like this, I'd be pretty frustrated and just make a play, get the game over with.
How do you keep your cool if you've never been cool in the first place? That's my question. If somebody knows the answer, please write me a letter and send it to my address. And please reveal the secrets. My signature self-deprecating humor on full display here and every day.
Hi, what do you do here if you're Travis?
I don't care. Oh, one thing you do want to do is hold some of your vowels back. If you
Yeah.
have tracked, if you see that there are only 4 left, I'd try to play 0 of these. Maybe you even do something crazy like knit, N-I-T, through the I in Mirayanid and set up snit and just see if you can draw 100 points. But honestly, dog, I would have just made a play and tried to get out of here by now.
Yeah, it looks like he's picked up 3 tiles to go somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Donia's good.
okay, so he's going to block her cannot spot, which if he had seen her rack, that would be a really good place. So,
Yeah.
yeah, very nice.
Robin's basically forced to play cot now with QI and AD.
Which is also
See how
decent.
much.
It does give back a high scoring bingo lane on the left, but I mean it's unlikely it's going to get hit probably with that pool.
Yeah, we'll get that pool updated from Robin's POV now. Unlikely to get hit, indeed.
Yeah, Travis picking up the J there is not what he wanted to see.
I don't think anything Travis has done all game has been what he's wanted to see.
Yeah.
Just series of rough draws. Robin bingoed 4 times. All right, ouch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just gotta save some spread here and just try to score as many points as possible.
Why hasn't Robin played caught yet?
I mean, maybe she's considering just playing off the queue instead to not give back a bingo lane. Which honestly seems fine.
Yeah, I guess hold both of your vowels with so few remaining. Don't give up. Like golfers would come down for, oh no,
Mhm.
golfers doesn't actually work, but stuff like that could be a ton.
Yeah.
Lifters or something.
Yeah, it's definitely a hittable lane, so I don't blame her for taking a little more time here.
Well, while there's not a lot of drama left in this game, there will be plenty of drama this weekend. Several more games still coming today and tomorrow morning. We got 2 more after this one and 5 more games tomorrow here from Lake George, New York. $1,500 is going to be the first prize for whoever wins this WoW division. Currently atop the standings is young upstart Evan Chester, who I had lunch with, Evan and his parents. Evan 7-2. David Spargo also 7-2. Actually, Evan just dropped his last one. Spargo currently in first place right now.
Wow.
But
Yeah,
this event is wide
on
open.
screen then.
Oh yeah, we got to get Spargo at some point up here. Robin does just play the Q. QI for 11.
If anybody wanted a cat cam, I do have a cat here right now.
Oh, we'll see. This game is running out of drama. If Robin spends 4 minutes on her next turn, we might need to cut over to that.
Oh, he's leaving. Sorry, lost your chance.
Nah, baited. That's okay. He's waiting for his real time to shine. The intermission. So plenty of drama here.
Important.
Right. I got things to do, ma'am. Plenty of time for drama this afternoon. The 2 more games, 5 more games tomorrow, and then so much more Scrabble coming your way on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. In 2 weeks, a big tournament from Madison, Wisconsin. Annette, you and I both got to play in that one. Oh my God. They played Jism and then burst into laughter. Man, we missed a good joke. Good thing we have an overhead mic muted. Production chat, let me know what was said, please. I want to make a dirty joke on stream. I want to get us censored from YouTube. No, I don't. Wait.
Yeah, no, Madison was a great time last year, and I'm actually going again this year. I don't know if you're signed up or what.
No, I couldn't get the time off work this time. I hate having a full-time job with full-time, whatever, but it is what it is. You get to go at least and soak some of it in. Man, Madison, late October was such a vibe, like late fall. Just get to catch the end of the leaves falling down. Nice chilly weather. Last year it was on the same weekend as the Madison Marathon, half marathon and 5K. So I got to walk to the playing room as I watched a bunch of people running. It was just such a cool tournament. And you can catch it all streamed here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. That's Halloween weekend, October 31st, November 1st, November 2nd. Apparently, Travis plays Jism and then just looked and made direct eye contact with Josh Koff and the directors. So that's all it is. I'm frustrated. I'm going to play a naughty word that I can only play in WoW tournaments.
I don't think that's true, though. I think that's good in NWL, too.
Oh, is it?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's defined as an offensive word, but they left it in. See, washed up has been. I can't do this anymore, guys. This is why I just talk, make bad jokes.
We appreciate your bad jokes, Matt.
Excellent. I'm glad somebody does, because my students sure don't. But too bad. I'm not stopping. I won't change. They say be who you are and show your true colors. So here we go. Kids are stuck with me. Sorry, and you're welcome.
This is why you keep getting hired over and over to do this.
I like to think I'm like Little Caesars. I'm hot and I'm ready. Josh, just tell me when you want me to put on the headset. I'm there. Oh my god, chat's going off with all these jokes too. I love it. Good. Man, we should just have like a Scrabble brain trust of bad jokes made on the headset.
That's so good.
All right, good. Robin is making valid plays. Hopefully Travis makes some valid plays too, and we don't have to show this game anymore.
Yeah, do we know who our next match is going to be yet?
It might be Jason Lee and Michael Fagan, but seeing that David Spargo's in first place, and David Spargo is one of my favorite people to show on stream, maybe I got to take a look at who Spargo is playing. Spargo's got Ed Liebfried in the next one.
Okay, that could be interesting.
That could be good too.
I mean, I also know that David is one of those people who loves to play on streams. So if he gets a chance to, he would be all over that.
Yeah, I actually went out in the intermission and told Spargo we were planning to stream him, and his response was just, hell yeah.
Of
and
course.
Then a fist bump. So I was like, all right, he's up for it. Thank goodness. But not everybody's up for the task. David, though, we appreciate the enthusiasm. Please, God, just get this game over with. Don't play one tile at a time. Can you play more tiles so I don't have to do this anymore? Sorry.
I think they're just doing it to annoy us. I mean, Travis has 30 seconds left, so he's going to have to play off a little bit more than one tile next time.
We'll see. Or he can just eat a time penalty and score even less. That's fine.
Just delay the game a little further.
Man, I'm feisty. I haven't been to the pool in 2 weeks because I've been fighting off this cold. And I guess I'm getting very grumpy when I haven't gotten my laps in. I'm thinking about jumping in that freezing lake after play today.
Oh, no. Oh,
I think I will. I think I will.
Here comes another one tile fish.
Stop! Played letters! Go!
I swear they can hear us.
Please, I'm going to yell loud enough that they can. I'm literally next door. Make words, play tiles. My God, stop.
Great, this is progress. Travis played off two.
We got two. Okay, good. Oh my God.
I'm sure that Robin was just fishing for something down from that J.
Oh, make a word.
It'll be over soon, I promise.
All right, please make it go away. Yeah, I'm jumping in the lake.
Close, Matt.
I'm jumping in the lake. I got to.
That's
I might
it.
even have to do it after this game. We might have a 10-minute intermission, and then I got to change. Maybe I can get Jackson to jump in the lake with me. I'm trying to think what players in that room are stupid enough to jump in the freezing lake with me. Jackson might do it. Josh might do it. I don't know if anybody else in the room is stupid. Maybe Spargo? I don't know him well enough, but maybe.
Might. If you dare him to do something, he would do it.
Oh, yes, 4 tiles. Look at that. Yes, we're so close. Please, make it finish.
I don't think Robin is going to do it for us.
She can't.
Yeah.
All right. We're trying to figure out. I think because both players have used so much time calculating this very, very intense end game, we'll probably get the next game going very soon. So I'm thinking no break. Just fight right on through, which means you guys at home jump up right now, go touch your grass, go fill up your cup of water, go empty your bladder, go pet your cat, go do whatever you need to do. More Scrabble coming soon. And hopefully the game's a little bit closer than this one. Tick, 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 tick. We got 52 seconds left, Robin. We gotta get this one over with. Come on.
There we go. We got to play that.
Word made. Good.
We
and
just need
come on, Travis. 9 seconds.
Good
yes,
job.
It's done. We did it. All right, Scrabble finished. Let's cut to Mike and see if we get a post-mortem. I doubt it.
$47,279.
279-487. Yep, correct.
All right. You had your moment.
Yeah, I know.
That's what you should. That's all you should take away from this game.
Well, I have such high probability racks, and I'm just like,
You had too many S's on your rack.
well, I mean, well, actually, you blocked Drossier when you played.
I blocked what?
When you played your, you blocked Drossier.
That's why I played it.
Yeah,
Because I had EEOOUSY.
Yeah, block out
So
everything. And both of the blanks were unseen, right? So
I mean, the worst case scenario is you doubling.
Yeah.
But it's much easier to.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, in here I had praised, which has a billion anagrams.
Praise.
Yeah, which has a billion praised. Aspired.
With a D.
Praised, aspired.
There's diapers and
diapers. Despair. Yeah. None of them played.
Why didn't you play this? What do you mean?
No.
Oh, Alp wasn't out yet.
Because I opened. Yeah. That
and
was what I did
de-airing
to
was
open.
out.
Yeah. Paradise through an A. I don't think that.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything through the D or the E.
Oh, dispread.
Dispread? Oh, okay. I didn't know that one.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't know the word, then.
Well, you can't play something you don't know.
Right.
Now you know it.
Bad about it. Right, but like, I'm just.
If I spelled it right,
it
could have two S's. I could be wrong. Just let me check. Okay?
No, I said, yeah.
I could be wrong.
It's vaguely familiar, but yeah. Yeah, dispread. Yeah, that would have made the game a lot different.
Yeah,
the blanks,
dispread.
Yeah, blanks weren't seen yet. Did you have the first blank yet at that point?
When you after de-airing?
No, just when I played that. Like, yeah, after de-airing. Yeah.
I picked up the blank after your.
Okay.
I picked up a dream. I saved OUSC,
Uh-huh.
and I picked blank CT. Like
Yeah.
but I don't know if I had any doubles,
Mhm.
but we wanted to block as much as I could.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to just like play costumed or something.
Yeah.
I preferred the scouted, and it forces you to open here, and if I get the other blank, and that forced you here.
First thing to go up. Well, then I had like a Stone-Ede, but like I knew you were going to block everything. But it's a sevens and Stone-Ede. Like I don't even.
Stone-Ede?
No, Stone-Ede.
Stone-Ede?
Like, Stone-Ede, yeah. There's no 7 in there.
No, it's an 8. Yep, maybe, yeah. And the reason I played murated instead of muriated is so that in case I picked a Q, I could at least have an I to play off of.
Oh, okay.
And I did pick up cat, and it would have balanced my rack, but then I give you a triple down here for nothing.
Yeah.
So I just decided to slow play it.
Yeah.
A lot of thought goes into these games. Anyway, very lucky to, because I saved ing, and I hate doing that because I had pending. So I saved dinge, and I picked up AI, but I had 2 places to play de-airing, and it would have been hard for you to block everything. It wouldn't have made sense for you to block everything.
Yeah, well, at that point.
Yeah, what did you have?
Berg, when I played Berg, like I was behind, but like
what was
both
your
blanks
rack
were
with
out
the
there.
Berg?
Oh, yeah, it wasn't too bad because I like pre-bags. It's my rack.
Oh, okay.
And you would just play the other piece.
I would I just play bag. If you're gonna do something like that, like keep pairs, don't 2 vowels, 2 consonants. I mean, the R is so good with the.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're not asking my advice, so I'll keep quiet.
No,
it's not my business. Sorry.
I mean, generally, it's just like either 2 and 2, or like generally, like if I'm gonna keep extra, I keep 2 consonants and a vowel if it's odd, right? Like keep more consonants than vowels. But it depends on the board
for sure. It's just that the R is so good with you say parse. It's such a good.
Yeah.
Oxo was nice. Darker was nice. Weenie was nice. I had Hipland. I couldn't find anything to go in.
All right. Well, I'm getting word from production team that as riveting as this postmortem is and a 200-point drubbing, we are going to make them stop, kick them off the board, and get play moving along to keep the tournament on schedule. So that's it for Robin and Travis. You've got Matt and Annette for a little bit while we get those players evicted, get new players seated, get tiles squared, and then get tiles unsquared. Annette, what have you learned so far from the Scrabble we've seen today?
What have I learned? To draw a little bit better, maybe? I don't know.
Yes. Yeah. Indeed.
Play the bingos when you have them. That's tough to do if you don't know the words. So Maybe just learn the words.
I love the new school of wisdom. It's not a mistake if I don't know the word. I think I'm going to repeat that line 100
I've
times
said
over the
that
next
so
20
many
years.
times. I'll stand by it.
Indeed. Check out, we got the quad cam going. So one camera on the action in the playing room. That's how things look here in Lake George. But also the bottom left, that is the street just outside the venue. If we keep this cam on long enough, you will see me and a crowd of gangly looking Scrabble people walking down the street to wherever we go eat dinner tonight. Check out that foliage. Check out that early sunset action tomorrow. I'm going to go running in my hot pink shorts right down that sidewalk. It's going to be a sight. Oh, man. It is so, so pretty out here. If you haven't been to a Lake George yet, you really ought to change that. And if you have, you really ought to come back. Such a cool vibe. I'm so glad I made it out here. I'm so glad this tournament has been going on for the decades that it's been going on. Hearing word that the players have walked out of the room, so we are going to take just a short break. As soon as those players are corralled, we'll have more Scrabble. Annette, what do you have to say to our audience before we cut to a little break?
Stay tuned. More Scrabble to come, and I'm excited. Hopefully, we'll get a better game this time.
Can't get much worse. All right, more Scrabble coming soon. See y'all. Alrighty, well,
Oh, you
thank you
just
for
missed
your
the cat
patience.
cam. I'm so sorry.
No, no! Oh my goodness! If only Robin and Travis had played their end game a little bit
Look at
faster.
this. Look at this. Look at this.
There
Hey!
it is! We got meowed and meowed, and now are we gonna get
Oh
meowed
no, he
one more
goes. Oh,
time?
sorry.
Hey, we got it. We treasure the few seconds we had together. What is your cat's name?
Churro.
Of course it is. Churro the cat, brought to you by Churro the Scrabbler. All right. Well, Churro the cat, Churro the Scrabbler in the booth, as well as Matt Canick. We're going to cut over to our next game, Jason Lee and Michael Fagan. And I was looking at the standings before this game. There are 9 players within one game of the lead, either at 8-2 or 7-2 or 6-3. This thing is so tight. I'm going to get scores reset. Annette, do Michael Fagan or Jason Lee really need any introduction?
I don't think so. I mean, they're both top players. They've been around forever. Michael's obviously won a national championship, and Jason, we talked about him earlier, has a second place. I did want to say that I saw on the scorecards that Jason Lee has won the last 5 games against Michael, so that'll be interesting to see if that plays into maybe how Michael will play this game.
Yeah, the overall head-to-head was 18-13, which means at one point it was 13-13, and then Jason just turned on some kind of switch, has won at least 5 straight against Michael Fagan. We will see if that is 6 straight right now. Players are seated, tiles are being bagged, scores have been reset. So Jason Lee and Michael Fagan in a matchup of 6 and 3s, but man, those standings are tight. All right, here we go. Lee, Fagan, each of these players hails from Montreal. They've got tons and tons of sparring practice against one another. I think if you had to put a scouting report out on Michael Fagan, sometimes he doesn't challenge words. So we'll see if we get a little phony action going on, but he is a very, very solid analytical player. And as Annette said, he's won a national championship before. No slouch, but we'll see if a phony gets played in this game. I'm here for it. ADMNNRT, the opening rack for Jason. This has to be damn.
Yeah, it's got to be, right? I mean, I guess you could maybe consider exchanging, but there's no reason not to play damn here.
Yeah, no, you got to play damn.
Yeah, damn, good play.
Damn good play indeed. NRT, a nice leave. AEIORY blank, the opening rack for Michael Fagan. No bingos here. We'll see how he chooses to approach. I think that M, giving him MY, makes this play pretty straightforward, though. Just YO, MY, and NO for 22 feels very, very good to me. Is that what you're playing here, Annette?
Yeah, after making sure I don't have a bingo, I'd probably settle on just playing off YO. That is such a strong leave. And it scores well, so it kind of does everything you want to do in this position. But being sure that there's no bingo over the board, that's, easier for us to sit here in the booth and be like, oh yeah, he's just gonna, play YO and get this turn over with. But I'd be looking at this for a while.
I don't know, that AEIO and Y together, like that to me is like I'm not bingoing. I'm not close enough. But every player gets to their heuristics differently. It's so crazy too how to some players they can look at a rack and just be like, "There's nothing here," and I know it in like 2 seconds. And then other players or other racks, you have to lament for 2 or 3 minutes. Brains are weird like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like I'm the kind of person who, like, I'll look at the rack and I'll see potential in almost everything and be like, oh, there might be something here. And then I'll take forever just to realize that there isn't something. And other people might look at the rack and be like, no, but it can't be anything here.
Yeah, we'll see how long Michael wants to take. Yeah, I don't know. I would have given up on the bingo search in like 2 seconds, but everybody's a little bit different. I wonder if he's thinking about other options too. Like maybe YO holds one too many vowels for him to feel good about. Maybe he wants to play Yoni, YONI, for just 15. Maybe he wants to play AYE in the same spot. That holds IOR blank, which feels awful, but it is fewer vowels. I don't know. If
you're not going to play YO, I think I like Yoni. At least you're keeping the board more open that way. I mean, you have the blank, so you're obviously trying to bingo. You don't really want to shut this down too soon.
No, but I don't know. This just has to be YO.
Yeah, I agree.
The fact that Michael's taken 2.5 minutes already on this turn feels a little odd to me, but they have been playing a lot of Scrabble here all weekend. Maybe there's a little fatigue factor. I had a nice big lunch. I was in a bit of a food coma, so I'm not sure what Michael ate for lunch, but maybe he's got a little digestion going on. Here it comes.
That's
Yo,
why.
3 minutes in.
Hey, better late than never.
Indeed. AALNRST, the rack for Jason. This looks bingo-ish, but no bingos available to him as well. Oh, man. Jason's going to have a fun turn also. How many tiles does he want to play? My gut says play small. Just play 2. AMYL through the MY feels great to me. And Jason's got it set up now. Are you playing that, Annette, or are you going to go a little bit longer?
If I see it, sure, I would play that. I don't know if I would have seen that. But that is a great play.
If you don't see it, I mean, even just playing AL on top of Dam for 9 points, that doesn't feel the worst either. Like your S is very strong to put on the back of Dam after that play, and Michael can't do too much. But I think a short play worth it here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. He had it set up. Maybe he was looking at something else.
He's got trans set up now. I wonder if he's actually thinking of just like playing long here. That doesn't feel right.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right. I mean, if anything, you'd want to probably play like Snarl then.
Yeah, Snarl. Or Natal and Yawn, Natal maybe.
Yeah.
No, this is such a good play for Jason. Nice job. Nice job.
Awesome. Sets up a great S hook for your double lane there if you do happen to draw really well.
All right, and likely bingo bango coming unless Jason has a nightmare draw. Michael has one playable bingo, and he's showing us what it is right now. E-Radiate for 60, but E-Radiate does take a front hook unless my memory is insane. No, Re-Radiate is valid. Jason's got the R on his rack. He just needs to avoid a 2-conso draw. Oh, no, that's actually a great 2-conso draw.
Yeah,
he's got doubles now. Wow.
He's got a huge double. Yeah, very nice.
All right, 94 locked up for Jason after Michael's bingo. Wow. All right. He didn't need any vowels. He's good.
Yeah, that E was just what he wanted.
And just where he wanted it, too. Here comes Trepangs.
Yeah, he's already seen it. Very nice. Nothing to think about. Slap it down. Take the points.
Yeah, this is another one of those where if you take 2 minutes and then double with Trepangs through an E, like I either want to punch you or like ask if you're okay, like check on your blood sugar. Like that Trepangs for 94 is not a turn you need to think very hard about.
Yeah, that was like when Sack took so long to play Sabaton, and he said after the game it was just because he missed the back hook.
Yeah, like I didn't think to put the S behind Vac. That's all. Okay,
yeah.
Well now it makes more sense. You were literally just vibing there for a minute and then notice the thing.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see if Michael notices the thing here. He does have 45 points on this turn. I'm not sold that 45 points is the right move for him, but I don't know that I'd even see it here to think about. 45 plays down to the P in Trepangs, Oxlip, Oxlip. But
that's to see.
Oh, man. Oh, you dirty dog, Quackle. It has one play that it really likes here for Michael that's nasty, devious.
Wow. That is awesome.
All right, this is a fun turn for Michael. I'm curious to see how much time he spends and what he opts to do. There are a lot of different ways you can go. As I said, Oxlip is 45, VOXEL through the E and E-Radiate 32. Locks alongside Radiate, or E-Radiate making all, and TO and EX is 39. But the standout option to me is only 27, but it sets up like all kinds of different opportunities for future devastating plays for Michael, and that's Divot and Irradiated. Just 27, but if you look at how it sets up the board, the right draw for Michael, and he can play something like Axile for like 80, or even just like XI if he draws an I, OX and XI for 52 next turn. So Divot just sets up all kinds of chaos, and Michael's got the right tiles to back it up. Oh, man. Annette, would you play Divot or would you score more here?
Oh, if I see Divot, I play it every time. I love what that does. I mean, it just gives you so much potential for next turn.
That is such a sick play. It's not a very human play. Like, it requires several layers of thinking. Like, I wouldn't even be looking to play in that spot. Like, I'm not going to hit a double
If I had seen Oxlip there, I'd be so happy. I would play that pretty fast.
Yeah, but Oxlip, Simming
Voxel
Fort,
was the first thing I saw.
I think he's found Oxlip. He set up OXL. I guess this could also be Lox, but it could be Oxlip. It could be either one. Maybe he's seen both and he's deliberating. Now he's found Oxlip.
Nice.
Oxlip is simming fourth on this turn, behind Divot, behind Lox, and behind Voxel. And I guess it's in part because that DVT leave is so bad, and in part because that bottom part of Irradiate, the ATE, just gives so many opportunities back to Jason if you don't obstruct it.
Mm-hmm. I think you got to be a certain kind of player to find a play like Divot. I think someone like Josh Sokol would probably have found that and played that. Maybe Jackson as well, because they're very creative and they like to think outside of the box, whereas other players tend to play a lot more just equity-based.
Yeah, they're the players who really slow down, especially with JQXZ on their rack, and really iterate several different options. Think about this turn and next turn and all those other possibilities. But I think there are two players in this room who might back into Divot on this turn, and they're Jackson and Josh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, having played a lot with both of them. So he does go with Lox, which is interesting, because that does set up Loxing, if that ever comes into play.
We'll see if it does. But, oh man. H11. Oh, Quackle. Quackle, I had one other option in there just for fun. Oxid, OXID, in this same spot, one short of that word. Jason scores on average 70 points after Oxid. So, you probably don't want to do that.
Suicide.
That's fun. All right. Lock is the number 2 option, according to the engine, just behind Divot. So solid play for Michael there. ABEOQUV, Jason's rack. He's almost certain to play this Q off, but the question is where. He's got multiple good options for it. BOSQUE through the S in Trepangs might be what he opts to play here, but more points available, QUARE through the R in Trepangs. Do you like Bosk? Do you like Quare? Or would you be crazy, Annette, and play above and ET, holding the QU back and opening this board up?
As someone who hates the Q, I'd want to get rid of it, and I don't like Quare not keeping an S, so I'd probably go with Bosk if I see that.
I don't know. Sometimes I love opening the board wide open and keeping the QU together and just seeing where it takes us, but I'm not seeing too much opportunity for QU. I could maybe draw a 4 down to the S in Trepangs, something like Quins or Quits, but that's only 48. He's looking at it. Okay. Those plays would only be 48. I can do 36 right now with my Q if I play Bosk. So that feels a little more reasonable to me. But we'll see what Jason wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see the merit in keeping the Q and U together. I think I've just had too many bad experiences where I've tried to play around with that and it just never seems to work out. So I always err towards just playing off the Q when I have it if I can score with it.
Yeah, when it works, it feels good, but when it doesn't, it feels so bad.
Right.
Jason's going to do it, though. So we'll see where the QU takes him above for 24. All right, ADDIRTV, the rack for Michael. He's down 21. He should retake the lead on this turn, or if nothing else, at least come up to tie. Probably Diva to the A
Yeah,
and above.
Diva was what I was thinking too. I was just trying to see if there were any higher scoring plays than that, but I really want to take out that A if it doesn't sacrifice too many points elsewhere.
Yeah, and Jason has drawn what he's looking for. QUODS down to the S in Trepangs is 50 next turn, so plan executed, at least in part, the way he intended. But he does give points back to Michael in the process. Michael scoring Diva here. Overall, I'd say kind of a wash on the gambit for Jason of keeping the QU. It'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be able to get his points down, and hopefully for him, Michael won't draw a U or something that he can score a lot with that Q with.
If Michael draws an N, he'll have Trank.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually the tile. He wants to dodge a U, and there it
Oh,
is.
yes, and right away.
I got two. I
Wow.
spoke it into existence.
Yeah.
Commentators continue to do what we do best.
Slightly backfire here for Jason, but I mean, he doesn't know that. I mean, you
All right,
have
Annette.
quads here, right?
Quids or quads? I actually feel like the O synergizes a little bit better with the MB combination than the I does. I, of course, a better tile in a vacuum, but with that leave, maybe we're playing quid?
Maybe you want to keep the I in case you draw NG.
Oh, for Loxing, indeed.
Right. I don't know. It's probably close. I think I would keep the I here.
The first time I played Marlon Hill, he spent 11 minutes on his third turn, and he rocked back and forwards in his chair and said out loud about 30 times over and over, "I do not know what to play."
And then he bingoed.
Do not know what to play. No, and then he played OX for 50. I'm like, cool. But that's kind of what I'm thinking here. I do not know what to play. Do I play quads?
Right.
Do I play quids? I feel like no matter what I choose, the other one is going to look better next turn. But yeah, just do something. He's playing quads.
Yeah, seems fine. Now
if he draws
Trank
the
is
NG,
up pretty fast.
Yeah, Trank incoming. If he draws the NG, he's going to feel great about this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's got
draws
Narthex.
It's not so much. Yeah.
All right, yeah, Trank instantly for Michael. Oh, and Jason draws that U right afterwards to threaten some Q plays. Actually, I don't know if he has one, but BCEIMOU, the turn for Jason now. He's up by 5.
Yeah. You would think there would be something good here. Looking at plays through that EX, not seeing anything.
There's Cymex to the EX, CIMEX, but holds BEOU.
That's a bad leave. I don't know if I like that. Would you be tempted to keep the UI in case you draw an L?
Ooh, 2 L's left. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. They're just so bad together, you don't really want to keep them and fish for something that's not really going to score that much anyway.
Yeah. If Tranquil scored 80, I'd do it.
Right.
But everything sucks. Yeah. I don't know. YOU and Umbo is the least bad thing I see.
Yeah, that looks pretty good because I really dislike the U. So I would be looking to play off the U in this spot, especially with the Q already being played.
Looks like right now Jason has COMB. And I wonder if he's looking at COOMB through the O and above. That would set up the back E hook, COOMBE. If Michael doesn't know it, big advantage Jason. But with so many E's unseen, if Michael does, then Jason's keeping 3 vowels and giving a huge play to his opponent. I would play Combex, COMBEX.
I just hope that he doesn't challenge.
Combex.
I mean, to me, Jason doesn't strike me as someone who plays a lot of intentional phonies. Like, I've played with him quite a bit, and he hasn't done it against me. I don't know if that's something that he does against people, but I definitely know of players who do that a lot more.
And you also challenge phonies with a little bit more frequency than Jason's current opponent, so perhaps that would change things.
Maybe.
Combat.
Convex for the win.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
But in terms of valid plays that are actually real words, I don't know. Umbo is about all I'm seeing here. Biome in the same spot if you want to hold the U back, but I hate that.
I think I like Umbo here. That looks pretty
Maybe
decent.
we'll have another meow sighting, MEOU this time. Dome and meow.
Wouldn't it be fun if we made like a bingo card before the stream started? We had different things on there, like different spellings of meow, or like slurs being played, or how many times someone keeps a U on their rack. And then at the end
Robin
of the
erupting
season,
into laughter after someone plays a sex word.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Viewers at home, let's get it going. Let's brainstorm some ideas for Scrabble bingo card squares. I want to make this happen. We got the World Championship coming up in 3.5 weeks. What kind of bingo cards are we going to make? What kind of squares do we need
Actually
to
be
put
really
up?
fun. It looks like Umbo is coming down after some deliberation.
All right. Umbo, nice play from Jason. I think the best you can do out of a rough situation. And it looks like another rough situation incoming from Michael. DHILNNT on his rack. He's insta playing Hind here. But this time it's HIND and a real word instead of HYND for 0, as we saw earlier today, in exactly the same spot.
Yeah, that looks like a really solid play for Michael there.
Oh, God. Into CEI, the first tile Jason draws is a G. That's like the worst thing you could possibly pull. Oh, man, he's going to be baited. Chief Ing is not a word, but if it was, it now plays on the board. Word knowledge check for Jason.
I would have tried that, especially against Michael.
I
He's
would have
going
already
for it.
played it. Here it is. All right, Chief Ing. Oh, boy. All right.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know if I would have challenged if this is someone that played it against me. I would not have been sure this wasn't a word, so I probably would have let this go.
Before the play, it's a 3-point game. We'll see, is the play on hold? Jason reaching for the tile bag. Jason drawing. The phony has been played.
Nice. Yeah, you
and
just
a
gotta
tile
play it
comes
confidently. Play it fast.
and Michael's just going to insta-play oft.
Yeah,
Jason hasn't even
like
drawn yet,
Mars.
and Michael's going to play. All right.
Nice.
The phony. There it is. We thought it might happen, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, that is such a plausible word, too. Like, that is really difficult to know is not a word if you have not come across that before.
That is the second phony that I have spoken out before it came down, and then it came down. I'm like, nice. I'm good at this. All right. EEKOPST now. Jason is ahead by 38 points, even after Michael's big response. Although Michael kept the letters LENT, which play on this board for a big score, extending Diva to Divalent. And he's found some other good stuff to go with it as well. Big drop from Michael. This one is not done yet.
Yeah, that would be a really nice play if he sees that.
This looks like it should bingo through an O with 2 O's in space, but it does not. All right, we'll focus on Jason's turn first, and then Michael with a big turn coming up next. EEKOPST, and Jason can't get caught up too much in the let's try to bingo. Like, it's very natural to try to play OKE here. It plays above Trepangs for 21, holding step. But I think if you're Jason, scoring pressure is so important. You want to get up ahead by a bingo so that even if Fagan gets one down, you're still up. The main space I think Fagan's going to bingo is a 7 backhooking OH to make OHS anyway. those are only going to score 60 or so. If I can get up by 60 or 70 right now, I think my odds of winning are very high. Pekoe through the O in quads would be how I attack this turn if I'm Jason. Does set up the back S hook, but hey, I've got an S, and if Michael does have an S bingo, I'm getting a triple word next turn. I like that. What do you like, Annette?
I think that looks really good too. I love that play. You really got to keep the scoring pressure on in this position. And I feel like Michael's play of off doesn't really tell you anything about his rack, so he could really have anything in this position.
All right. Yeah, I wonder, now that chiefing is down, might as well just stick an S on it, right? Why not?
That might be pushing it.
That might indeed be pushing it.
That's just being really greedy. Keep playing something like keeps and chiefings.
Yeah, man. That one probably gets challenged by almost anybody, but
Yeah,
who knows?
So. Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
I think the last time I watched or I commentated Jason on a stream, he was playing in the championship game in Montreal, and he played a phony in exactly that spot with an S. And I was like, well, of course this is going to get challenged. And then it didn't. And then he won the tournament.
I remember that. I don't remember what the word was, but that does ring a bell when you say it. Because I think
he had ketoses, and then either made a phony hook or played ketos instead for like 100, and then it wasn't. Right. I don't remember exactly, but it was exactly this quadrant of the board.
Yeah,
and exactly phony S hook situation, and now we're just deja vu.
Right. I think he played it. Was it the S hook that was a phony, or was it the 7 that was a phony?
I know ketoses was the word.
And then he hooked it with something, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because ketoses is actually good.
Right. Looks like he's
I don't remember.
He does have Pecos set up.
Is he going to play it as a 5, making PET? It makes a little sense given there's so many vowels in the pool. Or making TE, I think, below Trank. 23 as opposed to the 28 he would get playing through the O, but he gets another vowel off of his rack with 6 E's still in the bag. You're not actually worried about playing off your 2 of them here.
Yeah, that makes some sense too. I do feel like a variation of this word somewhere on this board is probably what he is going to do.
Yeah, likely so. The question is where and through anything or not.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those 5s that are so useful, Pekoe. And if you are out there looking to elevate your game to the next level, just learn a bunch of 5s with like P's, K's, W's, V's in them. They can bail you out of some really awkward turns. If you don't know the word Pico, you're forced to play Kep or Oak on this turn. And just knowing this 5 unlocks like so many more decisions for you. Some of those high scoring 5s, so pivotal in a game. I'm not saying learn all the 5s. In fact, I think most Division 1 players don't know all the 5s. But learn a few of those useful ones. Oh, I sure don't.
I actually learned the word Pecco from a stream. I think Jackson opened a game with that one time, and I was like, ooh, that's a word. So he does play it up top.
Yeah, 23 instead of 28, but you're not opening the volatility on this board, given the lead. Oh!
Michael's going with Telex, which if you're not going to see Divalent, seems like a pretty decent play.
Well, he actually drew into more than just divalent. He drew into another form of it, divalence, Valence, as a 9. Divalence for 45. But Telex, if you're not going to see divalent or divalence, this is a good play.
Yeah, divalence. That's insane. Like, I'm just going to pretend like I never heard that word.
Right. As a Farm D, I do need to know that word, but we've all got our own wheelhouses. I'm sure I don't know game theory words the same way you do, or different types of makeup and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to waste time putting things into my brain. They'll probably never come up again.
Indeed. Well, who knows?
Yeah,
now you're going to win a game because you play Divalence. You're welcome.
Yeah, you never know. Thanks.
Somebody watching today is going to play Divalence at some point, and I want them to handwrite me a thank you letter when they do. Send it to Michael Fagan, actually. EORRSTV on Jason's rack now. Man, some of the most equity prone players would play Orzo from the O and quads right
Oh
now.
no, 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 no.
No, no, no,
Can't do
indeed.
that.
But I wonder what Jason is going to do. Res through the E and Telex is a good defensive play, holds EORST. And with a bunch of E's and a bunch of I's coming yet, maybe that play makes sense. But it's only 24 points. Jason can score a lot more. And I think
Oh,
it's appropriate that he does so. Look at this. Yeah, 0 for
yeah,
35.
that looks really solid. I was looking at zeros through quad, but this obviously is much better keeping the S.
Yeah, 13 vowels, 13 consonants unseen. RST is actually exactly the kind of stuff you want to be keeping here if you're Jason. I like this. And Michael, just off of ice wines, not quite there for
Ooh,
him. Now he's
close.
got an odd turn. EIINSW and a C to go with it. Wig to the G in Trepang holds CEINS, but that scores so little. And you really only have one bingo line left on the board afterwards, and it's not going to score you very much even if you hit it. Can you play that, Annette, or do you need to do something a little more creative here?
I would want to try to open somewhere on this board. I don't think you can do that, can you? Like that O is going to be pretty helpful for you as a floater. But then what do
Yeah.
you do? Do you play something like Y near down to the ER?
Do you play dice from the D and Hind and just like put an E out there and be annoying?
I don't think so. Keeping a W, I mean, you're not going to bingo very much with that.
Maybe whinier or maybe just Windsor. I kind of like Windsor above whinier by a smidge.
Where are you looking at that?
So to the ER on the left side of this
Oh, with the
board, just
C, with the C, right.
WNCER.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that looks fine too. And then maybe next turn you can find a word to the W that would help you open a lane. Yeah, I don't
Just a
know.
really brutal turn for Michael.
Yeah, I mean, ideally he'd want to play something from that D on the bottom, but you can't really play like dice keeping a W, right? Maybe.
Yeah, just UUWY still in the bag and the G and the J. Like that W can get so messy so fast. But I don't know, like whinier, even if you draw a bingo and play with OHS next turn, you're gonna lose. But
Yeah, but
how can you
what else do you
open
do?
anything else? Like you can't play owie from the O and quads and open that triple triple lineup. You're just gonna get smashed.
Yeah, that feels wrong.
The longer I look, the more I'm like, well, maybe we do just try chiefings right now. Wines and chiefings, and maybe Jason can't challenge it because. But chiefings is just so horrifically bad. Like, there's no way that's a word.
It just feels like such a desperation play.
Maybe you play in wall if you see it. INWALL 17.
Yeah, that's a possibility. It does take out that O floater, though. Well, maybe
Uh,
not fully.
to the oh yeah that O I see yeah it does knock that out for bingo opportunities. But at this point, I think the vertical plays making OHS is opportunity number one, and
Yeah,
then
so we
maybe you
just
draw
go with
something through the
dice.
O and quads. I think I like this actually.
Maybe it's okay. I just
Just
hate that.
everything else looks so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're breathing a little bit of life into this board.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I don't know. Maybe there's a chance, but not if you're going to draw the J.
Yeah, nice play there by Worry.
Jason,
Scores
like
a lot.
almost insta playing that. He's now up by a bingo score, so he's not super worried about the bingo opportunities that Michael might have. And I feel like he's going to reach in and grab that blank now.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And not the draw that Michael needed here.
Where is it?
Oh,
There it
there
is.
it is.
I told you. Yeah, Sultana GG. All right. I do
Oh,
this
you
too
just had a
much.
feeling, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was 50-50, so I hit my coin flip.
Yeah, good call.
All
So,
right, Flautas. GG.
oh, yeah. So if you're Michael here, what do you do? Play Jow through the O up top? Set up an S?
Ahi? AJI? Jow?
Yeah,
Sure, that
sure.
works. All right, and now Jason gets to bingo for even more. Flautas now plays for 80.
Ooh,
Or Valutas.
Valutas is nice.
Oh man, there's a lot of really nice bingos. Oh god, okay.
Botswana.
Wow, he's all right. He can make the blank an F, a V, a K, a B. There's some really sick words in this rack.
That's
All
really
right,
fun.
chat. Teach everybody stuff, chat. What are the bingos in this rack? F, V, K, B, N, P. Let's hear them.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't know if I would have seen all of those possibilities if I had
I
that
would have
racket.
Flautas, and I'd be outside in the courtyard already.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably see Sultana right away and then play that.
This Texan's always going to see Flautas.
I don't know what a
Not good.
flauta is.
It's like a Tex-Mex thing. They're like the
Okay.
savory version of a churro filled with
Ooh,
meat.
nice. Sounds good. Ooh, Mexican
Yeah.
food's delicious right now. Maybe I'll order Chipotle or something later.
Oh
I guess
God, I
isn't
haven't
there-
had any good Mexican food since I moved to Boston, and I'm so
Oh.
sad about it.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Chipotle. That's all we
mean,
got. All right, here comes Flautas.
It's maybe not authentic Mexican, but it's delicious still. So he does go with what you said.
All right, Flautas. Just circle the right blank. I think you got this, Jason. So this will be at least 6 straight tournament wins for Jason Lee against Michael Fagan, and we just saw Jason notch his 8th consecutive win over Zach Ansell, making their lifetime head-to-head 8-0. So Jason just mowing down some familiar opponents, it seems.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, those kind of streaks are tough to come by when you're playing as people who are that strong.
And just insult to injury, as Michael has GIIU on his last rack, Jason's final rack, EEINST. That's Scrabble.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Lose. That's what you're going to do.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like Michael did anything wrong this game. Except
Well,
for
he
not
could have challenged
cheating, I guess,
Chiefing.
but yeah.
I mean, if he had like Galaxy Brain, then Locks could have been Divot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see. Oh, a Divalent, maybe.
Yeah.
But like, otherwise, nah, not really. He did fine.
Yeah. I mean, none of these are like huge misses.
No, not at all.
And there's a chance he saw some of them too and just decided not to play them.
Well, sometimes you just lose when you play people as good as Jason and they draw some good stuff. Sometimes you just lose. The most interesting decision of the game was probably Jason's above move, holding QU. Did seem to work out at least neutral for him, if not slightly ahead, because he was able to cash the Q for 50 the next turn. And then the big gambit, chiefing, invalid. But what else are you going to do on that turn?
Yeah,
that was a swing.
It's really difficult to challenge that if you're not sure.
Yeah, especially with and with the huge counter Michael had of OFT underneath. It's like, well, all right, just score 40 and probably lose. But if Jason doesn't play chiefing, his top play was Finch, FINCH through the same N, and it's a completely different ball game if he doesn't roll the dice on this. Very curious to see what, if anything, we get from overhead mic. If Jason expresses any doubt about it, if the players look up the word. Oh my God, is someone having fun in the background? I just saw a big enthusiastic high five behind Jason. Are you having fun at a Scrabble tournament? Hey, hey,
It's not
hey,
allowed.
take it
No,
outside.
I really wish I was there, honestly. I did consider going, but by the time I kind of started planning and looking at flights, it was just a little too late. Everything was just really expensive and it was tough to get there. And yeah, at some point, I do want to get back to Lake George because it is a really, really fun tournament.
Yeah, I planned out my running route for tomorrow morning, and I just can't wait to get out in these trees and look at some nature and breathe in some cold lake air. Ugh,
Yeah, it's
it's so
beautiful
nice.
out there. It's finally started to cool down in Vegas now, too. I think it was a nice 48 this morning, so very happy about that.
It's like 48 Celsius or Fahrenheit. Hang on now.
Well, Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
Thankfully.
It's like, I think you guys can get up to 48 Celsius sometimes.
Yeah, it really does.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's awful.
Michael, is he trying to find an out in two? It looks like he wants to play Singe, I think, but then he's going to hold those UI tiles behind and not be able to get rid of them.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking.
I don't either. But I'm about to go unhinged and start screaming for them to make plays like I did at the end of the last game. This is what I hate in Scrabble more than anything. The outcome's decided, and I have to sit here for 10 more minutes. Please, just let me get out of my chair.
I know. Wouldn't it be nice if like the last place just did not count towards your spread or anything at all, and you could just kind of give up and be like, I'm done with this game.
Yeah, yeah. As I'm coming back to the game, my old habits are coming back to me. I played so much as a teenager on isc.ro like a million years ago, and I only played 3-minute games. And now that I'm playing face to face again, I'm playing all of my games in like 5 or 6 minutes. And I've got like brand new opponents up here in Boston who have never played me before, and they think I'm being disrespectful. But it's like, no, dog, legitimately, I don't have the attention span to sit here for 25 minutes, so I'm just going to do stuff. And please don't take it personally. I get bored. 50 minutes is a long time for my brain rot brain to sit there in a chair.
No, I get that. I like playing Blitz online too, so it's definitely like you gotta readjust your brain a little bit when you go to a tournament and just slow down.
All right, Michael is playing GIEN. I wonder, does this threaten any outs next turn?
That's sweet to the TE at least. There might be something else too.
It looks like Jason's best in game is just kind of let Michael go out. He's got so many points at the top of this board with Nest that while he can block Sweet, he shouldn't. If he blocks Sweet, then Michael just gets Jowls and SI. So whatever, just let him have it. Hit your Nest and win.
Yeah.
Bad news for Jason. If he does that, unfortunately, will not get to 500 points. He'll fall just shy, 497.
I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. I'd be happy with that score against anybody in really any tournament game.
Indeed. But especially to pull one out later in the tournament against Michael Fagan. Got to feel good about it.
For sure. Yeah, I'm sure he's probably just making sure he's not missing any outs.
Yeah, this wreck looks like it should go out somewhere in some capacity, but alas.
Yeah, there's just not enough spots for 6 tiles anywhere, really.
You will play words, and you will be miserable. Welcome to Scrabble. I was sitting on my room's patio this morning, just looking out at the lake, taking in some sun, reading a book, and I met my neighbors, who are just some folks who happen to be here in Lake George. They always come out here right at the end of the season. Had no idea there was a Scrabble thing going on, and I'm like, yeah, maybe steer clear of the hotel. Scrabble folks are very interesting. You guys seem nice and normal and well-adjusted. Go somewhere else.
Don't come to the dark side.
But I love the dark side. Oh man,
I do too. It's where we belong.
It's where I belong for sure. I'm a big friggin' weirdo, and I belong with all these other big friggin' weirdos.
Yeah, same.
No, I wouldn't change anything. I love Scrabble people. This
Yeah,
quirky,
I know. I mean, I
bizarre
really
little
consider all of the
community.
friends I made to be, some of the nicest people, and like my club mates are pretty much family now, so wouldn't change it for a thing.
Oh yeah, you could pry my Scrabble friends out of my cold dead hands at some point.
Yeah,
How would you rate the competitive Scrabble scene versus the competitive poker scene in it?
they're very different. It's really hard to compare the two. I don't know. I feel like they both have a lot of nerds, but they also have really, really nice people. Maybe the poker people are more competitive than Scrabble people in general, like as a whole. But then you also have like lower division players in Scrabble who are just like really cool people with interesting stories and who are just like normal. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about Scrabble is like uniformly pretty much any division, like the people are A, kind of unabashedly nerdy, and B,
Hmm.
brilliant. Like no matter
Yeah.
what their rating may be, like pretty much anybody who tries to play an intellectual game is crazy smart, and they've got some crazy life journeys and some crazy stories.
Hmm.
All right,
So it
Teenier
looks
is
like
coming down. He is going to
Jason
block
did
the
block
out
the
for
fight.
Michael. Now Michael probably going to play SI and Jowls, and then
Hmm.
Jason going to go out with Tranks.
Yeah, probably.
Yep, there's SI, and Trank's about to come down. We'll try to catch overhead Mike and see. I don't know there's going to be much to say as this one's been over for about 15 minutes, but we'll see. Cutting to it now.
494 to 376 is what I have.
Yeah. You had a chance until I drew the blank. Yeah.
I needed it. I just hope chiefing is in fact a valid word.
Uh-oh.
I think chief is the word, but watch it not be good. I knew it wasn't good. I knew if I challenged it, it would be good.
I knew it wasn't good.
I mean, I played it.
Did you think it was a word when you played it?
I don't know. I just played it. All right. Irradiate. Irradiate.
This is take a D, irradiated.
Yeah. Or in the front too. Pico was weird. Anyways. All right, Mike. Let's fill it in.
All right, not much of a post-mortem, but they did ask the big question. Michael saying, I didn't think it was a word, but I knew if I challenged, it would be a word. And yeah, that's Scrabble Psychology 101. Jason, did you think it was a word? I don't know, I just played it. And yeah, that's Scrabble. That's how it is. That was the difference in this game. Jason stealing one from Michael. And we have one more game of Scrabble coming your way. Dang, I'm going to miss this beautiful sunset sitting inside this hotel room talking about Scrabble. Who am I? What a friggin' nerd. Next game looks like it's going to be David Spargo and Robin Pollock Daniel. We're going to corral the players, see if we can get consent and permission, and make sure that game hasn't started. We've had a couple games run late on the stream. So I think we're going to cut to a little break while we corral players. Annette, any words for our viewers before we do so?
Don't go anywhere because we still have one more game to go, and this is the one that's going to be a banger, I promise.
Banger incoming. Annette has foretold it. The soothsayer she is. Don't go anywhere. Click that like button. See you very soon. All right.
Muted.
Well, one more game of Scrabble coming from Lake George, New York today, and 5 more tomorrow. 4 more. 5 more? 4 more tomorrow? 5 more tomorrow? 15 games total. Anyway, one more game today, plus the finals of this tournament tomorrow. Before we cut over to that game, David Spargo and Robin Pollock Daniel, it takes a village of people to get tournaments like this going, and I would be remiss without going through a whole bunch of thank yous. So we're going to roll out the red carpet and say thank you to so many people that it takes to put together a big event like this. First, a huge thanks to the entire Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, the directors and organizers of this event, Josh Koff, who has done so much to bring us advanced stats, scripts that can run those head-to-head matchups, preparation of the player's card, and of course Josh has been in the producer role all tournament, cutting from one scene to the next, forcing you to look at my face instead of the players, and so on and so forth. Matt Palazzo has been taking on a bunch of the directorial duties as well. So Josh, Kieran, and Mad, thanks to all of you for all you do with Let's Play Scrabble and putting together events like this one. We want to say thank you to Seth Lipkin, both for cross tables and the Ulu clock that we use on streams to keep things up and running, to John Chu for making TSH the software that is used to run these big tournaments and keep all the standings and pairings up, Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor for their COP pairings. Those are the pairings being used at this tournament, trying to keep things competitive but also fair, avoiding repeats and making sure contenders play contenders. Art Moore for wordjudge.me, which we've seen featured a lot today with a bunch of challenges. Steve Sagan of Video Ninja, providing a lot of the streaming technology that we need to power these streams. Sarah Rosenbaum of Cozy Tiles for creating Let's Play Scrabble tile bags, which we've been featuring on our streamed boards. And George Bissonette, who made the George custom board that we see on stream with that LPS logo right in the middle. So many people to say thank you with. And of course, thanks to all of you for watching today. We've had good viewership across the day. I know it's the beautiful part of fall where we want to go breathe some of that fresh air. So hopefully you were able to crack a window while you hung out and watched Scrabble with us. And one final thank you to Annette. Annette, thanks
Aw.
for hopping on. It's been really awesome having you. I always
No, it's
love seeing your name.
always a pleasure to be on here. And every time I get an email asking if I want to commentate, I just jump on it so fast because I just think it's such a blast and it's a great way for me to, be involved in a tournament that I'm not able to go to. So, just really happy to be here.
Yeah, of course you are missed at this tournament, but you'll get your fix in Madison in 2 weeks, and I will be in that stream chat hanging out and watching. Halloween is on Friday, so I'll be a little groggy Saturday morning, I suspect, but I'll be here and mostly sort of present. Let's take a look at standings. Producers are telling us that Robin just finished an extremely close game that is now being recounted. So while Robin finishes her recount, let's look at how things are shaking out. Looks like Evan Chester is still pending a result. He's at 7-2. David Spargo and Michael Thielen both at 8-2 in this one. But this division still wide open. And again, $1,500 for the winner of this tournament. Looks like that recount is done. Robin dropping to 6-4. Evan winning on a recount. He is at 8-2 alongside David Spargo and Michael Thielen. That result coming in at a perfect time. So 3 at 8-2, 3 at 7-3, 5 games left to go. This is anybody's event. My goodness. Evan Chester has had one of my favorite storylines of the tournament. After each of his 2 losses, has suffered from a massive nosebleed and has had to run to the bathroom right after each game. And it's only happened twice, right after both of his losses. So apparently, if you beat Evan, you can make him bleed. But it's hard to beat Evan Chester. All right, I think we've got standings for other divisions as well. Let's see what else we've got. All right, Division B, Sari Karanovsky, 9-1 plus 860. Happy birthday, Sari. This thing's still open though. Brian McCarthy and Gary Moss each at 7-3, and a whole slew of players.
Go do your work. Go do your work.
Sari having a great day in Division B.
Oh, it's far
Let's see what else we have out there as well. Division C, Sharon Dalglish, Betsy Wood, and Tom Foster rounding out your top three. Betsy and Sharon each 8-2. Tom, Joanne Cohen, Portia Swicker, and Susanna Kahn all at 7-3. So go text your favorites if you see them up on the board in Division C. Shoot them a message of congratulations as well. All right, and that's it for Wowland. I'm going to try to figure out. I don't think we're going to have time to get to Collins standings right now as the players are seated and bagging. And I don't want to talk to you any more than I have to because I know you're not here to see me. You might be here to see Annette. You're probably here to see the Scrabble, though. After the game, we'll show CSW standings before we cut off for the day. And Annette, this is the last game we'll get for you, but I do appreciate you coming on tomorrow. I'll be on the headset joined by Will Anderson. So if you like that guy and his channel, make sure you pop in. I don't know what lexicon we're showing tomorrow. The plan is be flexible, follow the drama. Whatever looks the most exciting, tasty, and enticing is what we're going to show you. But Matt Canick and Will Anderson, plus lexicon to be determined, all coming tomorrow. God, I want to go look at that sunset so bad. What a dork.
Beautiful.
Sitting inside.
No, I'll be here watching tomorrow for sure, and I'm excited to just be able to watch the broadcast and listen to you guys talk.
Oh boy! All right, I'm checking over on chat now because I fell way behind. Matt, are your Halloween costumes as flashy as your shirt? My Halloween costume this year is going to be Larry Bird. I just moved to Boston. All of my coworkers are doing Boston-themed costumes, and I wanted an excuse to bust out 1980s basketball shorts. Plus, Larry Bird is a notorious trash talker, and so am I. It's going to be awesome. And I can say whatever I'm thinking to my students, but it's all part of a costume, right? So, like, it's all good. I'm just being Larry Bird, not actually thinking these things about you. Sit down and shut up.
See, if you had learned that, I wouldn't know who the fuck you were.
All right, yeah, Larry Bird, it's going to be awesome. I'm not quite as tall as him and definitely not as good at basketball as him, but any excuse to bust out short shorts is a welcome one in my book. By the way, happy birthday to me. I turn 33 on Friday, so happy birthday to me. I'm going to spend my birthday. Thank you. I'm going to spend my birthday weekend. I'm going to do a little self-plugging here. Running a tournament on Woogles.io. It'll be the Woogle Vark tournament. That's a tournament that's been like 2 years in the works to honor Michael Thielen, who gave a massive donation to Woogle Vark, or to the Woogles organization before Woogles was even up and running. Helped them with their Kickstarter, and we promised anybody who donates this much money to Woogles will get a tournament thrown in their honor. Registration ends on Tuesday, October 21st. So if you want to play an online Scrabble tournament directed by me on my birthday, there is still space. I think it's like a $20 entry, and we got tons and tons of donations for prize money, so we're going to be giving like stupid amounts of money away. If you want to play Scrabble on the internet next weekend, check out the Woogle Vark. Find it on Discord, find it on Facebook, post it in some different places, or try to get a hold of me, and I can send you more info. Fun stuff. CSW division has Josh Sokol and Wellington Jagere signed up. So if you want to play some really awesome people, NWL has like Ori Swift and Cooper Komatsu, and so Michael Thielen obviously is in there as well. So some really strong players, really cool opportunity to play some good people, and it's all going to be monitored. So you know your opponents aren't going to be cheating. It's going to be sweet. All right, that's enough of that. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Robin Pollock Daniel and tournament leader David Spargo coming your way, hot and fresh right now.
I am so excited to see
this.
Oh, this is going to be great.
I'm so excited, but they are laughing. I don't know what kind of joke was just told, but these are two of my favorite Scrabble people for their senses of humor. I'm sure it was funny. Maybe not appropriate for our viewing audiences at home, but that makes it even funnier.
Yeah, it'll be really fun to see. I love watching David because he's the kind of person who will definitely play phonies on purpose. I don't know if Robin is the person he would want to do that against, but he is not afraid to pull the trigger on anything. So, yeah, and literally anything could happen this game. Not a good start
Yeah.
for him, though. It's a lot of owls.
Insta exchange. Yeah, no,
Right,
put him down.
easy.
Put him down. Good.
Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds to exchange. That's how
Yep,
you approach
nice.
an opening rack. You do not play AEON out of that rack. No, ma'am.
Absolutely.
You exchange. All right, Robin's clock has been running for 13 seconds, and I don't even know if she has a tile out of the bag yet.
Yeah, she didn't even draw her tiles before he had already exchanged. Well, so far, not too bad.
All right. Oh, okay. So this is going to be either Fakey or Caliph, and I'm not sure which. They both look good.
I think Fakey looks better, no? It keeps
Yeah,
a
you
little
probably
bit.
2 fewer points, but keep a consonant. Yeah, makes
Yeah, I
sense.
think I like that. Yeah, I mean, she's already spotted her highest scoring play.
Is she looking for bingos here?
Look at David's rack.
Why? Why?
Yeah, wow. Just
And he's
because.
just sitting there, completely stoic, not moving at all. Like, I know I could straighten these tiles out, but I don't want to. And now Robin's playing upside down. No, Robin, no. Director, fix it. I'm not doing this. All right, yeah.
She's like, oh no.
Thank you. Josh Koff on the ground. He's able to fuss at her, say, "Hey, no, put that the right way."
It's too funny.
And all right,
There we go.
good.
Okay,
All
let's
right.
try that again.
Thank goodness.
All right,
Everything
back to
in the
David.
world.
Doesn't look like he has any bingos available on this turn.
No, and Scrabble 101 all over again. Do I play short? Do I play long? Do I play OI and keep AEINT? Or do I blow it up and play K-Knight for 22? Do I split the difference and play Iota for 17? I don't know. You play your gut. What are you thinking, Ed?
Yeah, maybe something like KOINE from the K.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
know.
NAOI. Okay. Sick. Pretty
Fine,
defensive.
nice and defensive.
Naoi, Iota. Do I like one more than the other? I think I actually like this one to make Caliph's plays like harder to do and annoying. Yeah, this looks really solid.
Yeah, that looks nice.
All right,
back to
DEGLNY for Robin. She's up 34 to 17. Doesn't have great plays on this turn, like at all. Ew.
Yeah,
What are you
maybe just
thinking,
like
Annette?
maybe just like Day or GEY. Probably GEY if anything.
Yeah,
Gets rid of the-
GEY and GIF, 22 points. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah,
I
it
like-
looks pretty good. You could do like Galley through the AL as well, but it's not that great.
Yeah, GEY, pretty boring, pretty pedestrian, but also probably right here.
Yeah, sometimes your plays are just kind of boring and straightforward, and you're not going to be able to do anything fancy or flashy.
Galley jumped to the top of a sim.
Okay.
Enter Galley, I don't know how you
It's
pronounce it.
a different, it's a decent leave.
I think it's just like devastatingly defensive, and you hold the D, which is like one of the only tiles that unlocks this board. You would need like a D, R, and F.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
the
a
nice
G.
thing also is it takes away like double plays that aren't bingos for the NA.
Yeah. Ooh, Golly is like sneaky good, actually, like sneaky defensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like she's going for Gay, which is totally fine too.
After Gay, David averages 29 points. After Golly, averages just 24. So sneaky
He's got
defense.
like a fanatic or something through the NA, right?
Yes, indeed he does. CEEINTV, no bingos, but Venatic is 48. and he should see this.
Yeah, that would have been the upside to playing Galley for sure. Like the more I look at that, the more I kind of like that.
Yeah, like when it first jumped to the top of a sim, I was like, "What?" But these things always make sense if you try to logic through them. And yeah, that one,
Yeah.
sneaky good option.
For sure. No, I do think David is going to see Fnatic in this spot, though. Probably just making sure he doesn't have a 9 through that AL.
Yeah, I would spot inactive first, I
Mhm.
think, just because it's longer, and then I might not notice Fnatic instead. But here he is. Looks like he's setting it up now. Yep,
Yeah,
showing us he's
nice.
seen it. And now it's just a matter of, well, I'm sure I can't score better than that without a bingo. Let me look at NA. Let me look at AL. I don't see it.
Yeah.
All right, Fnatic. Nice stuff from David.
Well spotted.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that says, hey, I'm not a 16 or 1700 player anymore. Like, I'm gonna spot the double through 2 tiles. I'm not missing these options. Looks like a little hold from Robin here.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, David has definitely been doing something right in the last year or so. His rating has gone up a lot. I don't know if it's just a bunch of studying or if he's worked on his game in different ways, but whatever he's doing is working.
Oh, we got the patented David Spargo poker face.
Is he getting a challenge?
Yeah, it looks like he is. Oh, trying to figure
Ooh.
out how to stop the clock. Okay. So he
Wow.
just sat there like a statue, as he is wont to do, and he's going to get a free turn out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Robin knows his reputation of being a phonier, so maybe she just didn't remember that word, and yeah, she stuck to her guts and challenged.
Yeah,
so
David
David's not getting a free turn, which is huge.
certainly got a reputation as one who is willing to try anything, and I guess that reputation helping him out a little bit here. I know there was one very strong player at my longtime club down in Texas who knew a ton of words and never played phonies. So I knew whenever he played anything weird, accept. Always.
Right.
I always just accept. And
Mhm.
I learned from that I should play a lot of phonies, because when I do whip out a weird looking bingo, like, people have to challenge it, because
Yeah.
I might be making it up. And all of a sudden I started winning a bunch of free turns off people because they didn't want to get got.
Yeah. So we're going to see another bingo here from David. I mean, he's got race on at least through the eye.
Yeah, 2 bingos for David here. Raison is 62 and another one for 63 available as well. I'll see which one he chooses.
Oh, I missed that one. Yeah, I had not looked at the Y yet.
You don't often think to bingo through a Y, especially with a rack like this, but Annoyers is there. Annoyers is 63, Raison is 62.
Okay, so I guess he just bricked on that too, or maybe he decided that this was more defensive. Either way.
And this one sims ahead by a lot.
Yeah, it makes sense. It definitely closes the board a lot more.
Dang, Robin's average score after Annoyers is 7 more than her average score after
Wow,
Raison.
that's a bigger difference than I would have thought.
Yeah, same. But all right, David picking right. This one crushing a sim.
Yeah, oof. What do you do now if you're Robin? You play something like Preened? Is that good? Through the R?
Preened is good. Yeah, that's 26. Peeled plays beneath Raison with 4 overlaps. OP, NE, NE again, and EL, 28. I think that's what I do here, but...
I mean, because now you're losing. Now you're down to bingo.
Yeah, that doesn't really open the board up, not for long-term dynamics very well at all. Maybe you play Neep and PAL through that E, but I'd be looking to play off 2 of the E's here if I can. I don't want to hold 2. Preened is pretty dangerous long-term. Like, maybe, I think that's actually probably right, given the score.
Yeah, I think that's what I would lean towards, but I am also very very offensive when I'm losing. So she's going for peened. That's not a word, is it?
It is a word, and it's going to stay. Oh, but what a draw from David. My God. Play Raison, play a baby bingo, and draw DIRTA blank blank.
Ooh, jeez.
David's holding peened. Now Robin
Wow,
showing her
imagine if
now.
Robin had played Preen there.
Oh my god,
Would
yeah.
have seen a Dictor probably.
Yeah.
Something come down.
Did David just accept the play? I think he did. He talked a little bit, and now Robin's reaching in the bag.
Yeah, I wasn't sure of Peened either. Like, I wonder why she didn't play Peeled instead. I mean, you'd think it'd be better to keep the N, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe she wanted a challenge.
Maybe she wanted a challenge, yeah.
So, does David have any crazy underlapping bingos with that
No.
rack? No.
And most of his bingos open up triples. In fact, like all of his bingos, almost all of them do.
Wow. I mean, what are you going to do? Not bingo?
You need to bingo, but
Yeah.
I guess you play through the D, like re-addict or something.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess addictor is not a word, it's just re-addict.
Oh, yes, re-addict only.
I think I've made that mistake before.
Bingo
Yeah, I
down
would be
to
looking
the
at that
D.
for a while to find something down to the D, right?
Disrated? That's what he's got set
Yeah,
up now. That might be the only one, actually.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Yeah, you don't want to play on top of GEY, like something like
Mhm.
Fat Bird, because then you're going to open a triple. And that's like the one thing you shouldn't do. Even though Robin's played off 6 tiles, like you shouldn't do it. I do just wonder how long he's going to spend looking for the sick underlap beneath Peened.
Mhm.
I would probably spend 5 or 6 minutes and
Yeah,
then
it
be
would
like,
take a while.
I got it. Especially on stream, man. You really want to flex on the stream and hit this cool stuff, but
Yeah, I
all
mean,
right,
if
well, I'm
it's
going to get
there,
cozy.
you by far so much better than anything else. So
Buckle up, let's get cozy, because this is like a massive time trap turn for David. While David thinks about this rack, this is one more opportunity for me to plug upcoming events 2 weekends from now, right here on the Let's Play Scrabble stream. The Madison, Wisconsin tournament, brought to you by Wigpo and LPS. Of course, Annette is going to be there on site, so we might get to see you playing on this very same stream in 2 weeks. That'll be awesome. I will be watching, but not there. I'll just be there in spirit. 2 weeks after that, the WESPA Championship or World Scrabble Championship, also here on the Let's Play Scrabble stream. So are you not entertained? Is that not enough Scrabble for you? Lake George, then Madison, then World Championship, back to back to back with just 2 weekends of break between. My goodness. Here comes Disrated, and David's pulled ahead big time in this game now.
yeah, rough start here for Robin. That challenge earlier really hurt.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes I do commentary, and the theme of the tournament seems to be like players make some egregious mistakes and then keep winning the games anyway, and like there's no justice. I feel like this tournament's been the opposite, where I see someone make like one blunder and then they just
Yeah.
get punished so insanely hard that they lose by like 200. It's like, all right, well,
Yeah.
maybe you didn't play as good as your opponent, but you're supposed to lose by like 40, not by like 200. But
Exactly.
yeah,
That's definitely been the theme of this tournament. I feel like every time we commentate together, we just never get any close games. It's almost like a commentator's curse. And like every time you commentate my games, it's like I always just have all vowels or all consonants every rack.
well, I don't like when people have fun, so I use my powers for people. No, we're just saving all of the sick games for Worlds all at the same time. The very top players in the brain. I want the pressure to be an 11 out of 10 for all of them. Oh, that's going to be fun. All right, flop coming down for Robin. I think this is her best play.
Yeah, flop looks good. It scores well. It tries to open the board a little bit up top.
But this board is just so horrific for her chances to make a comeback, and I don't know. I mean, maybe she should have played Preened a couple turns ago to try to keep some more life in it, but like, dog, I don't know how Robin wins this game already, and it's early.
Yeah, I mean, knowing how good of a player David is, it's going to be probably very, very difficult for Robin to get a win here. Like he knows how to play defense, and I mean he's already shown that by the bingos that he's chosen. So yeah, it'll be a tough uphill battle for her if she's going to have a chance to win.
But never say never in Scrabble. Not until the fat lady
Never say
sings.
never.
Oh my
Yep.
God, Juuw. I'm saying never.
Yeah, what a draw, man.
Ugh.
I mean, she could play something like jaw, I guess, underneath peened, making new, keeping two U's. But do you really have any other options?
Judas and making Oda and PIS is 35 and holds
Yeah.
UW.
I don't know. I hate that. I would
I
play jaw just to start opening this board.
Yeah, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. JUUW, are you friggin' kidding me? I'm out. Thanks. We don't even have uwu, the UWU.
Ugh, that would be the one word that I would want to get added to WoW or
Legalize
NWL.
uwu. Let's petition.
It'd be
Legalize
so
uwu.
nice.
Make it happen.
Yeah, for real, imagine. It would be so helpful.
Alas. All right. It's going to be jaw. It's what you have to
Yeah,
do.
you kind of have to, don't you? I mean, there is a chance you can draw into something with that S there.
Maybe not this turn, but next turn.
Maybe like sutured or something. I don't know.
But you know what's going to
Added.
happen to Robin now? She's just given David 85.
Oh no. Oh no.
Any W takes the back B, and David
no.
has exactly what he needs to hit that
Oh.
spot. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Oh my god. And look, Robin drew another U.
Oh my God. And an I and an O. Okay, I think I'm just going to go watch the
Oh, it's
sunset.
gonna cry.
Let's
I
just
feel
cut
so
up the
bad.
overhead mic and listen to Robin's tears, and I'll go watch the sunset. Good night, y'all.
Rough. Oh man. I mean, there is maybe a chance that he misses this.
He hasn't played it yet.
Yeah, he hasn't set it up yet, so maybe he hasn't seen this 7. It's kind of a tough 7 to see, too. I could see myself missing this.
We got some room cam going. We got Regina Hidalgo, came all the way up from Texas for this tournament, poking around on there. She had a hot start to this one. I'm not sure how she's hanging on now. But always nice to see another Texan at these tournaments. Oh, there's my sunset, too. Good. I can at least watch and live
Oh,
vicariously. All right. See if we see a crazy guy running down that sidewalk in hot pink shorts.
Oh, he hasn't played it yet.
Oh, is he going to miss
Okay.
Benthel?
He might. It's really not that easy of a word to find, even if you know it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's Ben Thick, too. So, like, why would
Mhm.
both of those be good?
Right. Like, I know he's certainly studied it, but it's one thing to study it, and it's one thing to find it over the board.
Robin letting us know how she feels about her rack. This is odious. Oh. Oh. Sad
so we're gonna
day.
miss. I mean, this is what Robin needs if she's going to have any chance of winning this game.
Yep.
So big break for her, even if she still
Yep.
has 3 on her rack. So do you
All right.
just trade now?
Yeah, you definitely trade, but what do you trade? Do you change down to S? Do you change down to DS? I don't think you keep an I. I think you'd throw back 6 here.
Maybe OS? I mean, I'd be tempted to want to keep a vowel just in case.
DOS?
DOS is reasonable too.
All right, you can have that opinion. AEELNOW for David after he missed the bingo last turn. This is actually going to be a rough one for him. Not really anything strong for him at all. I think the MO for David is just keep things really tight and closed, make Robin open this board, and try to score some points.
Mhm.
WOE on the left side of flop. I kind of sucks. Kind of lets Robin play to the W and open a new bingo line.
Yeah, I don't love.
I don't love anything this turn, but you do have to make a move.
Maybe you just play like wet, thinking when, just like not change anything.
Oh my god, 12 points, keep alone. Ear now, ERENOW through the R and Rison. If you know that, like, that's a pretty strong play. If
But they're
Robin
also
does,
open. There's no reason to do that.
if Robin bingos, it's going to score 61 and I get a triple. Like, it seems okay. The one thing David really needs to do, though, and I've made this mistake a lot the last few weeks, is he needs to aggressively shake the tile bag. Because Robin just exchanged IUUU and they're sitting right on top. So that's the
Yeah.
big decision. Whatever you make, shake it good because you don't want to draw UUU, right? And they're all sitting there.
I've made that mistake before. I think we all have.
Yeah, I played my first live games in like 2 months last week, and my opponent exchanged 6. I made like a 4-tile play and drew OOOU, and I'm like, well, I forgot to shake the bag, and I know exactly what you just exchanged. That's on me.
I'm wondering what he's thinking. I don't see anything really set up in his rack. He's got an N in his hand.
Yeah, ERENOW is good. E-null. Oh, this is going to play with Opal.
Opal, yeah.
Set up the J underneath. Okay, set up Jow.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Okay, don't hate it.
Why not?
All right, and then Robin's sitting on Aaron Rodgers right now. Okay, she can play dog or drag down underneath the Enol this turn, set up that S for Jogs plays. All right, that's exactly what she wants. Now she needs David to not draw an S.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it got the U. Okay.
It got the UW. Nice. Well, this game might not be over.
All right, you're saying there's a chance. All right.
There's a chance. It's never over till it's over.
Dog? Dreg? Do you have a preference there?
You gotta play a Venara, don't you? I would play drag.
Do you? Do you have to play?
Well, you don't have to.
ERRS, the bunch of E's and I's and U's. I
just don't think RRES is going to make a bingo starting with an S that often.
Yeah. But I don't know that SOR is either.
Yeah.
Pick one.
You need to get. Yeah.
AEGLRUW now for Spargo. He would love to block that Jogs spot that was just set up, but the only great way for him to do it is to play something like Wage, making ERG and NEE, but that sets up a front S. You can't do that.
You cannot do that.
Rage in the same spot is a massive sacrifice, holds LUW. You can't do that either.
Glare setup.
Oh, glare works, but then sets up ING opportunities.
You, but I mean, that's probably fine.
Yeah, only one N unseen. You can do that.
I don't mind that. Logger, I don't know where that's going.
He's looking like he just wants to pick up WU.
Yeah, don't know where that's going either. Wager.
Okay, where? I think this is fine. Or Guar.
Yeah.
GUAR. But you would love to knock out Jogs, because if you make a play like where, Jogs is just not going away.
Yeah, I would play Glare despite the bad leave.
Yeah, unless or until you draw an S, like that spot will just sit there and mock you and laugh at you. And with a 100
Mhm.
point lead, that's the last thing you want. So I
Yeah,
think a block is
also an option. Yeah, I don't mind that. I just think no matter what you do that turn, you got to take out that lane.
I'd play longer though. I'd play glare or something. I'd go looking for my own S or the Z or
Yeah,
something.
I agree. I also would have played glare, but this is, I think, a decent option too.
All right, AW. Let's get that in. Let's get scores updated. EHORSTT for Robin. No A for Riostat. No sevens in this rack. She does have the H she needs for SHH. So she can catch it in now and play HOT in that spot, or she can sit on it. Like,
Could you ever get away with like Shotter or something? Like, is this a time to try a phony?
shot 10 is good, right? So, yeah, she set it up now. Like, I think this is about the time, like down
Right,
110. It's
I'm thinking too.
really hard to challenge this if it comes down, because if you lose a turn, like, you're tied. So
Right.
psychologically, this is the best time to play a phony, but I think David's just good enough on the words that it probably won't work.
Yeah, maybe, but it might be worth trying. It's like, how do you win a game otherwise?
Yeah. If you play hot right now, like, you're just getting stacked and then the board is dead
Yeah,
and you're
I don't
done.
think you can do that. You almost have to fish for a bingo in that spot then. Just leave it open. I don't know. Play something like Hots and Sarah? Triple?
Yeah, open up some new quadrant to the board again. It makes some sense. Just the S is so helpful for you. The H is so
Yeah.
helpful for you with SHH available.
But you need points, though. Like, you need to score.
Wow.
Tough.
Very tough spot. Oh man, she can actually score 47 on this turn.
Just like short?
Reshot alongside Bath, making BE, Oda's, Pith, and
Wow.
SHO. 47 opens up that triple, which is probably just going to get smacked closed by your opponent. But when you're down a ton, like, score a whole bunch of points and just hope you draw something really lucky out of the bag. That's not a bad strategy almost ever.
Yeah, that's nice. If she sees that, it's got to be the play, right? I mean, I would have
I think
thought her a
so.
long time ago.
I wonder. Yeah, I think I would have too.
Yeah.
She's going to
So she's
play
gonna
Tosh.
Gosh, interesting.
If you can go in and draw another S or a Y for Piths or Pithy, and your opponent doesn't
Yeah,
have it, like, this creates some
right.
cool long-term opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, all of a sudden, this is looking a bit more like a game. Robin down just 80 now after it was looking like it was going to get very ugly. 206 to 286. Spargo with another awkward turn after he kept some awkward letters last turn. EGLMORU. He's not able to obstruct the Piths or Pithy spot. But Robin, what are you doing? Don't draw the U's back.
Yeah, she didn't learn her lesson. It's like, you did it
Robin's
once.
already
Why would you do it again?
She's already drawn 5 U's this game, and I think she might have to exchange again next turn. No, she's got Aruv and Vera. She can fight through.
That's so painful, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least she's able to open the board and score some points next turn. And maybe she'll stick David with a bad rack and have a chance. I don't know. This is going to be really tough, though. At least I have a kitty on my lap, so I have something nice to look at.
Is it legal to have a cat on your lap during a tournament game? Like if you brought your cat to Madison, could you have a churro on your lap during your game?
I don't think there's a rule that says you can, so probably.
And you know what? My dream has always been to get a rule named after me. Maybe they could make it the Annette rule or the churro rule.
Emotional support cat.
Oh, you got the emotional support paperwork with it. Is it legal to bring your cat to the tournament?
I
Everybody
don't know.
vote. And there is a right answer to this one.
Oh, you actually made a poll. That's
Don't mess it up. Get in there and vote, everybody.
obviously voting, so. Oh, we finally see a bad draw here from David. So
Whoa. Yeah, and Robin is in. This is a
drop
perfect
here on
time
the
for
other
her to drop a
side.
move.
Yeah, that looks great. And I
Perfect
don't
time.
know if David can really do anything about that.
He'd have to play like Regie, Regie, to
Right,
the
like
E
he
strut.
can block it, but he'll be stuck with the Q and the X.
God, yeah, Regie holding QOX becomes a
Yeah,
forced
play,
play.
that's good.
Yeah, wow. All right. This
Doesn't
one
offer.
might get interesting. Or I might manifest this here. Into QOX, David's going to draw Quixotic through the U and alum. You heard it here. Eruv, Regie, Quixotic. That's what's happening. Oh, no, Robin's got the C already. It's impossible. Ah,
Oh,
Quixote.
so close.
Maybe Quixotes can come down.
It looks like people are voting for the right answer. We like to see it.
All right. To the two of you who voted no, it is not legal to bring your cat to a tournament. The only way that you can make that vote without upsetting me is if you are allergic to cats. If you are anything else, get out. Close the stream. Don't come back. You're not here anymore.
I mean, there are some people though who just hasn't been around cats enough and don't know how great of an animal they can be.
Yeah, there are some people who must have their horizons expanded, and
I agree.
Churro might be the right emotional support cat to help you expand your horizons.
Yeah. Churro's a great cat.
Matt's rule would be sleeveless shirts for sure. Yeah, somebody was being making waves about like shouldn't Scrabble have a dress code? Shouldn't players like dress up instead of looking out there like slobs? Absolutely not. We're going sleeveless,
Yeah.
guns out. I'm gonna play a phony. I'm gonna flex my biceps and stare you down. Stick the veins out of my neck and look at you. Dare you to challenge my shit. You won't. You won't.
I'm trying to decide who dresses better, poker players or Scrabble players, but I think it's pretty even. It's very casual both ways.
I've seen some really awesome poker fits.
Yeah.
But I've seen some really awesome Scrabble fits too. You know, there some people who I think in both subcultures you get a lot of characters at least, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You got to be a certain kind of person to enjoy both games.
But I want as many bright colors and crazy outfits in Scrabble as we can possibly get. All right,
I know, I
Ergo.
love that.
Quixote's in play. Quixote's in play.
Oh, Churro, you gotta go. Churro is like stamping on my keyboard right now.
And this is why
Okay,
it's
I
not.
think we're okay still.
Oh, yikes. Robin has drawn into a bingo. She set it up on her Rack Eco Tour. It does not play. And instead of Quixotes, David's drawn IIY into EIQ.
Ooh.
These are, I call these racks that you'll never draw again ever in your life.
I know.
Definitely one for Spargo here.
Yeah, tough spot now for Robin. Is there any way she can open the top of this board in a way that will help her? Maybe something like Coot to the T in Venatic, hoping to draw an S.
Ooh, that's fun. I like that a lot.
Nice. I mean, you have to do something. And you have to get lucky to win this game.
Coot is awesome. Yeah, you got the U and the M and alum out there in space. You need to get the other side of the board open. Coot is the perfect way to do that. And if David
Yeah,
has the S, well, whatever. Wasn't my day. He already drew both the
right.
blanks. Whatever happens.
Yeah, you have to make that play assuming you're going to draw an S and just hope for the best.
All right, now chat is erupting about dress codes at Scrabble Tournament. I'm trying to put myself in the director's shoes, having to approach a player and ask them to leave because their dress code isn't up to snuff. Sorry, your sneakers are scuffed up. You got to go.
Yeah, I feel like if there was a dress code in Scrabble, a lot of people just wouldn't come anymore.
And then we'd have another players' organization, one with the
Yeah,
dress code.
exactly.
And
Oh
without a
man.
dress code.
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh. But I have seen some
Yeah.
Scrabble outfits where I'm like, dang, I really wish you weren't wearing that right now. That's a bit distracting, honestly.
No, honestly, I love it. Go crazy, have fun.
Yeah, your boobs aren't going to distract me. Nice try, though. Oh, man. I gotta get a
Maybe
game.
I would win more tournaments if I dressed a little bit more provocatively.
Indeed. I've heard Nigel Richards has one weakness.
Oh, really? Has this been proven?
I lost one game at the Spanish World Championship, and I'll let you look up a picture of his opponent.
I see. I see. Okay, I can use my imagination. Yeah, we'll
Robin
see
needs
what
to find
ends up doing here.
She needs to find Coot. That is the way to add maximum drama to this game.
Yeah, that's definitely what I would do in this position. It's like, sure, sometimes you lose the game by 200 points when you didn't have to, but it's also the only way you can really win this game.
Yeah, I guess you could play Oot in the same spot and keep it a little tighter, but you really want to play Coot. You want your bingo to score 90 and not 60.
Right. Yeah, and it's like literally impossible to block that too. So
Yeah.
just stay.
Yeah, that'd be so annoying. I love making those annoying plays when I'm down.
Same.
Both players like sneaky low on time here too.
Surprisingly. I don't know. I feel like David has made his plays pretty quickly, but I guess he hasn't.
I feel like he did too. Yeah, I guess disrated took a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's she doing?
She's playing
COO
there.
up.
I think that's a bit
Okay.
of a missed opportunity.
But David's rack is so bad that she can kind of get away with this. Like, he's probably got to exchange. Could you play QUEY through the U in alum and keep IIIX? I guess you
Yeah,
could.
I think you have to do that. Yeah, you have to, right?
I think you have
The
to.
only way you can lose is bingos.
Yeah,
I mean,
now
maybe
she can do that.
you get a big play with the Z, I suppose. She's close.
Oh yeah, if she had a 6 with the Z
Right
down there, be killer, but doesn't seem to have anything good at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't see how she gets back in this. Like the COOT play was really one of the only ways she was going to be able to open the left side of the board. And without that, I don't know, like
I don't know
ME and
either.
EF.
Oh, that just feels so wrong.
Look at the unseen pool. Like we've been getting the wildest
Wow.
unseen pools,
Wow.
and there's another one.
Same. Dave's just sitting there like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
Why do I have to rise on my rack?
Actually, I wonder, can Robin afford to like play EF right now? Like, how could that actually be punished at all?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's really only the T and the A that goes on top of that.
Ixia
Yeah,
is like the only
yeah.
thing that would hurt.
Yeah, maybe you have to. But what do you draw? How does that doesn't really help you either though.
Yeah. Oh man, if Robin could fish for like enzyme and YE in the bottom
Hmm.
of this, that'd be so
Right.
good. I don't think there's anything she can get.
Could you hit like air sats or something?
A size, ASSIZE, he doesn't put the Z in the
Mm,
right spot though.
right.
And she'd have to draw both
I don't
S's to
know.
get them. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not
I'm
looking
not seeing
good.
that. Can she play ZEE on the left side of flop? Like, does that ever draw into anything? I don't think so. But maybe
She
there's
could draw like four
like,
eyes.
yeah. Is there like a wild Yiddish word she could draw? I don't think so.
God, I don't know.
I can. Okay,
Okay.
that's a word.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's something.
Uh,
Scary looking pool from David's point of view.
yeah. Chat just pointed out what I noticed for Robin Lester. Maybe ME and ER on top of the R in Rison. You've got the case E. Like,
Mm,
I don't know.
yeah, maybe.
Actually,
I
be like
guess.
really annoying to do anything about. Like,
Yeah.
Spark play AIM to it, or I don't know. Hey,
Oh
are they
yeah.
laughing and having fun? No laughing and having fun. Actually, kind
Yeah,
of
I think
sneaky
he
dangerous
would have
situation
tried.
for Spark. The
Yeah.
unseen pool has flipped completely. It went from hot garbage to like, oh my god, that's like retinas and a U and a Z.
Right. I don't know. I feel like Robin should have tried to be a little bit more aggressive towards the end of this. Unless she's trying to fish for something that we're just not seeing.
Yeah, post mortem will let us know for sure. I bet there
Yeah.
was something specific she was
It
going
was
for.
probably something, yeah. Yeah, what do you
Zestier?
maybe.
She's one tile off from hitting Zestier. If she got one of the 5 unseen eyes, she'd be there. David hoarding them all.
So do you play XIS with
And
emus?
emus? Oh god, what do you do?
He's looking at AIS.
Furrow the brow and scratch my head. That's what I do.
Uh-huh.
AIS and emus?
I guess it can set up like X plays underneath if you draw a consonant.
Can he do anything with the X at all? Like XI and IF, is that it?
I don't see anything. I mean, you have to take out Cestier though, right?
Can you play Axis and YA and empty the
Yeah,
bag?
yeah, he plays AIS. I don't mind this.
Yeah, you're almost definitely going to cache the X underneath. Like if you draw one of the
Yeah.
T's or the S or the N, you have Nix or Tix or Six. And
I mean, even
Robin's.
now we just have like XI, worst case.
Oh, yeah, XI and AI is a thing. Yeah.
So, yeah, I like this.
Equity? Horrific.
Such a weird play. Yeah.
But, you don't play for equity late in the game.
Mm-hmm. So that leaves one in the bag.
Indeed.
Yeah, there's just nothing Robin can do here, right? She's just dead.
Yeah, and you can fish for Zestier and try to draw one of those 4 eyes, but A, David has all of the eyes, and B, it's not going to fit on the board, so just
Even if you
lose.
play off, yeah, even if it did fit on the board, it wouldn't even be enough.
Oh, yeah, still doesn't score enough, too. Man, just
So do you
crushed.
just play sets underneath and cut your losses?
Z underneath, maybe? Hold
Yeah, or
Rust.
C. Yeah.
rust plus an eye is unlikely to go out, but you're getting an eye more than 50% of the time, so
Mhm.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Man, okay. Tomorrow we're gonna have some absolutely banger games because I don't think we've had but like one game that was decided on the last turn today.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't keep my promise. I really thought this was going to be a good one.
We were saving them for tomorrow, and that's when all the
So,
drama's on, and then we're saving them for World Scrabble Championship from Ghana in 4 weeks.
are you commentating that?
Absolutely. Wire to wire.
Nice.
I'm taking 3 days off work and talking about Scrabble for 5 days. You guys are
That's awesome.
all stuck with me.
Nice. Okay, she goes with Zest.
All right. Zest brings Robin over 300 points. 306, 354. Robin's going to have 4 tiles on her rack now. She's giggling about it. I can't believe I didn't draw an eye. How do you have all of them? That's gotta be- Man, Robin, I think, has had the title of best hair in Scrabble consistently for the last 30 years. I'm coming for you,
No
Robin.
doubt.
I'm trying to get
No
it. I
doubt.
just got to grow it out a little bit longer and figure out what product you use. I'll be there.
Yeah, you can put up a fight. I don't know who I would pick between the two of you.
Oh, I'm coming for you, Robin.
It's all about the volume, isn't it?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sharing a suite with Josh Sokol, Seth Lipton, and Neil Gann, and the blow dryer in our suite is not in the bathroom. It's just like out in the common area, and I wake up like stupid early, so I'm like, sorry guys, you're all asleep, but I got to do my thing. And boom, here we
That's
go.
awesome.
Volume is it up. She's got more volume than me for now, but I've been working
For
on my
now.
growth mindset. I'm
You just
coming,
need
Rob.
more hair. You
I just need
yeah,
it to be
give it a
long.
few more months.
Oh yeah, we're
I'm
growing it out.
going to get Cam here if we're lucky. Come
Cat,
come say hi.
cat cam, churro cam.
Come. No, I don't think he's having it. Oh, he's in a mood right now.
Ooh, okay.
Just
You don't need to mess with the cat in the mood.
no, we might have a cat attack me soon. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. All right. Cut away from that action. I don't think we need blood on the stream. We'll see blood on the stream
Oh.
tomorrow if Evan Chester loses.
So that doesn't give back any outs to Robin, I don't think.
Correct.
So yeah, I don't know. Just play a word and then go out.
Yeah, play a word and then please let Matt go outside. God, this has been brutal today. I appreciate at least having some nice banter in chat all day. Appreciate all you guys coming out, but man, we'll get some good games tomorrow. It's been kind of rough today.
Fingers crossed.
Well, tomorrow, let me try to figure out exactly what time games start. 9:30 a.m. Eastern time is when games will start tomorrow. 4 final rounds, so about 9:30 to 1:30 is what you want to budget time-wise. It's going to be me and Will Anderson bringing you whatever division has more drama. I kind of guess we're going to start in WoW just because this thing is so tight and so many players are in contention right now. But we'll see. We're going to ride the vibes. Will, obviously, a phenomenal player who can commentate in either lexicon. And I'm just a scrub they give a headset to, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, it looks like Robin is thinking about just playing TA, but I don't think that's going to work. Yeah. David could block that.
It'd be rude.
He's going to give back Nyx, though, for a couple points.
All right, but then she'll get Rune and out.
Right.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right. Cool. Are we done? We're almost done. Thank goodness.
Could we just play off the E here?
Oh, she'll play Rev.
Yeah.
All right. We'll cut to that overhead mic and see what they have to say about this one.
You just played Nyx. And, Eleven.
Ah, okay.
It's not over.
Played it slow. Sorry, I jumped the gun too soon. I thought Robin was going to go out. She faked all of us out, and now David has to try to find a spot to put his eye down. I think he's just got one. Uni is it, right? No, he's got it for two also.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a better play by Robin to not go out. Does she
It
have
was
a high
not.
scoring L with the R? Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
No, but whatever. She's just increasing her
Yeah.
score.
Yeah.
All right, now we'll cut to that mic.
$330 plus 2, $332.
How much? Where'd you go again? Right, that for 4, and then plus 2 is 332 to 394.
I have you 395, so
Uh,
305,
Let's see, I had 304.
65, 127. So
65,
it's
127, 195.
218,
Yeah, 249.
271,
Thought I had 21 for
4,
you know
4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 21. And what did I give you?
22.
Oh, so you have 380. You think you have 394?
Yes.
I will give you 390.
Thanks.
Sorry. Boy, I got punished for a mistake. I know Venetic. I don't know. I'm just tired.
I got lucky there, and then
No, you. Well, you got.
lucky that you challenged. Yeah.
Well, then I really had nothing. You would have gotten Raison because I was going to play. You blocked. I had 4 E's, right? So like.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I guess so.
So I was going to play deep
anyway.
or need. I couldn't play need anymore. So I was going to. You were going to get your bingo anyway. It didn't matter.
True.
But to. And then I needed a flop. I needed you to put out an end for plafonds.
Ah, gotcha.
And I had shot this with ERT. Like I had, it all fit gorgeous, but this is like Potter with an S.
Yeah.
There better not be anything, or they're going to kill myself.
Then yeah, I had like I drew 8 out of 9 eyes. Like there were so many eyes.
And I got all the U's like 4 times.
Nice.
I had ADGJSUUW, DIOSUUU, and you had all the I's. So.
Yeah. Even when I played Quaid, I kept 3 eyes, but I figure I'll just eat the eyes and play defensively, and it will work out.
Well, I was 1 off from out curve. I almost had out curve. I had eco tour when I played something. Coup, I had an eco tour. Out curve, if you had put out an O instead of, because I had the 2 U's, CERTVUU. If you had put out an O here, I had out curve.
I was trying to be really careful which floaters they gave you. Like I could have gotten more points. Like I could have played a glamour here, but like then I didn't want to give you the R, or I would have given you the O.
Glamour, yeah.
Glamour, yeah.
I didn't have anything. Yeah. Here I saved ERS, ORS, and I picked up that shotter rack, and it just everything fits so beautifully down here, and I could not. So I figured I'll play Tosh, set up another S hook. There's still 2 S's to come, I think. Set up an X hook because I need to be volatile.
Yeah, of course. And like playing Erov like for 30, like that seems like a perfectly good play.
Yeah, that was Erov. Yeah, I save CUT. I have to be volatile. I know you're going to play it, but if you play with like what you're doing for 12, and all of a sudden I pay 90 point bingo,
then
you're
you can
screwed.
catch up, maybe.
Yeah, because this was still open. And the bingo I needed to go for was seizure, because all those eyes left, right?
Right. Yeah.
But there's nowhere to play the U and open the board. I mean the T and open the board, and I picked a T anyway. That was the last pop tile in the bag. Anyway,
and then, when I played I kept AWE. Like it took me a while to figure out like what to do on that turn. When I played like
you saved
like that
AWE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I figure like sets up Jow, and then like instead of like if you have like new, like if you have a T or an S, and you can bingo there and not give back very much. But then if you like hook Opal with an S, do that, then you give back.
Well, if I was ahead, I would have played dregs and opals. But because I'm behind, I have to make the S and save ORS, which is lovely. And I picked 2 T's, unfortunately. I don't think there's anything in there that are not people. But it doesn't matter because then I'm picking VUU.
Yep, I'll thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Robin saying it best. I got punished so hard for one mistake, and I know Fnatic, but it happens. And well, that's the way the cookie crumbled on that one. So David Spargo holding on to his lead in this tournament. 4 games to go. The WoW division is wide open. That's all I've got for today. Annette, we do want to say goodbye to you. So what parting messages do you have for our audience at home?
No, just thank you for watching. Tune in tomorrow for more Scrabble. I know that's what I'm going to do, and I'm excited to see who ends up winning. I mean, maybe I'll be rooting for David, because I don't know if he's won a multi-day Division 1 tournament before, has he?
I'll do some research. I'll have to get some intel.
I'm not sure, but it'll be exciting to see what happens. And just, yeah, thank you for everybody for putting on such an amazing stream. It's just such a blast to be able to, watch such high, what am I trying to say? Really good quality Scrabble. So yeah, thank you to everybody.
Yeah, thanks to everybody running the stream. Thanks to everybody watching the stream. And watching the stream again will be Annette, 9:30 Eastern tomorrow. 4 more games coming from Lake George. I'll be joined by Will Anderson. It's going to be awesome. We're going to wind down for today. Thanks to you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button down below if you haven't done it yet. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Bump the VOD of this video up the algorithm as well. We will see you all tomorrow. Adios.